Now, President Uhuru Kenyatta has done a main cabinet reshuffle. Among the ministers affected are the following. Minister of Defense, Juma has moved to Ministry of Devolution. Then the Cabinet Secretary of Defense of Devolution has moved to the Ministry of Defense. Now we have the Minister of Energy. The Cabinet Secretary of Energy has moved to that Ministry of Devolution. We also have some duties which have shifted. Part of the duties have been shifted from the docket of Ministry of Devolution to Ministry of Margaret Kobia was having Ministry of what? Let me just confirm here. There's a Labour CS Simon Chelungui's powers have been clipped as a Senior Citizen Affairs and Special Programs functions moved to Public Service. CS Margaret Kobia. Oh, yes. And then we have Ambassador Monica Juma moved to Ministry of Energy. We have Honorable Charles Keter moved to Ministry of Devolution. We have Eugene Wamalwa, Ministry of Defense. Na Professor Margaret Kobia ameongezewa Ministry of Public baada ya kutupa Ministry of Public Service and Gender, Senior Citizen Affairs and Special Program. Those were added portfolios on the same ministry. So what do you think? Why do you think the president effected these main cabinet reshuffles? There are those who think that he cleverly derobed or cut the wings of the Deputy President Alice. There are those who see there's nothing, it's inconsequential. But of importance to observe is that the Ministry of Energy has been having issues when we had the fuel hike. So the changes may create a perception in the public eye that the president was not happy with what was happening in the ministry. So talk to us, tell us, what do you think is the impact politically on these main cabinet changes? Let me share a clip. Maybe we can get the insights. Not everybody was able to see what had happened. This of importance is that it's not even the president himself who issued the statement, but his
Social Protection is hereby reconstituted and renamed as a Ministry of Labor. 2. Reassignment of Cabinet Secretaries. In accordance with Article 155, Section 5A of the Constitution, the following Cabinet Secretaries have been reassigned. Cabinet Secretary Ambassador Dr. Monica Juma moves from the Ministry of Defense to the Ministry of Energy. Cabinet Secretary Honorable Charles Keter moves and becomes the Cabinet Secretary of the Ministry of Devolution. Cabinet Secretary Honorable Eugene Wamalwa now takes over the Ministry of Defense. Cabinet Secretary Margaret Kobia retains her portfolio, but as you saw earlier, it was her, she got more duties, and with the new ministry, it will now be the Ministry of Public Service, Gender, Senior Citizens Affairs, and Special Programs. 3. The reassignment of principal secretaries. In accordance with Article 155, Section 4 of the Constitution, the following principal secretaries have been reassigned. Principal Secretary Major General Retired Gordon O. Kihalangwa now becomes the Principal Secretary in the State Department of Energy. Dr. Engineer Joseph K. Njoroge now becomes the Principal Secretary of the State Department for Transport. Mr. Solomon Kitungo now becomes the Principal Secretary of the State Department of Public Works. Mr. Nelson Mara Sospita now becomes the Principal Secretary, State Department for Special Protection, Senior Citizens Affairs, and Special Programs. Ladies and gentlemen, those changes take effect immediately. And that hereby concludes my statement for today, and we will circulate the documents to the newsrooms for you to be able to tabulate better and analyze it much further. Thank you, and God bless you.
Okay, there it is. I've shared the photo of the 3 ministers that were affected and cabinet principal secretaries that were affected. Okay, sorry for that. Okay, Honorable Brian. Welcome to the studio, Honorable Karanja. Shadi, you are welcome to the studio. Let's have our input of what happened today. Is it normal reassignment, or there was something sinister that the president was up to? Talk to us. Samson Macharia ananiambia nitafute kazi, amechoka na hizi vitu tuna display hapa. Asante sana. Okay, Ken Job anasema wewe, ai, hiyo ni word gani umetumia? I'm sorry for that. Professor Daniel anasema Ruto down. Benson anasema the ties died long ago. Akichenuentet, wow, what a name. Sema share the link. I've shared the link twice. You can join the conversation. The other guy is called who? Daniel anasema Ruto runs into hiding. Johnston anasema live from Musa area, Ivakale sublocation, Kampiri, Isuha, Northward, Shinyalu constituency, Kakamega County. Wow, you've directed me even up to your house. Thank you. Jonah says he's live. Okay. Kanziku says, how now? Keteri has gone to devolution where he can deliver to Baringo, Turkana counties concerning droughts. So according to Kanziku, it's normal reassignment. He has not been demoted. Johnston anasema mimi naona Rais Kenyatta analiza naibu wa rais Polepole. Analiza ni nini? Okay, maybe alitaka kusema anamaliza. Johnston anasema maoni yangu pro, naona rais ameanza kumaliza naibu wa rais Polepole. Kanziku, I can surprise these followers of Raila, nothing like reshuffle. Ruto still intact. Okay. So according to him, nothing has changed. It's a normal reshuffle. Johnston anasema bro Mtembei, maoni yangu ni kwamba President Uhuru Kenyatta anamaliza naibu wa rais. Kingstrong Simiyu anasema nakupata. Joseph Munyoki anasema we ambia serikali kupatie kazi. Okay, ishanipatia kazi, yangu ni kupika udaku hapa. Okay, Chris anasema never, I don't understand anything. Nyambora Ocheng anasema since you removed us from the panel viewer, it's just continuing coming down. Okay, I've shared the link. Join the panel and let's have the discussion. So what do you think happened? Was the president trying to clip the wings of his deputy, ama alikuwa tu anapanga kazi? Si tunaona ni kama alikuwa anapanga tu kazi ifanyike vizuri. Maybe he had issues to do with how the energy is being run. Maybe he had issues to do with how devolution is being run. Maybe he had issues to do with how defense is being run. Come and talk to us. Penny, how are you?
Fine, thank you, Mr. Wekesa.
Yes, was that a reshuffle or just a normal operation of the State House?
Okay, like we normally say that nothing in politics happens by chance. It was a well-planned action by the president, and looking at the new assignment, one can easily see that actually he was cleverly cutting Ruto's wings. I haven't gone so much into the allocations, except for a few. Okay, as the president, it has been very difficult for him to work with the deputy president, who has in many occasions been very absent. He has been absent from most of the discussions or meetings. He has absconded most of the meetings. He has not been part of it, and whenever he goes for campaigns, you can clearly see him taking credit for the projects that have been accomplished by Uhuru, even in his presence. So I think it was very necessary for the president to plan his work so that he's having people who are allied to him and loyal to him, holding positions, key positions, like for instance, defense, energy, and stuff like that. So you can actually see that someone like Terra has been moved from the lucrative energy, and he has been put in, is it devolution or something? Yeah. So he has to organize his house to ensure that that the key positions, you see, the lucrative positions in government are held by people who are loyal to him. His government should consist, his team or rather should consist of people who are loyal to him, holding key positions, and then people who are not loyal to him and are allied to the DP are just at the periphery of the government. So for me, I think it was a scheme. It was long overdue. Actually, it was long overdue.
Okay, some people say that this thing called cabinet reshuffle has been announced for a long period of time, and they expected major changes, including even having allies of Raila Odinga in cabinet. What do you think? Why do you think the effect was very minimal? Why did he focus on a very small area?
I think at this point, it might not have been necessary for him to appoint Raila allies into government, because it is still a well-known fact that Raila,
So that
though he's participating in some of the projects and some of the activities in government, he's not officially in government. So I think it was a very wise decision by the president to deal with the government, because Raila, much as is participatory, but he's not officially part of the government. So I think for me that was a wise decision. Because looking at things, we have less than 1 year to elections. So it would not have been of consequence. It wouldn't have given Raila a plus or anything. It wouldn't have it was of no consequence. Actually, it was not necessary for him to appoint some of Raila's allies into the government, because the year is almost ended and we are approaching elections. So that was very wise of him.
How are you, Shadi? Shadi, how are you? Shadi Chuka.
Fine.
Yes, tupe maoni, ni nini
I'm fine.
inaendelea?
Yes, sir.
Tupe maoni, ni nini inaendelea serikali?
Okay. Asante sana pia kila mtu kwenye show. Nataka niseme what's happening at the moment, I think it's just political. It might start just said. But I think what Uhuru is working like is doing it in a very petty way. I think it's not the right way to maybe punish William Ruto through his allies who are now in cabinet. I think these people in cabinet
Aya, what is happening today with the network? People are dropping off. Huh? The network is very terrible.
Yeah, it's very unstable.
Yeah, there are people who are complaining, but the complaint came from the inaitwa HNIB itself.
Yeah.
This is what Dennis Itumbi posted on his social media, Facebook, after the reshuffle. He said that the first phase of cabinet reshuffle is done. The other loading, with the CS eyeing a political future. Then akasema shared interpretation. KPLC is where the story is. CS Keteri has been removed from energy and taken to a stripped down devolution. Umeelewa? He said a stripped down devolution.
Yeah.
Without Asal, he loses the money associated with the ministry. Then Labour CS Chelungui stripped off the cash and massive data in social protection and special program. This program was used by the deep state in the Kiamba by-election in an attempt to grant their candidate win. As usual, it failed. Then Monica Juma given the job of implementing the IPPC report by December as pledged earlier. Then PS Njoroke moved from energy to deal with matatus. Important to note, he was the CEO of KPLC. What is your interpretation? So in his assertion, the two ministers were demoted because some of the functional departments which had a lot of funds were removed from their portfolio. So according to him, they were demoted. What do you think as a Kenyan?
Okay.
Are you back? Yeah, just respond before I introduce another guy called C Media. I don't know what C Media stands for.
The president in his position is like a CEO to an organization. And as a CEO to an organization or a head of a department, any top position, for you to work with your team members, you need team members who are aligned to you. You've got to be like-minded. So in an instance where you figure out that there's this one person who is always opposing you, even in a normal office environment, as a head of a department, if you have a faction of the department if you have a faction of 3 or 4 people who are always opposing what you're doing, as a team, you're not gonna accomplish your objectives. You will never ever succeed as a team when others are opposing, or others have created a faction. We know that two cannot work together unless they agree. So when you find in a department that there are people who are not aligned to your objective or to the purpose of the department, it is only noble that you 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 isolate the people who are not aligned to you, um, and get like-minded people. Get like-minded people who will drive the agenda of the department. And I think that is what President Uhuru has done. Yeah, his deputy has been opposing him, yet he's supposed to be the principal assistant of the president, but he has not supported his boss in any way. So it is only noble that his boss gets people who are like-minded, who are supportive, so that he can be able to leave a legacy and complete the projects that are still underway. So for me, I think it is a normal.
Penny, someone said that instead of reducing those powers, why wouldn't he have just gained courage and remove them? I think it was Senator Oleledama. He said, if I was me, I would have just removed them.
Okay, as a leader, by completely removing them, I don't think, as a leader, you do not take irrational decisions. I think it would have been quite irrational for him to completely remove them. He has shown Kenyans that he has an amount of control over his emotions. He's not emotional, so he can work with them, but he cuts his powers, their powers.
Okay, Shadi is back. Let me give him chance before the network disappoints him again. Can you proceed, Shadi? What were you saying? Shadi, are you back?
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm having a problem with the net.
Leo inasumbua, hata mimi nimesumbuliwa sana na network. Sijui ni iko
It's
na
now okay.
network. Sijui kuna network reshuffle ama. Aya, proceed.
Asante sana. Nilikuwa nasema kama Keter, he has been my MP for a very long time.
And to join?
He came in, he became senator for quite some time before he was appointed to the cabinet as cabinet secretary for energy. So Uhuru owes us that debt because he took Charles Keter from us, and Charles Keter was ever working. He was really working very hard to make sure that we were being served well by other leaders, by the county government as an oversight leader in Kericho County. So I don't think it's a good move for Uhuru to maybe punish Ruto through Charles Keter, that is by reshuffling that cabinet in such a way. In fact, Charles Keter has just electrified almost every part of the country through this initiative of last mile connection. I've just seen the budget that is to the devolution docket. It's around 3 point something billion. And the other budget from the other department of the cabinet, that is the Ministry of Energy, was just beyond. It was just a very good budget. It was just a very good amount of money. And I know what's going to follow now is that the Uhurus and maybe his advisors are now going to follow up what was being done by Charles Keter in his
Have we lost him again? Shadi. Okay. I don't know what's the problem with my net today. Wewe unanisikia Penny?
Yes, nakusikia.
I think Shadi ndio ako na problem na network, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems to be fluctuating from his side.
Yes. My friend Karanja, how are you? Good evening, Karanja. Good evening, Karanja.
Good evening. Unanisikia?
Yes. But you have background noise.
Just give me some minutes.
Yeah, just organize the background before you come back.
So,
yeah, mute and then you organize the background. Yeah, so you were saying something, Penny, that the president was wise not to remove them, but to reassign them. Yes. And also ensure maybe those important ministries, departments are transferred.
Yeah.
So he gave them, it's called a yellow light. Huh?
Yeah.
A signal.
I think we also have a very short
signal that I could have fired you.
Sorry?
It's like he gave them a signal, I could have fired you, but let me keep you here for a while.
Yes.
Okay.
And then maybe, given the kind of time that you're having, maybe it wouldn't have made sense for him to get completely new people who are not familiar with the procedures in government, to completely start orientating someone from outside. It would lead to a lot of bringing in a completely new person, orientating them, training them and stuff like that. So I think there were a lot of considerations. It doesn't make, it's not worth it. It's not worth it given the kind of time that you are left with before we go for elections next year. The timing could be
8 months is a lot of months. Do you remember? Not, I think it was 10. Do you remember 2002? Musalia Mudavadi was given vice president. Now, leave alone even cabinet ministry. Vice President for 60 days. 60 days, my friend. So in politics, anything can happen. And McHugh, now leave alone that. Do you know that after like February, all those cabinet ministers who are eyeing for political posts will do what? They will have to leave their portfolio. In McHugh, the president will appoint others.
Yes.
Who will carry out their duty. So it is still possible to get new people. It all depends on what he was trying to manage. Maybe he didn't want. He was trying to manage politics. Ndio wasiseme mtu yetu ametaketiwa ama.
Yes.
So you instead of removing mtu yetu, you only remove some portfolio and leave the people intact. Mike, what do you think? How are you, Mike?
Hello, I'm good. Are you getting me?
What do you think the president was doing?
Are you getting me? There?
Yes, tunakusikia kabisa.
What the president? Yes. Okay, what the president has done? Yeah, it's a very well thought idea because this issue of reshuffle has been in the domain for a very long time. People are expecting that now that because of the issue of handshake and all that, people are expecting that the president will ditch the Ruto guys out there. That was the expectation, and then bring in Raila's people. But then what the president has done, as I said before, is a well thought idea. And the thing is, if you look at the kind of, he has just made changes, just transferring a person from this level, from this section to another section, but not anything to do with expertise and all that. Because if you look at somebody who has been brought to the energy, he doesn't have that expertise. Again, the same thing. But when you talk of the CS and all that, they're just at the managerial level there, but they are not really experts. So we don't really blame the president for that. But what the president has done so far, he has balanced and he has actually quenched the thirst of all those guys who are trying to see what the president can do in enhancing the fight between Ruto and Raila and president. All the same, as said and done, there's still political, the 8 months you're talking about being short, we are expecting to hear a lot from that because people are still aligning themselves. The CSS, as you have said before, will become leaders, they'll go for political seats and all that. So there's still a lot of alignment. So the president is simply buying time to see how all these things will go. And I know with politics, even a day is a game changer. It will change many things. I don't know if you are getting me or I'm just talking about myself. Yes. Can I get you from the other side?
I'm getting you.
Yeah, you're getting me.
Yeah. Why do you think he never considered bringing in new people, maybe from the handshake side and say from maybe the ODM side, he just reshuffled within? Why do you think he played
No, the thing, it is so funny. Now there's Kenyan politics, this thing about Ruto fighting with Uhuru and all that, again, I think this is just being played out maybe in the public pulpit there. But I think things on the ground there, between the president and the deputy, I think they are still intact. How we see it is just the issue of can you just look at this case where if the president was to fully support the deputy president, to kind of
Are you still
decide
on?
that, okay, yes, I'm still on, yeah? Are you getting me?
Are you
Hello?
still on?
Yeah, I'm still on, yeah? Hello? Getting me?
Proceed.
Yeah. Now, what I was saying in response to your last question, why Uhuru didn't bring the issue, the people of Raila, the Raila come to Uhuru side. My take is that it is still too early, and the kind of fight that we are having between Ruto and not Ruto and Raila, but Ruto and Uhuru might not be real. That fight might be something that is stage managed, kind of. And my take again is, I think Raila was being brought in to just cool the temperatures, to silence the opposition and let things run on either side. Then Ruto was told, now you cannot sit on the same table with Raila, just be out there, act like you are in opposition, and then let things run. Right now, what are you seeing? We don't have any revelations of new corruptions and all that. So the whole Kenya is silent, and think people are just going on with their lives. So I think things will change just as we approach. This is the 11th hour. Just as we approach the election, I think there are many things that are going to change. Many things are going to shape up. And again, if you look at the campaigns right now, the campaigns that are very hot is between campaigns between the Raila's camp and the Ruto's camp. We are not seeing the other guys who are the Kalonsos and all that. It's like they have been shelved out completely. So the war is just between them. So it's either now for them to package themselves and join the Raila's camp or join the Uru's camp. No, the Ruto's camp on this. Me, things are going to change within no time. This is just a drama. It is a script that is being written. People know how it began and they know how it's going to end. I don't know if you have any other question from that side.
Are you happy that there are changes in the Ministry of Energy now that you are complaining about high fuel? You are complaining about high fuel now that there are changes in the Ministry of Energy. Do you expect?
Or is still a connection problem?
You are not getting me? Hello? Hello?
It is, there's the echo thing, maybe the connection. Can you see me on this side?
Yeah, just continue. Let me work on my network.
The voice is only the problem. But you are seeing me. I'm hearing you. I don't know if you are hearing me. Hello? Is it a network connection? Could be.
Hello?
How about the rest of them? Yes, I'm getting you.
Yeah, I'm having challenges with the network. I don't know what to do.
But now I can hear you right away. I don't know if you get my. You get me?
Yeah, proceed now.
Yeah, I've talked a lot. Maybe you can ask another question.
Okay, let me bring in another person, then you will come back later. Let me bring in Wamalwa. Wamalwa, Ruben, how are you?
Yes.
I'm fine.
Are you the new CS of Defense, or which Wamalwa are we dealing with here?
Maybe I will be the next in Hausa government.
Yes. So kindly tell us the promotion to, was it promotion or demotion from devolution to defense, then from energy to devolution, then from defense to energy, and then addition of portfolio to Margaret Copia. What is your take?
Okay, personally, I saw those changes, but I have not yet done my analysis. I have not get out the meaning, and I won't depend on any rumor mongers. Oh, huyo alikuwa wa Ruto. Surely that one I won't talk about that because I have not seen the little effect of that changes. But what came in my mind, Eugene Wamalwa, from devolution to defense. I'm yet to get the meaning of those changes. So far, sincerely speaking, I have not done my own analysis. I'll also touch about that issue of fuel. Sijui niliona wale wana propose wagushe na 33%. Now that is kind now of a campaign that has started. Remember even in 2017, tulikula uga ya 90, but definitely walichukua usukani, things changes. Now they know the issue of fuel itawapiga sana. We will expect some changes, but immediately new faces ichukue usukani, ichukue kwa bahati, ichukue usukani, things will be tougher and tougher. I don't have much today. Unless you have a question, Wamarwa. Wekesa.
Okay, so according to you, it was a political move just to create a perception, then it will go back, things will go back to usual, even they will be worse after election. So this is just to create a perception. It's a campaign gimmick. In other words, you're saying it's a campaign gimmick. Walikula unga ya 90 bob, saizi wakupatie KPLC wameambiwa wa reduce stima na 33%.
Hiyo ni just campaign strategy. And
but are you happy with your tokens? Let me ask you, are you happy with your tokens? Sometimes are you happy with your tokens?
Wacha nikwambie siri moja ya serikali ni yenye inakupeaga na mkono mmoja hii side, halafu inachukua ile side ingine na mkono mwingine. So don't be happy about that. It is just in token, but other things I think milk imeshuti na maziwa imeshuti na 5 shilling. So serikali ni ile tu, inakupatia na huu mkono, inachukua na huu mkono. Na wacha nikwambie, all these things, akina fuel, akina everything, they are akina electricity, mambo inaendeshwa na zile cartels tuliona jana. So don't be surprised if that we have cut off that 3% on electricity, and then petrol rise to 150. Expect such those shenanigans for political gain. Thank you. Today I have not much to say. I have a sore throat, so I'll just be kwa curtain hapo nyuma.
Okay, sorry for that. Get healed very fast. QR to you. Okay, Mike, you're back. Maybe Ruben, before you call, let me ask you, Ruben Wamal, what is your take on Chiloba being back in even if it's not in what he was doing, but he's still in government job. Someone in charge of communication and something. Huh? What is your take?
I think what I know, I think the system and the deep state are now trying to come up with some method to influence the election, 2022 election, and there are some arrangements that are being made. And Shiromba being threatened since 2017, he will be easily be influenced. Atatumika vizuri sana kama remote. He will be there as a remote. Now, touching on the issue of communication, so far, if you go to media or other channel of communication, you will see so many positive things of the deep state candidate. So such influence, hiyo ndio kitu yenye pengine wanajaribu kutafuta, but Shiroba so far he will be used as a remote just for a political gain, but at the same thing an idea hoya unaharibu hapa, unatolewa hapa, unapelekwa ile kona, unaona. So it is just a political, and it also portrays the kind of government we have. You are a suspect at the same Baba who complained about Shiroba 2017. Now he is so much comfortable with the Shilomba in a system which will have some effect in communication. So I know Shilomba will be threatened. He will influence the communication system in favor of deep state. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. Now let's have Isantos. How are you?
Hello.
Isantos, how are you?
I'm very fine.
Yes. Kwa maoni yako unaona ni nini inaendelea State House?
Chenye inaendelea ni politics tu, juu politics hii imeshika moto. Maybe somebody is being pushed so that akuwe famous in politics. Unajua naye kuna vile huwa watu this is the rearrangement. Nacheki. Na after 2 weeks utasikia hii maoni hata yenye tunaongeanga hapa lazima inafikanga kidesign. Nashangaa imefika. Ndio ingine imechangiwa. I have seen that some of the important talk yenye tunaongeanga hapa lazima inafika. Unaona? And that
Hivyo
is
tusipo kuongea kabisa.
Kabisa tuongee kabisa. Some of our talks here inafika.
Yeah, you see, social media is open to and accessible to anybody. That's why you can see someone saying, I'm locked in from China, I'm locked in from Australia. So anybody can access information.
Yeah, from
and
his country.
I normally tell people that when you are on this channel, just talk, okay, use a language because you know anybody can be watching, including even your boss.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Welcome. Clinton Jack Odero.
Yes, man. Yes, man. Yes.
How are you today? You know, the topic is very heavy. People are measuring their words. But I know wewe ndio mtu wa kulipua. Sema yote. Uhuru kwa nini ameamua hivyo?
Ameamua aje?
Ameamua kutoa mapawa, clipping the wings. He gives you a portfolio and then he takes, he gives you a ministry and then he takes departments anarusha kwingine.
Sasa mimi hiyo kulingana na mimi ni ushenzi wa hali ya juu eh?
Karibu niongee kama Kibaki.
Venye nimeona title peke yake eti ameclip wings wa Ruto's allies. Kwani mbona aclip wings zao, si awatoe ama anawaogopa eh? Hatuwezi kuwa eti Ruto ndio shida yetu kila siku kila wakati. Kama Ruto's allies hawakumsaidia kutengeza serikali, then aache kuclip wings zao, watolewe mara moja kwa serikali. Wale walomsaidia kutengeza serikali waekwe ndani mara moja. Hatuwezi shinda eti ukishika microphone ni Ruto, ukifanya cabinet sijui what ni Ruto, kila kitu imekuwa Ruto. Na wakati alikuwa anatafuta wanaume wa kusimama naye, we had 47 sijui against 1, na ni William tu aliamua kwenda against the will of Kenyans, kwenda kusimama naye. Saa hizi kila kitu ikifanywa is against William. So I don't see why we are celebrating that Charles Keter maybe amepewa docket yenye ishapunguzwa. Unaelewa? These are the people who helped this guy win the presidency in the first term. Kina Keter ndio walitumika tena kumsaidia second term. So I think they deserve better. Alafu hapo nyuma Wekesa nilikuanga nasikia eti hii cabinet reshuffle inakuja, sijui mara kina Chelugui watatolewa wareplaciwe na those that doesn't support William. So if it was political reshuffle mbona wapunguziwe powers bana? Mi naona watolewe tu kabisa, waseme na watoa kwa sababu I hate William, si eti kina Keter wamefanya kosa fulani. So mimi kwa hiyo reshuffle I don't like it.
Na according to you, so hii kupanda kwa mafuta wasipulemu Keter, si ndio?
Sasa Keter akuna power gani ya kupandisha mafuta wakati rais ako Kenya hii? Mbona walipandisha mafuta? Keter bana, Keter ni kama kuna siku nilisoma Standard gazeti wakaeka William hapo na Harambee House the annex, wakasema big office without big name without an office, or big office without, kulikuwa na big office without power ama big office without name, vitu kaa hizo. So kina ni flower girls, ni kama Rafael Tuju portfolio. Sasa ana nini, hana stress eti mara nitatolewa hapa ama nitolewe kabisa. Ye bora ameattend hiyo meeting na anafanya kazi zake vizuri. Wekesa pia nimekuja tu kwa nyumba sahii nikaona kitu ingine na trend eti walikuwa Kibra akapeana another signal ya 2022. Wajua, my president is making a lot of history. And as someone who used to support Baba, I would like to know from Baba ama the president himself why they fear William Ruto that much, because I believe si mambo na uwizi. But if they can reveal to us wale wenye bado tuna support William, the reason as why they fear his presidency that much, then I think most of us, we can change our minds and vote for the other guy. But you can't just fear William from a personal point of view. Maybe he'll destroy something when he gets to power. We don't care. Sisi wananchi hatuna vitu vya kulinda. Kama you want to protect your things against William, that's your own problem. We should not be put into it. You understand? Let us make decisions. Wale wa kuchagua William wamchague, aende alinde mali zao ama aende akaharibu mali za watu wengine. Because me I believe kama ulipata mali nyuma ya tent na William amechukua urais akaanza kufuatilia mali, hiyo si eti amekukalia. That's what I'm waiting to see bana. Nangojea nione William ameapishwa leo, lakini next month ile Sudan mtu amekalishwa kwa Nissan na familia nzima. Wametolewa Nairobi, maybe wanapelekwa Manyani. Anyway, Wekesa. Then juzi nilikuja live. Okay. Nishamalizana na hao watu wa handshake na BBI. Juzi nilikuwa
You came
live
and
net
disappeared. What
ikanitoa.
happened?
Na ulikuwa unazomea sana Mheshimiwa William. Alafu Wekesa, I want to tell you that you are not always fair while analyzing politics. Mwaso zile ambazo zimegusa Mheshimiwa DP. Kwa sababu ulikuwa unaongelea Mount Kenya. Na wewe Wekesa umekuwa ukituambia hapa kwa show kwamba mmekuwa mkishinda election bila hao watu. Lakini sasa hivi wana matter to an extent that without them you cannot win. Why don't you just form the 47 against 1 again, or the 47 against 2 that are supporting William? Then you just win. You've been winning. Why all this stress, Mara? You want to look for the deep state. You want to look for sijui au mabillionaires wenyu nilisikia jana wakisema they should sponsor people to TVETs. They should. What have they been doing all along? Yeah. So mwache kututishia sana bana na mambo na Mount Kenya. Kwanza Mount Kenya ni just a constituency, as in just a province, I mean. And we should not make them feel like without them voting, Kenya won't move on next year. They have to vote, and if they vote for you, you have to be president. They should not be made to feel that special, you know. Hata Waluya wanahitaji serikali, and like now, yesterday, Baba promised them everything. They will be doing businesses with the government. They will be doing all sorts of things. Sasa wewe na mimi tutakuwa wapi wakati wamepewa kila kitu juu wanajiita mafia? Man, me I don't support those things. Alafu mwisho in terms of age, naona baba amezeeka Wekesa, na akae kando na mheshimiwa rais, wapange Kenya vizuri, waone venye uchaguzi itaendelea kati ya vijana Kalonzo, Mudavadi na Ruto. Baba is very old, by the way.
But don't forget to tell me about your party leader.
Hello?
Your party leader.
What? Uko chini kabisa
Don't
sikupati.
forget to tell me about your party leader. He hosted William at Migori.
So my party leader is an independent man. Na uliona siku ya Wanjigi kulikuwa na vita. Na juzi hakukuwa na vita. Na hiyo vita ya Wanjigi pia mlisema ni my party leader. And I came here and told you, party leader wangu hapigi kidogo venye Jimmy alipigwa. Ile haikuwa mkono yake. Akinyoosha mkono hata baba usweat. So akiamua kupea William Ruto Migori, alisema juzi eti hapo Migori maybe tutapea William, na itakuwa hivyo na hakuna kitu mtafanya. So leave alone my party leader. Saizi tuko na kesi ndogo ndogo na 2023 na approach, maybe tutazimaliza hapa katikati na tukue serious kwa siasa. So Wekesa, I always follow nyuma ya tent nikiwa maybe job, but umekalia sana William. Let us just give them credit where they deserve. Ukisema baba ameenda Mount Kenya, ni sawa alienda. But why now compare it with what William Ruto did before? Or man, kwangu hailetangi shangwe. Juu inafanya hata sisi tukiingia kwa show tutaanza kukuambia venye baba amezeeka, vitu baba hajawahi fanya sisi. Kama leo ndio rais ameenda kufungua dispensary ama ilikuwa inaitwa hospitali.
Forget that one. We are not here to help you feel good. If you can't feel good,
man,
by
let me
yourself,
log out and come back. I can't hear your voices, you know?
I know you cannot hear. I understand you very well.
Ben, I'm coming back. Leo siwaachi bana.
Karibu,
Lazima
karibu.
mtaheshimu naibu wa rais. Narudi.
Mlima tumechukua. Mlisema hatuwezi fika. Tumefika, tumerudi. 3 days, we have undone 3 years work.
Mimi kitu nimesema, I don't want you to make Mount Kenya feel like wao ndio Kenya. Yes, Mount Kenya imemea
We
kwao.
don't make
Jakodero,
them feel.
Jakodero,
You are the one that
Jakodero.
said we cannot
Yeah.
Just
get
1 minute. Bernard, 1 minute. Nimekuwa na show ingine kabla nianze hii, so I wanted Bernard, Jakodera akimaliza, kindly make your contribution. Okay, allow Karanja to make his contribution, then you make your contribution. Acha nikule sapa.
Umeniita Wekesa, unaniambia nini?
I'm coming in 20 minutes. So Jakodero, niko tu hapo na kusikiza nikikula ugali.
Kabla Karanja hajanena Wekesa, ukienda Mount Kenya should not be made to fail. Bana, nasema hata mimi point yangu ya mwisho lazima usikie hii, hata kama unameza ugali.
Sawa, sema.
They should not be made to feel like they are so special that without them 2022 won't happen. Watu ni watu tu kama sisi. Ni venye tu wamekalia kiti sana. Lakini niko sure baba akichukua ama William, juu wamefinywa, Mount Kenya leo hii wamefinywa kwa hii election ya next year. William akichukua maybe watakaa nje miaka 40, na Raila akichukua maybe watakaa nje miaka 20 hivi. So lazima wakae nje, hapo napo wamefinywa. So wasitutishie sana bana na kura milioni 8. Huku nje pia tutachukua makura kadha wa kadha, maybe tupige hiyo yao times 2 na tuchague rais without them. So conditions mingi, mara wanataka kazi ya serikali, mabilionea sijui nini na nini, hatutakubali hiyo. It's either walipe deni ya William, hiyo deni ndio wanakumbuka vizuri. Kina Karanja ni watoto si watoto, sorry Karanja, ni vijana. Deni yenye wanakumbuka vizuri ndio wanafaa kulipa. Wekesa, party leader wako alikuwa anasema sijui babangu alileta nani hapa, mimi nikaleta nani. Sasa historia ya nini Wekesa? Kina Karanja wanaelewa hiyo historia ya baba kuleta.
Historia utaki kwa sababu inakuumiza.
Watu wa Githurai wanataka maji, wanataka stima, wanataka barabara kama party leader anavyosema. Lakini wewe unakuja eti nilileta Kibaki.
Wameahidiwa maji since 2013 mpaka sasa bado wanaahidiwa. Hiyo ahadi ni deni. Mbona hiyo deni ilipwi? Hii ya urais peke yake ndio mnadai.
Nasema kina Karanja walipe deni yenye wanakumbuka vizuri. Deni yenye wameona during the day. Hayo madeni ya usiku kina Karanja mlipe baadaye. Deni ya William ndio mlipe. Kwanza wakivotea William, hiyo election itakuwa mzuri sana. Itakuwa ile karibu. Lakini
waacha kudai deni ambalo lishalipwa. Wewe ukichukua 50, uchukue 50. We share for 10 years. Who is owing who?
Ben, wewe ni dynasty kwa siasa. Ben, Ruto alisimama na hawa wasee.
Wewe uchukue nusu, mimi nichukue nusu. Tukae 10 years.
Nusu, na ndio hii mmeandika hapa eti nusu gani? Na mmeandika hapa eti wings zetu zinakatwa kila mahali. Zinamea tu hivi, tunataka kupaa, zinakatwa. Tena na sina makasi.
Na makazi gani? Kama corruption imekita mizizi katika ofisi mpaka to fight corruption, and you've been accusing us for not fighting corruption. We are fighting
it. Corruption mna fight, ni sisi mnatu fight. Hakuna corruption mna fight.
If you are corruption, we will fight you because that is our duty, to fight corruption. So if you volunteer to be corruption, you become our target.
So Ben, my final submission is
Jakodero.
Mount Kenya wanataka maji, stima. Wanataka maji, stima na barabara. Mambo na nilileta nani 1984, kina Karanja hawakuwa wamezaliwa. Sijui nikaleta njamba, sijui njamba ya Ruriri. Hizo hatutaki kujua. Tunataka maji Mount Kenya, barabara na stima. Na hata hiyo Mount Kenya nasikia ni kubwa sana. Kama inaweza punguzwa ndio hiyo wabaki na ardhi kubwa, pia tutafanya tukishachukua uongozi. So bwana Karanja, na kuomba bana, we ni hasla mwenzangu, hakikisha umeambia vijana wenzako hamtaki stori za abunuasi. We ulikuwa Odinga sijui akileta nani Mount Kenya, ulikuwa wakati wa huyo njamba sijui Ruriri bana, rudisheni mkono. William alisimama. Wait Ben,
wewe ulitoka kwa mtifu gani? Did you drop
Ben, nauza sera zangu.
Did you drop
Ben, nauza sera zangu.
Hiyo sio sera, hiyo ni propaganda. Kwanza achana nayo kabisa. Hatuwezi kuwa na Kenya tusipozungumzia kuhusu Jomo Kenyatta na Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Kenya yenyewe haiwezi kuexist. So mbona mnataka kukata historia ili muendeleze uongo?
Sasa tulisonga mbele kama injili kutoka kwa hao.
You only grow up, you don't depart. You grow up.
Kutoka kwa hao watu unatuambia tulitoka huko.
Yes, but our history and our roots matters. Anybody running
hadi pesa tulichange.
Either ni mwizi ama muongo, na anajaribu masingara ya kuendeleza uongo, na hiyo haitauzika hapa Kenya. Tumekataa.
Hata pesa tulichange. Sasa utaki tu change kutoka kwa hao viongozi wazee? Let me talk to my Karanja and I give time Ben. Mbona unaniingilia sana? Karanja, nilikuwa nakwambia wewe kama hasla mwenzangu, achaneni kama watu wa Mount Kenya na stories za abunuasi. Wewe mwenyewe uliona William wakati sisi Wajaluo tulikuwa tumetengeneza 47 against 1, ni William aliwahurumia, akakuja akasimama nanyi during the day, wakati wanaume wote walikuwa wamekusanyana juu ya huyu mzee, juu walidanganywa ni 1 bullet. Juzi akakuja akasema bado ni magazine, kumaanisha hata akishindwa 2022 hii bado atakuja 2027, bado kuna magazine.
Jakodero, you have made my night. Nitumie M-Pesa number yako
07. Hiyo inaisha na 28. Hii inaisha na 28. Tuma wakati na malizana huyu Ben.
Kwa nabii, hata kutuma kwa mtu anayeendeleza uongo wewe.
So Ben, mbona utaki ni Karanja point yenye atasema kesho Mount Kenya? Achana na mimi Ben. So Karanja, mimi I agree Mount Kenya mnafaa kulipa deni. Na pia ninafurahia imefika wakati ambapo mnatoka kwa uongozi. Wallahi mimi sijafurahia hii miaka 99 mmekuwa kwa uongozi. Ninafurahia. Lakini hata mnapolipa deni, kwa sababu lazima tuwatumie kupata uongozi, na tukishapata sasa venye tutawapanga hapo msijali, lakini lazima tuwatumie kupata uongozi. William lazima awatumie ama baba awatumie. Hapo hamna otherwise, lazima mtumike kupata uongozi. Sasa mkishatumika ndipo tutaona huko mbele, huko baadaye eti mnafaa kurudishiwa ama mshatosheka. Unaelewa?
Mtu akiongea hivyo unaweza mkopesha pesa. Mtu akisema apate pesa kwanza alafu ataona vile. Wewe Karanja kama mfanyabiashara unaweza peana pesa kwa mkataba kama huo?
Ben, mbona utaki nimalize hii point? Ama usha sense defeat kwa hii 2022. Let me just talk, I finish then I quit Ben. Watu wanangojea, wengine wananichukia kama Temba amenikujia tu hapa anataka kuniingilia. So nani majina yenu pia siyaoni. Karanja, it is true mlipe deni, lakini pia mimi nakuelezea ukweli. Huyu baba mnamwabudu sahi, mlienda mkasimama kwa jua eti baba climbing the mountain. Yes, ameclimb. Tena ameclimb pole pole. Kushuka tutashuka na nyinyi pole pole. Bora tu tushawabeba kwa migongo yetu kama mizigo. Tutawateremsha na ile speed tunataka. Na saizi Kenya imejiseti na mmesetiwa vizuri. Mnavote William ni kijana mdogo. Mnavote baba anapenda demokrasia, atasema rotational presidency. Mtakuwa mnachungulia tu hivi Nairobi State House, mtakuwa mnaonaya tu hivi kwa TV venye tunaionea sasa hivi tukiwa Kisumu. So baba, kama mtu wa demokrasia, presidency lazima irotate. Kitambo itoke Turkana, utakuwa umezeeka Karanja wewe. William Ruto pia ni kijana, aende zake 10, abadilishe constitution. Unajua bado mnangojea mpaka azeeke kama baba ndipo aseme nimetosheka. So with me I am comfortable. Baba akichukua Mount Kenya out, William akichukua Mount Kenya out ×2. So I'm comfortable there, to be sincere. So nyinyi, I'm happy that tunawatumia kupata uongozi, alafu tunaanza kuwapanga mnavyopanga kina Charles Keter sasa hivi. Unapewa ministry na powers, ukiingia kwa ofisi unakosa powers. Lazima mtapangwa hivi karibuni, in months time. Then in 6 months time
I know
Kamarin
you,
Stadium
Jackie.
will be complete.
You are their spokesman. Now you have inherited in 6 months' time.
Ben, in 6 months' time, Mount Kenya people will have voted. And
Forget
in 6 months' time,
you are fear-mongering.
No, Ben, they even know that themselves. Yeah?
No, we are building a nation. We are building a nation. We are not targeting any community.
But we have to use them to vote us the way they have been using us to vote them.
That is bad language. In fact, saying using them is a bad language. We are Azimio la Umoja. We are building a nation for the first time since
slogans mmechange since 2002. Hamjai fika State House. Hii Azimio ndio mtazimia nayo mpaka State House.
Tuna Azimio la Umoja. Jiunge na
Kwanza
umoja ama kaa katika smaller parties.
Sisi tutaunda coalition na ile ya fagia wote.
Hakuna shida. No problem.
Baki na hiyo.
Mkitaka anyway, cleaning job tutawapatia. We need cleaners in Nairobi, dumping wherever site.
Okay, nimetulia sasa Ben. Proceed.
Thank you.
Sawa, ni Karanja. Napia Karanja kepe.
Okay, Karanja umepigiwa kura. Ebu win election tuone.
Election gani na anatoka Mlima Kenya? Wao ni wafuasi siku hizi.
Karanja endelea.
Leo yeye jamaa ametuingilia sana, lakini on kwa some points anasema ukweli, kwa sababu viongozi wote sasa wanaangalia Mount Kenya na Mount Kenya ndio background ya Kenya. So tusipowata sisi angalia vizuri, kuna venye tutakuja kuumia kwa miaka ingine itakuja. So ni lazima tuchore game zetu vizuri, ni lazima tuwe na Divina Moses Kuri hata juzi alikuwa anasema ni lazima tuitishe kama 40% ya government iko kwa side yetu. Ndio at least hata ile serikali itakuwa mambo ya Mount Kenya itakuwa imejipanga na wananchi wetu hawataumia, kwa sababu tunajua Mount Kenya inachukiwa na watu wengi, na watu wengi
sana unadanganya wa Kenya. Eti mtaitisha 40%. Ruto aliitisha 50%. Si mmechukua imebaki 6%. Hata hizo mnaweza promisiwa 80%. By the time tunafika 2026 mko na 2%. Ben, lazima tuambie watu wa Mount Kenya ukweli. Acha kudanganya wasee.
Wewe, wacha hiyo story sahi.
Ruto si alipewa 50 na amebaki na 3%.
Ako na 50%.
Ulisikia wapi? So wao pia waitishe hiyo 40 yao. By the time tunaingia 2026 2027 election, percentage imebaki.
Umesajiuliza swali moja, unaongea hivyo. Sasa unajua hiyo ilikuwa da Jubilee government yenye ilikuwa imefodiwa chama nyingi. Na ndivyo naona sasa watu kama Moses Kuria, Wakinya Kionjori, Wakinya Gafogo, tuko na chama zetu. Na zile chama hatutazifodi. Tuende pale kama tuende tu ndani ya UDA tu. Ni lazima tukue na share yenye tutakuwa tunauliza wale viongozi wetu. Tutaenda kufodi chama zetu hapa nje, ni lazima tu negotiate. Na ndio nama usiseme venye unasema ati tutakuja kuumia. Na ndivyo wakina Moses Kuria si wajinga wakikataa kufodi chama zao. wana negotiate na powers na Dr. William Samoei Ruto, ndio akipata president, wale viongozi watakuwa na negotiate on behalf of Mount Kenya.
Sasa Ruto alikuwa mjinga kufold URP kuwasaidia kupata uongozi. Saizi akiwaambia msifold zenyu, muingie pale mnajifanya mmejanjaruka, si ndio?
Wacha nikwambie, sikiza, Ruto ndiye na support sahi na mimi ni support wake mkubwa. Lakini kama hangefold URP na URP ingekuwa uhai sahi, ile chama ingekuwa chama ya kimataifa sahi. URP ndiye ingekuwa inaongea mpaka kwa kura kwa bunge. Na hivi venye viongozi wale walikuwa wanatolewa ati majority wenye wanasupport Ruto kura kwa bunge, kwa Senate, kila mahali, PS, minister wanatolewa kwa sababu wanatolewa hivyo kwa sababu wote wako kwa chama moja. So hakuna chama ya kwenda kuteta pale. Lakini kama URP ingekuwa iko na viongozi wao, wale viongozi wangeteta kura kwa bunge. Lakini saa hii Murathe na Tuju ndio walikuwa na control. So ukiangalia wakina Moses Kuria maana afford mazao, wakina Mwangi Kionjori kuna maana kuna maana na wanaangalia pale mbele. Na sio kama wangekuwa, nimekwambia jibu mzuri, kama Ruto hangefold URP, sasa wale viongozi walikuwa wametolewa, nisema wakina Dora wamepata na hiyo kiti, sasa wangekuwa kule kwa bunge wakiwa leaders. I hope you understand.
Okay, so inamaanisha chama ndio shida ama uongozi?
Chama, unaona hii chama ya kuleta watu pamoja, ati wanafold chama zao, hii imesababisha tuone venye saa hii serikali ya Kenya iko. Lakini kama kungekuwa na chama kama saa hii, tuseme Raila ameingia, Kalonzo wameshikana vile walikuwa wameshikana NASA, hawako wamefold chama zao, walikuwa wameshikana kama NASA. So hata wangeingia Raila kama ni Raila angeingia, hangeendea wengine chini, kwa sababu wale ni viongozi wa chama na wale watu wanaenda kuongea on behalf of the people.
Sasa Karanja, si umesema tu wewe una support DP na DP ndiye anadai vyama zote zikunjwe, kila mtu aingie UDA. Sasa
na ndivyo unaona sahi wale viongozi wa Mount Kenya wenye wanaunga UDA wamekataa kufold chama zao, na wamesema chama zao hawazifold na wataenda nazo mpaka election. So kama Ruto ataenda nao ni sawa, lakini wamesema chama zao hawazifold, watanegotiate na hizo chama. Na ndivyo unaona sasa Central kuna chama nyingi. Kuna chama cha William Kafogo, kuna chama cha Moses Kuria, kuna chama cha Martha Karua, kuna chama cha huyu Kionjori, wale watu, kuna chama ya Muturi, na wale watu wote wengi wako saidia Ruto. Na si eti ni wajinga wakisema watafold chama zao, wataenda kunegotiate kwa power bila chama zao.
Okay. Jack Redo, uliza swali. Karanja, subiri.
Hapo Mount Kenya mnataka kuwa na vyama 20 juu William amewakazia mkue UDA. Alafu kuna we ni mtu Karanja, we ni kijana tu mwenzangu. Unajua chama inamaanisha nini? Sasa ile ya Kiunjuri pia unaita chama ama iko na si wafuasi. Iko na wabunge ma MCA ama nini? Wajua Kiunjuri anatutishia, na hata tukimwambia aite delegates conference ama alete leaders wa hiyo chama, secretary general nini na nini, kuwatafuta itakuwa ngori. Juu bado hawa exist. Alafu mimi kuna kitu I don't support DP's side because I am a Luo. Sisi tutavote tu huyo mzee wetu mpaka hata 2027 akijileta na magazini nyingine tunaweka tu. Lakini I also feel a lot of pain. Kama saizi mnajifanya kama Mount Kenya mmejanjaruka, lakini wakati Ruto aliamua kufold party ndipo awasaidie kupata uongozi, Ruto was good. Now Ruto anasema ile mtindo tulitumia ya kutokuwa na vyama vingi tuitumie sasa hivi, eti tumeona venye Ruto ametritiwa Jubilee, lazima tuwe na chama chetu. Badala ya kusema tumeona venye tumetreat Ruto akiwa Jubilee, kwa sababu ni nyinyi mmemtreat hivyo. Alafu hiyo ofisi ya deputy president pia mmeifanya ikawa useless. Sijui nyinyi mkipewa hiyo ofisi mtafanya aje kama Mount Kenya? Kwa sababu hiyo ofisi hata kina Natembea, ile position na kina Natembea wana hold inaitwa gani Ben?
Wacha nikwambie,
regional commissioner amekuwa di powerful kushinda deputy president, na hiyo
Wacha
position
nikwambie.
ndio bado mnaitaka.
Jakaredo, wacha hiyo story yako. Why are you comparing powers?
But
How
those
can you
people
be
are very
deputy
powerful.
president without power?
But it is even on a daily paper in Kenya, Ben.
Newspaper is not Kenya constitution.
Big office without
The
powers.
constitution is what gives the deputy president powers, not newspaper.
But hata depa mwenyewe ametoka nje akalia kwa microphone eti
basi hiyo ndio makosa. Uongozi wa kulialia ndio hatutaki. Tunataka viongozi wa kusimama kidede waseme kile kinachowauma, sio kusema nimefinywa huku, nimekatwa huku, nimesukumwa hivi, nimefanywa hivi. Sisi hatukuweka kwa ofisi kutulilia.
Nimekubali moderator, lakini swali kwako moderator. Do you agree with this idea that Mount Kenya people wants their party and they finyad Ruto in their party? Now that it is their turn to be finyad, they now say that
we are in a multi-party state, Jakaredo, and this multi-party did not come on women merry-go-round association agreement. This multi-party was paid for by blood. People fought for the same. So we can't fold up parties just because somebody has asked us to.
But Ben, nilikuwa nataka wao pia watoe ile sauti. Nilikuwa nataka Mount Kenya pia watoe ile sauti Sonko alitoa.
Okay, Jakaredo, relax now. Okay, Karanja, what are you saying?
Unaona? Anasema mambo ya powers na nini na nini na nini. Umeshajiuliza swali moja, na ni kwa nini hizo powers zimeleta hivyo shida mpaka Ruto sasa anafukuzwa kwa ofisi yake? Umeshajiuliza kwa nini? Bona kutoka 2017 kutoka 2013 hakukuwa na hiyo mambo.
Wakati mlikuwa mnamtaka tena 2017.
Watu walikuwa wanamtaka wakati Raila Odinga aliingilia kwa chama ya Jubilee, ndio mambo imeanza kuharibika.
Hapo nayo nimekubaliana na wewe.
Bona hujaijiuliza hiyo swali? Wakati huo
unamaanisha Karanja, unataka kusema ni Raila alikuja kufukuza Ruto kwa ofisi?
Kwani nani?
Huyo mzee.
Wacha excuse. Raila alikuja kusaidia rais kufanya kazi. Hakukuja kusumbua Ruto kufanya kazi.
Hakuna kazi Raila alikuja kusaidia rais kufanya. Alikuja
kuharibu kwa deep state. Wewe mambo ile ilikuwa inaendelea back office. So wewe relax. Wewe endelea kusema ile umeambiwa kusema.
Wamekuja kura COVID-19 billionaires hapa.
Office inakuwa na mambo mengi. Wewe acha kuconcentrate kwa front office na kuongea kana kwamba
wamekuja kusaidia serikali gani? Taguraira ingia kwa serikali. Sikiza kwanza, Taguraira ingia kwa hii serikali. Wakikuwa wamebomolewa manyumba, wanabiashara wamelia, COVID-19 imekuliwa, na sasa mnasema hii nini amekuja kusaidia? Hakuna kitu amekuja kusaidia Jubilee. Amekuja kwa sababu ya powers. Na ndivyo naona sasa hii kwa sababu anaweza kuzunguka Mount Kenya, anajitanisha na wale viongozi wakubwa akisaidiwa na Uhuru, ndio aweze kutembea Mount Kenya. Lakini hakuna benefit hata moja amekuja kufanyia Mount Kenya ama nchi. Amekuja pale kwa sababu ya
fungua macho utaona. Hakuna haja ya kuambiwa tazama. Okay? Cha pili katika African traditional setting. Hold on. In African traditional setting, na kule nimetoka, kule nimezaliwa. Ayaga will also support me on this. Mke wa kwanza akianza kuleta kichwa unamuoea wa pili ndio ambalance. Sasa when you have a manipulative partner in a relationship, you handle her by ensuring that she has compare.
Na huyo baba pia anakuwa malaya akishaoa.
Waacha mchezo.
Lakini to be sincere Ben, hata kama mnakataa. William, this is the final one in 30 seconds. William helped them get the pregnancy. I mean, presidency. William helped them get the presidency.
Get the pregnancy and then
it is time, man. I don't care. It is time they pay back. And I'm seeing a situation whereby they have to suffer in any direction they head to. You see?
Clinton. Mrathe
Walai,
alisema
Jacoredo wacha kupedal
tulilipa 2
rumors.
billion. Okay?
Jacoredo
Kenya kapeana half government. So what are we owing?
Jacoredo na
bana,
pedo
hii
rumors.
half government at least ungeenda tujiandike mbele ya Maraga.
Jacoredo
watu wetu hawangetolewa.
wacha kupedal
Lakini
rumors.
mlituambia kwa mdomo.
Enough of that. Let's move on. Penny,
Ben, umenikatiza hata ile kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema in 30 seconds hujanipea.
I had contributed
sana mpaka watu kwa line wanateta.
I was the first one to contribute.
Okay, so we can hear from James Wahome.
Bana,
usikubalishe Jacoredo pedo rumors hapo.
Mimi nishawaambia ukweli wa Mount Kenya. Nipeni deni.
Mimi naendeleza huko kwingine. James Wahome, have you unmute your mic and talk? Yes, it's okay. Contribute now. You're muting and unmuting. Carry on. You unmute once. You have mute.
Hiyo chance hata ungenipa.
Now speak. We can't hear you. You have audio problem. I think you will need to drop out urudi. Atukisikii kile unasema. You would have log out and then log in back, balance your volume or your mic and your camera. Okay, thank you very much. Now, Mike. Before Ayaga, Mike.
Ben, yani ulininyima chance na wapatikani.
Now.
Okay, Zakaredo, that
No,
where's
30
Mike?
seconds.
Yeah, Mike.
Okay, Mike.
Yeah,
Mike, just hold on. Huh?
Yes.
You give me the 30 seconds, we give to Jacaret, and then you have fullness of time without interruption.
Hapana, usipatie Jacaret ataleta rumors hapa.
No. Wacha achukue 30 seconds.
Wacha kuentertain rumors. Anakuja hapa na rumors.
Na nimetumia clip sahi, watu wako kwa DP wanalia, hakuna chakula, hakuna hela.
I have a question for Jacodero. I have one question for him, one or two questions. Jacodero.
Yes.
Can I ask you a question from your contribution?
Yes.
In your conversation, you have just indicated that you cannot vote for Baba because he's old, and then you are giving us you are letting us know that Ruto is still young and therefore he should be voted in, and then the fact that he assisted President Uhuru to clinch presidency, the Mount Kenya people should also help him to clinch presidency. Now, apart from those two factors, apart from the fact that Deputy President assisted the President Kenyatta to clinch power, what are the other things that are making you vote for Ruto? Is it just the fact that he helped President Uhuru? You as a person, what is it that is making you to support the deputy president? You know, in politics, you have to come out candid. You have to tell us your strong reasons. So what are your strong reasons? Because each one of us, we have a reason why we support the people we are supporting. Age is just an number, so you cannot start telling us that someone is old, someone is young. You know, you can be young and you're not resourceful, and vice versa.
So I think the question is self-explanatory. Swali imekuja na majibu ndani yake. So mimi ni kuchagua tu jibu ile inanipendeza. So madam, ni ukweli umesema kwamba everyone has a right to support who they support, and I also have a right to support William the way you support those others.
Your mic, Jacaredo, your mic is not here.
Watu wananisikia. Karanja, si unanisikia? Wewe ndio mtu wangu hapo.
Okay, you are now back. Continue.
Yeah, sauti. Wewe ndio sauti umeacha Capitol Hill. So masikio ndio umeacha Capitol Hill. So Penny ama anaitwa Feni. I did say so, but you know, it is true baba ako na miaka kushinda William. Nilikuwa na compare watu wawili, moja ni mzee, mwingine hajafikisha hiyo
Enda
umri ya kuwa
straight
mzee
kwa
sana.
jibu, enda straight kwa jibu. Wacha story mingi ya kwenda round tafadhali.
Do you want to answer on my behalf?
Unatupotezea wakati.
Do you want to answer on my behalf? So Penny, I compared the two ages. Unaona yenyewe baba amezeeka kushinda Ruto. Kama ni miaka nilikuwa naangalia, moja ni mzee, mwingine si mzee, na mzee kati yao ni baba. Alafu pia I said that Mount Kenya, William Ruto helped them, ama helped you kama we ni moja wao, to clinch the presidency, kwa sababu hapa nje tulikuwa tumejipanga eti mtabaki peke yenu, William atakuja aungane na Wakenya wengine, lakini William alitu let down. He betrayed others and supported you, and you even went ahead to promise him during the day 10 yangu na 10 yake, yeah? So mimi nimewakumbusha tu imefika wakati wa kulipa deni, ile 10 yangu na 10 yake, na pia nikawaambia repercussions za kulipa deni ya 10. Nikawaambia mkikataa William na hizo 10 zake mlimwaahidi, mkuje kwetu.
Go to the answer. Umeulizwa swali clear. What are the reasons? Wachana na stories za 10 yangu, hizo ni political statements. Straight to the answer, Jacoredo.
Jacaredo, deni ikilipwa.
Okay.
How will you gain as a citizen of this nation? Because you know we are not just politicking. This platform is supposed to help us become better people at choosing good leaders for the future. It's supposed to leave us be better people. So what is it that you can tell us about the deputy president that is making you to vote for him, apart from the fact that he assisted the President Uhuru to clinch his presidency?
Okay,
what is
madam,
this thing that makes you identify with him now? Age and kulipa deni apart, what are these things? You know, it's not coming out clearly.
Okay. Sasa hata wewe ukiangalia vizuri madam, siasa yenye tunaenda, siasa ya 2022 ni kati ya Raila na William. Wote wakienda kukampeni hapo kwenu Mount Kenya, wote wanaitisha madeni. Sasa mimi nikiwa compare kwa madeni, nimekosea wapi? Raila anaomba deni ya baba yake na anaomba yake mwenyewe yenye alipea
Jibu
kibali.
swali, wacha Ruto, propaganda. Jibu swali.
And then
nimeulizwa swali about
why are you skirting around? Bernard, wachana na huyu bana. Huyu hata skirt around tu anakuja tuna propaganda all over.
Even the former prime minister said at the floor of the house that I have a right to answer the question according to how I understand.
No.
Sasa huyu professor aache kuleta ujuzi wake kwa swali langu.
You cannot set yourself the question.
I have to finish because Temba cannot stop me from answering the question I have been asked.
Answer the question then. What's a propaganda?
But I'm trying to answer the question according to the way I understand it. But it seems you have a better understanding or a lower understanding of the same question.
Okay, Temba, hold on, order.
Yeah. You see, Temba is trying to argue. Temba is trying to argue with me.
No, wachana na mimi, wewe jibu swali.
Yeah, but alikuwa ananiongelesha, so sijui mbona
wewe jibu swali. Achana na mimi.
Anajaribu kuniangalia kama tangatanga na yeye ni mtu wa handshake. And I would like to inform him kwamba hata hiyo side ako sisi tulishona hadi uniform.
Sijauliza swali. Iliisha. Wachana na mimi, sijauliza jibu swali.
Nikirudi kwa Penny, I have so many reasons as to why I support William. And you have so many reasons as to why you support your candidate. You know?
Yes.
The
name
reasons
3
that you have.
Name 3. Name 3.
What
other than age and
Temba, order.
So you see, you are the one who is going out of order each and every time. You tell me to answer the question. The question was not yours, and you seem to be more interested, or she asked on your behalf.
Your 30 seconds are over.
Because you've talked nonsense all over my 30 seconds. Just shut up, I finish, man. So in as much in the many reasons you have for supporting Baba Penny, I also have mine as to why I support William Ruto. You know? So wewe tosheka na sera za candidate wako.
Sasa hiyo ni jibu
I
gani
don't
bwana
have
Bernard? Hiyo ni jibu gani?
I don't
Jagaredo,
have the mandate to
Jagaredo,
convince
thank you for
you.
attempting to answer the question. It is clear that you don't
Man,
have a definite
I won't
reason why
accept.
you
I won't
support
accept
DP.
that when I have been. I won't accept that when I have been attacked by a team handshake, you
No,
support
he
them,
doesn't
It is
want to
and then
not
answer
you don't
the
team
want me to
handshake
put
here.
across my
A
point.
straightforward question requires a straightforward answer. And if you don't have an answer, you also pass. Unasema pass. Unasaidiwa na watu wengine. So hakuna haja ya kuzungusha sisi hapa.
So the question was quite rude on me. That other than this and this.
Okay, so you feel offended by being asked a question. Then
No, no, I don't feel offended.
Then just
out.
say you don't want to
Let's
answer,
hear
then
from
you
Mike.
pass.
Let's hear from Mike. When you have cooled down, you will come back with an answer.
So
You can also Google answers, no
you
problem.
see, Themba is arguing from a Tanga and handshake point of view, of which we were not yet there. Eh? Anyway,
The 30
Themba,
seconds is over.
Penny, nimekatazwa kukujibu, and maybe next time I will answer your question.
Mike, let's hear from you.
There's a reason why I asked those questions, because I don't find you objective.
Yes.
You know, I don't find you objective. You are arguing with everybody.
Penny, just hold on. You will get answers to those questions. We still have got many people here that would want to make their contribution. Let's at least let the debate go on for the sake of the viewers. Huh? So, Mike, make your contribution.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. This is my take. Naona kuna mambo mengi imeongelewa. Many things that have been talked about. But I want to start from one point that is very close to me. I think that the other moderator talked about Chiloba, the appointment of Chiloba. I have something to say about Chiloba. Of course, he comes from my county, that is Trans Nzoia. And he happened to be a schoolmate. We did Form 4 together. He went, of course, to UN, did law and the likes, scaled up to UN, did masters. And before Chiloba came to IBC, let me just shed light. I think Chiloba, kuna kitu hajawahi waambia sana, which I can be maybe a break on something. Chiloba just applied to IBC while in UN, and he just did it jokingly, kind of. He was not sure that he was going to be picked. And more so, Chiloba is an Adventist. He's really a born-again guy. So the time he was picked, he just came to Kenya, did the interview, but not that serious interview. He knew he was not going to be picked. Then surprisingly, the guy was picked. And when he called me, I told Chiloba, my friend, you are joining politics. Yeah, IBC is a dirty, it's a dirty job, kind of, because the experience of the predecessors. So Chiloba said, now that I've been picked, I can't call it, I love to take this job anyway. So he took it, and there he went with all his muscles and the likes. But what I know about the guy, he was not threatened and all that. But then again, there are so many stories to that until he was taken out. But when he went out, the guy just became a farmer, and more so of late he has been doing what you call just engaging, just as a negotiator and engaging some other guys. And the reason why he was picked is because, that job, by the way, just like being in the force and all that, once you are thrown out, you know a lot of things about the government. So you have to be brought back, at least to serve somehow, because people would ask, why was that guy taken out? So all the same, Chiloba is back, and we are proud. He's a guy I know, and he'll work. He's a lawyer, yes, but CCK, because that level you don't need to have those qualities of knowing things about communications and all that. You are just this like the CEO at that point. Now, to number two, You have talked about politics, of course. We have all these heroes here, the likes of Raila, likes of, and I like. I think the other guy was Kesa, who was comparing now that Raila is older than Ruto and all that. Yes, age is a factor, but if you look at what Raila has come to be, he's really struggled. He has made history. So what is this new thing he wants to do in the next 5 years? So my support, I would say that let's give the young ones at least time now to, because they still have the energy. Let Raila and maybe Uhuru and these other guys, the Atulis and the likes, waingie kwa bench, they become the council of elders. They give advice. They give the so-called Solomonic wisdom. But then the drivers, these guys who are very energetic. And I like the way politics is now, Kenya is, if you compare Kenya with other countries, we are doing our politics differently. In fact, we are even more than US, if I may say so. But let the wheel just, sabaga bus. Wacha bus yende tu. Some guys, I think now we have 2 buses. Others will join this camp, others will join this camp, and there will be 2 horses at the end of the day. But what is worrying more so is in Kenya, do we really trust the IBC to conduct the so-called credible elections? Do you really trust them? Because if your side is beaten, you say they have stolen. If your side has won, yes, we have won. Do you really trust the process? Maybe it's time we think of bringing some neutral guys from out there to just come and conduct the election for free. And again, if you look at the developments of this world, there was in Kenya, for example, there was this thing about BBI. Now, about BBI, what was it all about? What I normally say is that it's like BBI was crafted. It was meant to fail from the word go. Can you imagine those errors that were pointed by the lawyers, by the High Court, whatever? Look at all these documents going to the government printers with those errors. Are they really errors? Glaring like that. It has gone through serious offices. It has gone through serious guys who are looking at all the semantics and the grammar in there. I know I'm hurting some people there, but then they just gojea tu kidogo, mambo inakuja. There's this thing that we still believe we own our people. Tribalism in Kenya has really, we are still clinging to our so-called leaders. Western, you will talk of now, you want this Mudavadi and the other guy, this Wetangula and the likes. Go to Nyanza, you have their own kingman. So there are kingmen and women in all the provinces, the 8 provinces we are talking about. Even if devolution came, yes, but we still have our own people. So we cannot really go out of our tribe talk as of now. That one, just take it to the bank. Even if Ruto is trying to bring UDA, the party that he thinks is bring everybody on board without the tribal element, still he's going to Central. He's picking somebody from Central. Still, he has to pick somebody from Coast. Still, he has to pick somebody. The appointments, all of in all these areas. So what we are saying is, let us just witness the trend as it's going. But my prayer is, let's have just good discussions, not about talking against each other. And what I'm giving a plus to somebody like Ruto, for example, is that number one, this guy is talking about the bottoms-up economy approach. But then the other guys, instead of bring their own models, they are just disputing this guy and talking about this guy. So who is having a plus in there? Who is ideological in that particular case? Yeah. And my last point goes to, or my last talk, maybe we'll settle on the guys from Central. You see, you are now the darling of all the people. Guys are streaming there to look for votes. No, yet all the guys who are contenders have gone there. It is like you have, that's the lady who's supposed to be married. The lady is being courted. But now, look at what's coming out of Central. You're playing who, you're playing this one, you're playing this one. So we don't believe now whom you will settle. We are not really sure. Are you settling for Ruto? Because you are attending to Ruto's camps, you are attending to Raila's camp. Today you are saying this, tomorrow you are saying that. I don't know what will happen from Central. I know, as my other colleague had said, you'll play the second fiddle this time, because there's no way you'll have the president. You'll just have to have maybe the running mate coming from Central, if that is it. And then the issue of irreducible minimums. What are those irreducible minimums? Now, what will these other communities say? I know Central, you guys, you are controlling. The economy of Kenya is almost in your hands. You have all those tycoons there who are now befriending, some are meeting with Ruto, some are meeting with Raila. So what is going to happen in that case? So how is Kenya? No, it is now almost, and I have the mind now of somebody who is an investor. Somebody who's coming as an investor. We look at how will Kenya be? And for the first time, after Moi, it's only Moi out of all the presidents who came outside Central. Otherwise, now we are going to have, and Babu Owino said the other day that if you give Ruto, you'll have another 20 plus years before you get the presidency. You give Raila, because Raila is very old, you're going to have maybe another 5 years and then you come back. So what is your take on that point? So anyway, politics as we see it, I'm only happy with what is called devolution. At least now we are seeing developments happening all over Kenya. I'm happy about that. You go anywhere, there are roads being built, developments are there. Let's just continue devolving. I was happy BBI brought something about getting things again from the county government to the MCAs, the other side, close to the people. And yet, even if guys are stealing, and I'm happy that even if Kenyans are stealing now, they are not taking money outside Kenya. They are developing. Mtu akijenga ghorofa karibu na nyumba yangu, at least I will get some service. Akifanya hata akiiba pesa huko alete kitu hapa, alete stima, at least I'll have nearness to accessibility to some of those facilities there, which is okay. But during those days of Moi, I'm telling you, guys were stealing and then taking money abroad, investing outside there. There was no circulation of money in the country. But right now, hata pesa ikiibua Kenya, iko tu hapa Kenya, ina develop Kenya, na tutafaidika tu.
Sasa wewe Mike,
yes.
Nimekupatia muda wa kujitetea, umejitetea sana. Naona umeanza kutetea corruption. Sasa hapo sioni tukikubaliana.
Sitetei corruption sana, because this thing
ngoja kwanza. Subiri niulize wewe swali.
Okay, sawa.
Since independence, you seem to be up to date with our history. When did we ever have the youngest president?
I can't say we had the youngest, because when Kenyatta was taking over that time, I think the age at that time was almost the age of these guys who wants to take over now. Yeah.
No,
but
I'm asking.
Yes.
As at the presidency, we had Kenyatta, we had Jomo Kenyatta, we had Moi, we had Kibaki, then we had the current president,
Uhuru, yes.
Uhuru Kenyatta. Okay.
Yes.
So 2013 to 2022, we have had the youngest president and the youngest deputy president.
Yes.
Let's compare their performance with Kibaki's president, 2002 to 2013. If you are the class teacher, who would you vote for?
For the presidency in terms of development and all that?
Yes,
of course, I'll vote for Kibaki.
You'll vote for Kibaki?
Yes.
So your advocacy for a younger president is not accurate, because utuambi ukweli. Wewe unajua kwamba the youngest president have dug us into a hole. Tuko na madeni, tuko na njaa, tuko na corona, tuko na nzike, lakini we bado unasema tuongeze tena another 20 years. Hey, unatupenda kweli?
No, I have a mind of, you know, when you look at this guy speaking, nikiangalia Uhuru mzuri. if he speaks, by the way, I think what Uhuru is doing is not his mind. He's just being given directions by other quarters. But if you look at Ruto, Ruto is himself. So this guy will direct if he's going to direct Kenya the right way, he's going to do that. And I'll compare Ruto with the likes of Kina Kagame of Rwanda. Just look at how Kagame changed Rwanda.
Thank you, Mike.
Yes.
Now, when you begin to go in that direction, you are confirming a lot of things in terms of who are the friends of Ruto and who are his mentors and what kind of country we'll have under his leadership. I don't want to judge that for now, but let's have some other people ask you questions if there is, before we move on.
But there's something I want to, before they ask the questions.
Yes.
I think Kenya needs, as much as we are democratic, we need somebody, again, who is a bit, is a dictator, somehow. We need an element of dictatorship in Kenya for things to run.
Did you tell me you are in UDA?
Yes.
Did you say you are in UDA?
No, I didn't say so. I was just comparing.
But you support William Ruto?
Yeah.
And the greatest complaint William Ruto is that the president has been disregarding the court orders and he has introduced dictatorship. He's bringing the military in the city. Have you heard that complaint?
No, he's doing so because it's like he's seeing things getting out of his wings. Yeah, so that's why, once threatened, even Moi was not a dictator, but after the 1982 coup, Moi changed and became a dictator, sort of.
Okay,
so it depends on circumstances.
Let me leave it there. Let's hear some other sentiment. You are in. We'll get another round so that we proceed.
Thank you.
Ayaga, how are you today? You're welcome.
I'm good, Bernard. How are you?
Well, karibu sana.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone is also, everybody is well. So I will be very short. Nowadays I just come, I tell these young people the truth, and then I sleep. Let me start by the point made by my brother Mike. Mike is a very intelligent man. If you ask Mike today a simple question, which I just want you to answer me then in like 10 seconds before I go on, that the model you guys are talking about, which is bottom up, correct, you have it. What we have been using is called ups down or trickle down model.
Yeah, trickle down.
What is the other name of bottom up? Like you can say trickle down is ups down, or trickle down is ups down kind of model. What is the other name of bottom up?
Simply put,
Not simply.
bottom up.
Bottom up. Yeah, bottom up. Another name apart from bottom up.
It is just a way of empowering.
My brother. So it is empowering.
Empowering the low class in the society.
So
in economics,
we have
three levels.
There are four.
Yeah, we have transaction level. Middle level.
Hold on. Wait for your answer. Wait the mic.
Yes. Can I continue? Do I continue?
Mike, continue.
Yes. I'm saying if you look at that pyramid, we have of course the transaction level at the bottom there, where we have many guys who of course their revenue is very low. Then we have the middle class, and then we have the upper class. So what it means is, decisions normally flow from top downwards. That's the case in any organization. But what this economic model wants to portray is that can we give money to these low class guys, the borders, the mamambogas, the guys who are using the wheelbarrows and the likes? Can we empower them so that they do their businesses when they are enabled? And from that particular, they are going to touch so many people. Other than having one tycoon.
Hold on.
Yes.
Mike, hold on.
Yes.
Let Ayaga clarify his question. Mute your mic.
Mute your mic. Yeah, mute your mic. You know, that's now the problem with these people called the Tanga or Asla Nation. They talk about something they don't understand and they don't. At now, bottom up is empowering. I told you, just give me the other name. Like we can say, trickle down is up down kind of model. Bottom up, the other name. You are explaining.
Sit down up.
My friend, if somebody told you illustrate, state, explain. If I told you state, just state one name and you go ahead fooling the one file with that. Hata kama ningekuwa lecturer ningekupea tu 0, even if the answer is correct. Let me do this.
Yes.
Let me go this way. Bottom up. Or let me ask you another question. Can you give me country in this world? A country, any country under the planet called Earth that has used bottom up and succeeded from third world to a middle economy, then to a superpower kind of economy using that model you are calling empowerment. Give me at least one. I don't want to. Just give me one.
And now that's the problem with research. That you must put something. Then you want to use it based on the current status. Just like lawyers. That for you to make a decision, make a verdict, you have to cite a case somewhere. That should be just not be the thing. Can you look at the circumstances right now and decide the model you can use? You can pilot that model, see if it works in a small setup. Other than going to other countries, seeing that model works or not. By the way, we are not being. I think CBC will change all those things. Yeah, we want to just dwell on books, whatever we have read. The country has done ABCD. I don't want to go that direction. Can we engineer our own models? That is it.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mike. We have had that so many times. So just relax. Ayaga, make your submission, please. To move forward.
Bernard, now you realize that these guys are talking of something that, number one, is not even exist. Because what I know with bottom up, in a layman language, bottom up is where money comes from down, going up. Correct. And there must be a existing law that provides that. And that kind of model can work in a superpowers economy, those big economy. Countries with big economy like USA, like Germany, like China, where nobody is poor. Even the people they call the third class are the people we call the rich people in Kenya. And those who are not employed, government pay them. Like US, government pay the unemployed because it is the failure of government for those people to lack jobs. So if you tell those people to pay tax, that will move from down, moving upward, they have no problem with it. And ups down is where money is collected in a central place, like what we do in Kenya through KRA, and that money trickle down. And when it trickles down, it stimulates the economy at the level of an ordinary man. And through that, government collects a reasonable tax to do development, infrastructure to expand the employment base. Let me have that rest in peace. I'm not an economist. I think Ndi is advising them well and confusing them 100% because Ndi is introducing things they cannot explain even in a layman language. Because if it is a bottom up, which means tax, you will tax a lot. You will tax people a lot to have money. Okay. Today's topic is about Cheloba, cabinet reshuffle. This thing started few days back. And Tanga people were not aware that something is happening. Number one, what the State House has managed to do is to seal information. So everything that is happening, Denis Itumbi will not post them prior. So Denis Itumbi is baseless now. He is not receiving any information. And that was done through even very fast removing some of the guards at the deputy president's uh, residence. Those were the people who were mostly leaking the information. So it was sealed. After that, Uhuru started playing the ground, but he started long time ago. Look, the guy who is managing the data is who? Kasait. The same Kasait, when he was appointed the manager of Sijui whatever data in Kenya, and Sijui Oduma whatever, not Oduma, data something, the same Kasait is the lady we were complaining about as NASA in 2017 that he has managed to enter like 3 million people, non-existing voters. And actually, those people voted for only Uhuru Kenyatta, but never voted for any other candidates. And that is the sole reason why the election was nullified. Today, Kasait sits as a data director in this country. William Ruto must have a very many reasons to get worried. Appointment of Chiloba. I want to tell you the Chiloba's classmate. The appointment of Chiloba is very dangerous for him because Chiloba sits in a position that's the place where the media will be controlled, how your presidency will be covered, coverage of your campaign, propaganda, and everything will be channeled through that authority. And the results will also be channeled there. The guy who took over Msando, after Msando was killed, I can't remember the name, is the director of Huduma Center and Huduma number something. I can't remember the name.
Muhati.
So Muhati. Yes, thank you very much. So this thing is sealed. And I want to tell William Samoei Ruto supporters, you can support William, but have it in your heart. The guy will not be president. My friend, I told the people the other day, Mount Kenya, they are not fools. Those Mount Kenya Foundation, they are not fools. Those guys never invest in something that they won't get any benefit. They must benefit. And that benefit is through propaganda that is going to be channeled around Mount Kenya to only get maybe 40% from that. They scattered the rest and it will be a done deal. Cabinet reshuffled is also another surety that it is now sealed. We are moving to the vote. William Ruto is outside the government. I know this will not. I used to support William Ruto, by the way, before even I joined this debate. We used to support him under this banner of young aspirant Kenya. You can even go to the logo. You can even follow us on Facebook, Young Aspirant Kenya. Look at the previous photos and even the political engagement, we were really in UDA. But when we watch P and predict the future is very dangerous there. I wish my brothers who are still there to stay calm. Let them wait and see. It is a wait and see game. But finally, as I am finishing, I have this for all presidential candidates. Musalia Mudavadi, hope is not a strategy. You are too old to be hopeful. Go for what you deserve. You have experience, you have influence, you have money. If you want to be a president, go for it. William Ruto is like a young rabbit which run very fast and forget easily. And he's also the time is on his side, the age on his side. He has money, he has influence, he has a fighting chance in the future. Kalonzo Musyoka, you are experienced, you have money, you have influence. If you can't use those, young politicians or junior politicians under you will use those to manipulate you. Raila Odinga is like a sailing boat heavily loaded towards the shore. He's about to anchor. No matter how that boat anchors, with a victory or with a lose, we have a Kenya tomorrow. So, and where we come from, there is a proverb that says that the boat always sinks when it approaches the shore. So I beg Raila Odinga, because this show is very loaded with so many hearts and so many human beings. So no matter how that boat lands at the show, either as a president or you lose the presidency, we need a better Kenya tomorrow. I rest my case. I think the rest are just joyriders and flower girls. They are building future in presidency. Thank you very much. Unless somebody asks question.
Okay, thank you, Ayaga. Anybody with a question for Ayaga?
Okay.
All
I
right.
have something to comment about. They have just
Yes.
discussed about the bottom-up model of economy,
Model of economy,
and
and
I wanted to make a
Ayaga,
simple
mute your mic. Mic has a very strong feedback. Okay, carry on, Penny.
Yeah, I wanted to make some comment about the bottoms-up model of economy. And my opinion about it is that it is so populist, you know. It is so populist. It is not practical. We do not know what mechanisms are in place, because we also have other things like the youth fund, women fund, CDF and stuff like that. So you wonder what mechanism that they are going to use to make this bottoms up model succeed. What will they do with the youth fund? What will they do with the CDF and stuff like that? And then it is a model that has not been proven and tested, you see. So we are not going to take models that have not been proven and tested and use it on our economy when we are experiencing a lot of difficulties. You know, the masses are experiencing a lot of poverty. They cannot afford the basic necessities of life. And then from the way our brothers who belong to UDA discussed the bottoms up, they seem like they are just going to be having money, distributing that money. So to me, it's like a culture of is it handouts, you know, that people are going to have money, so they're just going to be giving people money so that everybody may have money in their pockets. Rather, I think that there should be a mechanism of making business doable.
There should be a mechanism of making business doable. There should be.
So this bottoms up thing for me, I have never come to, I have never really understood it. This bottoms up.
Okay, thank you, Penny. And
Bernard,
I really, I'm very careful about
Very careful
commenting on the
about
game.
commenting on the game.
Aga,
Bernard,
please
I
mute.
have please mute.
Bernard, 1 minute.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Penny has just reminded me about something. In Kenya today, we are at economic revolution kind of scenario. We are in an economic revolution, so we cannot use something that has never been tried anywhere on this earth to come and bring it to Kenya. And in Kenya, we have laws. We are a country that have the constitution. Whenever you want to introduce anything, that thing must be within the perimeters of the constitution of this nation. This thing we call the bottom up. People like Mike has just failed to explain to us where is the money that you will be giving the youth down there. Where is the money going to come from? Because the trickle down we are talking about, it is obvious the money will come from the central government. Even the devolved unit we have, the system of government you have, where we have 48 governments, which one act like a provider to the others. And that is what we were talking about, so that counties can also give that money further down to the wards, which my brother Mike actually supports, but his masters oppose. His masters is just a populist. Tokenism and a populist. We are too young for populists. The countries that go the populist direction, they are not developed until today. That's why Singapore is rich and Malaysia is poor. Armenia is poor.
Bernard,
Korea poor when South Korea is rich.
Who is that?
Who is that?
Please, if you
Please.
want to make a
If you
comment,
want
you
to
lift
make a
your
comment,
hand.
you lift your hand. You don't shout.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ayaga, complete
I
your
have to
submission.
complete your submission.
I was already.
That's Wamalwa.
Hold on.
Karaoke, wait for the fact. Populist, go to populist nations. Populist, North Korea is totally poor, while North Korea is rich. You cannot compare the economy in Singapore and economy in Syria or Yemen. We cannot go that direction. In Kenya, we want to move in a projective where Kibaki left us. These two guys under the new dispensation, and they come under the constitution where they are we have the presidency, where two people are the head elected together and should be responsible for the failures of this nation. Even one, if you run away and you have not resigned, enjoying the government expenses at the same time, we fuel your cars, we service your family, we give security to you, everything you own on this one, and coming here to tell us that government. I heard them in Migori telling the people in Migori, yeah, you are not employed because of government. Who is government? If you ask them today, who is government and what is government, and explain to us how this government is structured, and executive is part of government and is in executive. Hata today niliona kiti yake akiwa pale kwa cabinet secretary akizushia ati anaenda matanga, surely. And this is the person we will have in State House doing serious jobs, or will be attending funerals. Every funeral.
Thank you, Ayaga.
Thank you, Ayaga.
Are we electing a funeral attender, or we want a president
Thank you, Ayaga. Let's hear from Wamalwa. What is it, Wamalwa?
Okay, the problem we have in this country is people don't understand. Huh? They really believe on myth. And what I have realized from the whom we call demigod of certain people is that what he lack is just to be in the table with a few tubocrats who believe Kenya belong to them. And now, because because promise some project and some things which will make us poor, he thought his own election. What I know, Raila cannot be any solution of this country. In fact, he is a problem to this country. And somebody who has presidential material in him is deputy president. And please, Penny and Ayaga, I know these guys wanaelewa. And when Ruto come up with his model of economy, he explained very briefly. And I remember one day he said about the arms factory which was built in Kiambu. He said, instead of establishing that factory, why don't you employ thousands of Kenyans? Today Raila was in Kibera. What did he promise them? Kazi ya kuosha mitaro, surely. And the youth we have here walikuwa wanachangilia sana, surely.
So Wamalwa,
ni lini mnaacha kuosha
Wamalwa,
mitaro? Surely?
Are you asking a question? You're making a statement or what? Story ya kazi ya kuosha mitaro nafikiria inaenda sana na slogan ya dini yenu. I mean chama chenu. Kazi ni kazi. Shida iko wapi?
Baba being in Kibera at his age of 80 years. No reason.
Look here, Wamalwa,
he is promising.
And you better go get your name. Your name is Kariuki. Ruben.
He is promising the youth kuosha
camouflaging
mitaro.
As Wamalwa makes you questionable too. What I would want you to appreciate first and foremost is go to the archives, find out the track record of Raila's performance and Ruto's performance. When you have established that, come let us debate. But dismissing that Raila is a problem and you are not substantiating it, and then you say that bottom up is explained by the people. And explained by the people briefly. When it is straightforward, it is nothing new. It's nothing new. Ayaga, mute your mic. Your mic. Whatever the DP is advocating for right now is nothing new. It is everything that KANU has been doing since KANU was in power, and that is an economy of handouts. Ninyi kaeni kijijini, tingiza. Mtukufu rais atakuja, atawapatia basi. Mtukufu rais atakuja, atawajengea shule. Mtukufu rais atakuja, atawajengea cattle dip. Tingiza, chama moja. Chama cha baba na mama. That is all that the DP is saying. He has only changed the names. But it's the same tactic.
No,
you may be too young to understand that. Please work hard. Just take history.
Where the archive is. So explain to him where the archive is. Ajui archive iko wapi.
Iko hapa town.
Akifika Nairobi,
so
hapo kuna
Raila has been an MP for 50 years. And at his age of 80 years, he is coming back to promise them kazi ya kuosha mitaro.
What you don't understand. We have advised you over and over again.
No.
Talk facts. Okay, facts means
I am talking the facts.
Raila has been an MP of where?
Kibera for so many years, but those people are still very poor and what he can see when he came to Kibira ni watu wa kuosha mitaro, ni watu wa kwenda kurusha mawe, ni watu wa kwenda kumwapisha Uhuru Park. Surely what kind of nation are we heading? Ama tunataka nini
Okay,
kwake?
Wamalwa, can I ask you a question?
Akiona
Wamalwa,
amezungukwa
sikiliza,
na tubocrats wachache.
Najua siasa yenu ni hiyo ya kupaka matope na tunakubaliana na nyinyi kwa sababu hiyo ndio mnajua. Ukweli ni kwamba hujasoma, enda Wikipedia right now, okay? I've been checking the history of Raila. There is a program I'm working on, and I've been counter checking what is written about him because I want to be accurate in talking about him. Nenda upate facts. Tuambie 19 so and so and 19 so and so, Raila did this and did not do this. Raila was given this and did not do this. But if you come here to tell us what you've been told to tell us, please,
Bernard, Wikipedia is not
forgive us, but we will not allow it.
You should not tell somebody to go to Wikipedia to find facts. You don't find facts on Wikipedia.
1982.
You check for information and counter-check the information. You don't say you don't get
Bernard,
facts.
can I talk?
2017, he committed treason.
Bernard.
So that's a kind of a guy who is supposed to be in
Hold
prison.
on, hold on.
But not
Hold on,
somewhere
you will give your
brutally
submission when it's your turn. I thought you are doing an intervention and you want to make submission. Themba, just hold on. James was giving his submission and had technical hitch. Let him talk. James, unmute and talk. Hey, Oga James. We can't hear you. Sorry, there's a problem with your mic. Are you on phone or on PC? You can't even answer. So sort out your sound problem. You have sound problem. We can't hear you. Okay. Penny, you had something to say about what Wamalwa is saying. Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to challenge Wamalwa. I wanted to ask him one question. How much can you tell us about your candidate that you're supporting? What are these things apart from the firearms that was being built in Ruiru? I want you to give me give me 3 achievements. Give me at least 3 things that Ruto has stood for. Give me 3 things that the deputy president has stood for that makes him to be very attractive to an extent of voting for him as a president. What are the 3 things that you would attribute as his achievements?
Okay.
As opposed to Raila.
Okay, thank you. And I will start with recently. And I will start from 2013 to 2017, before the Raila joined Uhuru. Both Uhuru and Ruto did a very good job. We saw so many development in this country. So many roads were constructed. So many.
Can I interrupt you?
No, listen. In my own county, 2013 to 2017,
Wamalwa,
we had.
do you know the deputy president before 2013? Do you know him before 2013, or you're just telling us? Can you tell me something before 2013?
I have started with recent.
I want something in the 90s, because the deputy president initially was with the prime minister. So tell me something. Do you know the deputy president very well?
Yes, I know him when he was.
I think I'm more interested in his life and achievements before 2013, before he joined hands with Uhuru.
I know him more.
Tell me something previous.
Listen, I know him when he was Minister for Education, and for higher education, something technology and science. And this kind of this good education, he took the kind of the education in this country are very much higher. Then, if you read the very good history about Ruto, he worked very good when he was Minister for Agriculture. Despite hii mambo ya Raila Odinga hakuna kitu anaonaga mzuri, the time that Kenya did well in the field of agriculture was when Ruto was the minister. But due to the cartel that was surrounding Baba and a few turbocrats, Baba could not allow Ruto to continue, I think either for future gain. But the kind of science and technology education in this country, when Ruto was Minister for Higher Education, did very well. And he has a very good track record.
Okay, what about the Constitution 2010? Was he part of the people who voted in the Constitution that we are now enjoying? What are his achievements as
being with your own stand is not a crime. We can have anything, even that baby, it is his or my own stand. And its impact, I don't care about it. But
Okay,
I cannot judge him negatively
umeuliza
because
swali
of his
vizuri
own
tu,
stand.
useme kile kitu ambacho Deputy President amesimamia akasimama, msimamo wake ni huu, conviction yake ni hii, he believes this about Kenya, he believes that about Kenya, and he has proven it for this period of time. Not activities, a conviction, a purposeful venture that he can rally the country.
Was he part of the people who fought for the repealing of the Constitution, Section 2A of the Constitution? Was he responsible for bringing in multipartyism, or he's the same person who is trying to muzzle other parties and claiming that other people should fold up their parties and go back to the Moi era when there was only one party system?
I think Penny
has he brought devolution? Did he vote in the 2010 Constitution that is currently
okay, Penny, let him respond so that we move on.
I think Penny, let's not reason. Let's not be so much petty about tomorrow what he did, but like the issue of party.
It's not petty.
Skiza, reason. And this
Those
issue
are not
of
petty issues.
Reason. I have been hearing people here talking about Ruto anatuambia tukuje vyama zetu tukiwa mounting to form chama yake. UDA is less than a year older, and now you are there, you go there and they start forming smaller party. Hata hamujajenga chama yenyewe. Surely hata Raila Odinga mwenyewe amekuwa so much in cost, hataki hizo small party. Kwa nini? Assume hiyo UDA for less than a year, Moses Kuria ametoka, ameenda ametengeneza kachama kake, Kiujuri ametoka na kachama kake, amevumilia hiyo. Who will be next? It will be Greshi. Aende tena afomu kachama kake. That will not be a party. So he must be very firm, form a very strong party. Hata akienda kwa negotiation with other smaller party, he will be strong. But for now, akijaribu kukubalia those smaller people, mtu anatoka na chama chake, sijui tujibebe, anaenda na form, for sure hakutakuwa chama kama UDA, and I support him. And if you want to, ukitaka kuuza hata baba mwenye anaamini na hizo demokrasi zake, eda uambie Joho ajaribu kuform chama yake. The following day, baba will be in Mombasa kuangalia what is being formed. So, Ruto is very consistent, ni venye mwelewi siasa zake, amekuwa akielezea vizuri a very good agenda of bottom up. Kutoka chini kwenda juu. Usaidia kama just subsidize the fertilizer, mkulima aweze kulima, aweze kuuzia ule Mkenya ako juu, ama wale wa Kenya wengine.
Bernard, can I make my presentation?
Thank you, Wamalwa. Thank you, Penny. Let us, for the last time, James, have you sorted out your sound problem? Unmute kwanza.
Can I say something?
Yes. Carry on. Unmute kwanza. Unmute ukimute. Just once. You click once, then you let it.
Bernard, I know I'm on. Can I say something as we wait for James?
Oh, you have problem. Okay, you will sort it out. Who is speaking? Mohammed.
Mike. It's Mike speaking.
Mike.
Yes.
No. You'll be having the second round when Temba has not had the first time.
Before Temba, I can see Temba is charging so much. Just before Temba talks. Yeah, I can see he's very anxious. He's
been on the waiting roll for a long time to be unleashed.
Okay, let him come then. Okay.
Let Temba go, then you come.
Hata sitaongea sana. I don't want to respond to Ruben, who has written his name as Wamalwa so that he can camouflage and come in and talk. His line of argument is predictable. He'll come here, bash Baba, give nothing substantial, say that Ruto is a bottom-up thing that only Ruto understands. Even them, they don't understand. So I don't want to give him any more fame than he has gotten so far. So I want to go straight on and talk about the topic of the day and the imports of the cabinet reshuffle. It can be read in many ways, and for me, I choose to read it as a sign that is being spoken, that there's someone in control, and that person who is in control, who is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, is now trying to communicate that I want to consolidate the people who can work with me. And if you can notice, over time, there has been suspicion that there are some people within the government who have been leaking government information. So it was necessary that he reorganizes his activities, he reorganizes the people that can work with him, so that he can achieve his objective as he set in after the handshake. And indeed, if you have noticed, Uhuru has not been very political lately. He's just been working. When he goes, he's attending to unveil a particular project. When he goes to a place, he's unveiling a particular project. He's being very, very, very deliberate with the actions he's taking. So in areas that he thinks he needs to deliver in a certain way, he has been very categorical. And I think, to an extent, moving Qatar from energy, that will be a significant one, because you remember, these are people who came in 2013, when they came in and they were taking 50-50, and some of the key ministries that were given to Ruto, one of them was energy. And in the energy ministry, you realize, if you can notice the trends, mostly when you're going towards election, the gas usually goes up, so that has some indication on lots of things, because probably that's the area that give me a second. Let me pass to someone else for a second.
Okay, thank you. Mike, you can go now.
Yeah, let me come in. Now, there's something, although Ayaga has gone, but it's not good to discuss when somebody is out there. But what I want to say
He's
is,
still
Bernard,
around. Just make your point. He's following from
yeah.
behind.
So, Mike, Bernard. Now, there was this thing about bottoms up approach and all that. I've confirmed that China is a country actually that practices that. So, I'm not an historian, yes, but during that time I Googled and I realized that it's the one that used that particular model. Yeah. And another thing I want to talk about, I think to answer to Penny, that we are experimenting models that have not been practiced anywhere. And I think the example is there, glaring, that is China. Now, on issues also about, I think Mohammed, those Mohammed there, Mohammed, but not that Mohammed really. But I think he said something strong about the explanation of the bottoms-up approach and all that. That if you empower the lower cadre of people and you make them do business, they'll be satisfied, because those are the guys who are always on the streets robbing others and doing all that. But once they are empowered, it's okay. Now the trickle down model that Nani was talking about, yes, we expect it is in fact not rocket science, but it's a fact that money has to be collected, it has to go up there. But once it comes, it doesn't. If it comes down to the Wananchi and all that, and you create business enterprises for them, you make them you make them able to do business, then they kind of aid the economy. Now, on the issue of presidency, and he was talking about
Bernard, before he moves to presidency, I have a question for bottom up. Huh?
Yes.
I think if you listen to Ruto when he was in Mukurweni today,
yes,
you realize that the man is totally confused about bottom up. He actually said that bottom up is equal to the Big Four agenda. That what we were talking about bottom up is actually the Big Four, and that's why we are focusing on NHF. And he listed the Big Four. And then the question comes, why did he leave the government to go outside to create the Big Four in a different semantic, only to say that he will deliver to 2022? You know, you have to, we don't have a problem with bottom up. We have a problem with somebody championing something he doesn't understand. How will he implement it?
Now, what happens
And
when you're in a marriage?
And Mike, Goja.
Yes, you are in a marriage. I just want to answer before the
Temba, Mike was responding. Let him
I want
respond.
to answer that he responds to all of them.
Okay,
The same
Mike,
way
hold
that
on.
the same
Let
way
Temba
that
ask your question.
they talk about bottom up is the same thing they said that bottom up was like devolution. So you are one time saying that bottom up is like devolution, bottom up is implementing the Big Four agenda, and then you are walking out of the same government, and then you are coming up with a model that have come up with a model. You are reinventing the wheel, and then you come starting to explain, and then you say it is the same. So you see, okay, go ahead.
And then Mike says that at least this person has a new thing. So if you are if you give some old thing a new name, you don't say I have come up with a new thing. Honestly,
it is about rebranding to be relevant. You know what? Let's say you are in a marriage. Yeah?
so you agree with me? It is Kanu rebranded.
All these things about rebranding. In fact, all those guys who have done research and all that, there's nothing that comes fresh from the roots.
Bernard, let me finish my submission because now he has finished.
No, hold on, Temba Kwanza.
There was something about just before Temba. I know Temba has a lot to say. Yeah,
no,
I know Temba has a lot to say.
Mike,
please, Temba, just let me finish. Yeah,
speak conclusively.
Yeah, conclusively. Yeah.
So,
now,
from what on the issue, Kwanza, Mike, from what Wekesa has said, and from what Temba has said, does your presidential candidate understand what bottom up is?
He understands this, by the way. Why is he doing that? Because they were in a marriage. They had the four linear agenda and all that. Now somebody comes in your home, then throws you out, and he locks you outside there. Yeah, and they want to ride on your achievements and all that you have done.
Which home is this?
Yeah.
Are you
Which bomb are you
answering
talking about?
Bernard's question? But are you answering Bernard's question?
I'm
Bernard has
just
asked
saying,
a totally different question.
you know, when you go out there, when you have been kicked out, you still have your own clothes, you still have your skin, you still have everything. So you just go and change the name and just come back again, continue doing the same thing. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So we are having the same thing, same Jubilee, and so we can also anticipate same Jubilee problem if it dares come into power in the most unlikely way, according to where I sit. All the same,
Bernard, let
no,
me answer Mike
yes,
in one
goja
statement
kwanza.
and I go away. Just
Hapana,
one
hapana,
statement.
goja. Let's have a flow. It is the turn for Themba to make his submission. He was interrupted. Let him continue, and then we get to Wekesa. James, as soon as you get your sound back, you let me know so that you come in. Themba, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think Mike has even given me some other points that I was rather, I didn't want to wade into the concept of bottom up because it is the same thing. I mean, even him, Ruto himself, is not able to explain. They keep on shifting every time someone is not muted. They keep on shifting, they keep on changing, and they try to explain. And someone is also saying, "Oh, China is having bottom up." China is not having bottom up. China is having a socialist economy, which is different from what you're talking about. What they're trying to explain to us, and I think even Penny raised a very important point that where are you going to get the money? You don't want to create a welfare economy. Now, another thing that they need to appreciate, now they are coming here bashing that Raila is meeting billionaires. Uda is owned by billionaires. Mudhama is a billionaire. Gashagwa is a billionaire. Ruto himself is a billionaire. So some billionaires meeting and accusing other billionaires of meeting, and at least we can trace and say the billionaires of Equity, they have wings to fly, which is taking some of their brothers and sisters to university. What scholarship have we had that is called William Ruto Foundation, sending anybody to a scholarship anyway, every year? You know, what they want to thrive on is the handouts that they're giving, and we don't want a handout economy. We don't want a situation where you are creating people that have to visit State House, that have to come to Karen to get money. No, we want to create an empowerment economy where you empower people to do their business and earn what they get, not where you have to come and be seen to be bending to a certain person. And that is what you're talking about when you say that he doesn't want people to have their own parties. The Constitution allows for people to form as many parties as they have. Convince people, have a party. You know, you don't have to, nobody should control. The Constitution doesn't control anybody. And again, the Constitution doesn't give a maximum age for presidency, as long as you can vie. So someone cannot come at you, so and so is young. It doesn't give the maximum age. So I don't think it is right for us to come and pretend and start talking about age when we are told, okay, tell me 3 things. You start, oh, so and so is young, so and so is old. Give us what the person stands for, which according to me, when I listen to UDA guys, other than bashing Raila, you know, you cannot. I can speak for 10 minutes and I will not have mentioned Ruto. But take any UDA guy and tell them, give me 3 reasons why you support Ruto. Within 2 seconds, they'll be talking about Raila. Which I think Raila should not be, you should not go to vote against Raila. You should go and vote for Ruto. Don't go and vote against someone. Go and vote for someone. Why are you voting for so and so? You know, why do you want this person? Personally, I think Ruto has let down a country called Kenya, because if he was unhappy in the Uhuru government and he was serious about it, he should have stepped out by now. He should have been doing so many things out there, you know, empowering people. But he's very selfish. He wants to continue earning, be paid for it, campaign with using the state resources, and then the same way ask for powers to come back again to do the same thing he's supposed to be doing right now. Then he's also being very selective. You know, when it was NHIF, he went and, he came and gave a press conference. Today, he's the best space for Kenya. All MPs should go and, support it. Now, when it came that everybody should be giving 6,000 per year, the same people who don't have jobs, nobody has spoken about it to date. So you threw people under the bus, and then you are coming, it is hitting you, you can't speak. Let us admit it. Ruto had a good idea, but wrongly applied. Right now, he's trying to clutch on anything. He started so early, he ran the race so early. Mount Kenya, is now regrouping. People are starting to form different situations. They're now panicking. And what you see is a result of panic. Today, I was sure there was going to be a funeral service that they were going to attend. There'll be another one tomorrow, and all of this week until Sunday. What will be the topic? Responding to Mount Kenya Foundation. Can predict. So the back to when I finish finally, Bernard, the reshuffles for me are telling a lot. And we need to read them in way of Uhuru trying to now say, I'm in power. That's what he's communicating. And I can now get people who can help me achieve my goal before the end of next year. So that is what I can see with the reshuffles. So back to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Themba. I believe there's no question. If there is, let me know. All right.
Jane. Bernard, this guy called Mohammed is complaining. He had a question for me. Sijui acha aulize hiyo swali yake nimjibu nilale. Yeye ndio maana namngoja hapa. Nataka kuachia wengine laini.
Okay, Mohammed.
Okay,
Mohammed. Bernard, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
You've kept me waiting so long, I forgot the question I was going to ask him.
Sorry, I didn't notice you were hiding behind the curtain.
Ulizane maswali, huyu arudi, yule aende, huyu ako pale, alafu sasa tunasema Mohammed. Anyway, ayaga swali yako mimi nimesahau. So hapo, maybe on the next chat ndakuuliza swali ingine, but basically, Bernard, this show is biased, and I think you're also biased, and you should actually, as the anchor of any show, you are supposed to be neutral, okay? When you watch any anchor on BBC, KTN, whatever channels, they are neutral. They do not take any side. And number two, for you to say that you get facts from Wikipedia, you are wrong. You do not get facts from Wikipedia. Okay, if you've gone to any university or any school, utajua Wikipedia is somewhere that you do not get facts from. So when you are answering somebody and saying ajui kitu ile anaongea, alafu wewe una reference Wikipedia, wewe mwenyewe hujui ni nini unaongea. Because what you're going off is something that is on a website which can be edited by anybody. Shut the door. Okay? By anybody. Today I can go on Wikipedia and write Raila helped God finish creating the world on the seventh day. I can do that. Right now on Wikipedia. Does it mean it's true? It's not true. So that's my point regarding you.
No, he was Mohammed.
Finally, let me just finish. You can ask me the question once I finish.
No, he was saying that in jest. He wasn't trying to say that.
You can wait once, because I wait. How long have I waited before I spoke? I waited for over an hour. So where unaweza ngoja dakika tano?
But you can be interjected, my friend. He was saying that in jest. It wasn't a fact.
I'm thinking about. Nishasahau kitu ile nilikuwa nataka kusema ya yaga kufanya nisahau kitu kingine.
Okay, thank you.
Tactics then. So what can you Bernard, the topic of today is what? The topic of today is the reshuffle of the cabinet. You have spent 80% of today's chat you discussing Ruto. I don't know what is this obsession you have with Ruto, but 80% of today's chat has been based around Ruto. Mi hata nilisahau hii kitu, nilishangaa kama hii topic ya leo ni Ruto ama ni reshuffle ya cabinet. Right? So hata nashangaa when Themba says things like, okay, wafuasi wa Ruto kila saa wanaongea juu ya Raila, which is basically what you guys have been doing. Na pia it's not fair kumuuliza huyu jamaa aliongea Mike, I think swali from around 3 or 4 people at the same time, because he's only one person. Okay, so let him answer one person and then go back. This is why I didn't want to let Themba interject.
Give your submission.
But no, that was my submission. The show is biased. Bernard is telling people to go get facts.
You have been given airtime, and then you are making noise.
But that's just a moment.
Sympathy addiction, watu wauda waache bana.
But you make noise when you speak. You don't speak.
No, you have time. You have given 5 minutes instead of giving a submission. You are busy lecturing people about what should be done. If you come here, you'll be asked questions even if you are 10 people.
No. But how does that work? How can you
ask? No, Mohammed. Give your submission. Give your submission. And they stop lecturing us.
Themba just said 10 people can ask one person a question.
How is okay? It's okay.
But okay. Explain how. It's 10 versus 1.
Mohammed, if you listen carefully, you'll be able to understand what happens. Secondly, nobody comes to this platform and say on their forehead they are UDA or they are ODM. Everybody gives their independent submission. But if a matter arises, you are giving facts that don't exist, or you're trying to deviate a fact that is clearly seen that you are deviating, it is our responsibility to bring you back to what you need to state. We are not against you talking against Baba or talking against Ruto. Just tell us facts.
But my point is, facts don't come from Wikipedia. Facts do not come from Wikipedia.
Wikipedia is like, it's a place of information. It's like Google.
But not facts.
Then you look here, when you are researching for information, you don't rely on one source. You compare different information so that you come to a conclusion. When you be speaking or whatever you are reporting, you must have your facts well checked so that what you are presenting is not guesswork.
Bernard, where do you get your facts from?
So, but you see, this
Bernard, you know a lot about facts. Where do you get the facts from?
I am saying when you are researching on anything, you get information from different places and historical facts. You only come to a conclusion after comparing all required sources so that you know this is accurate, this is exaggerated, this one is misreported.
But
let's
say you have gotten information.
Okay, let Themba say his now.
Bernard,
hold on. Mohammed, it seems you want to take this show to your own direction.
Now let me say something to. Let me say something to.
No, Bernard, you're biased. You don't like it if somebody tells you you're biased. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not supposed even to like it. Okay?
Bernard,
because what you're trying to do.
Don't be biased. Don't be biased. Be neutral. The show is for everybody. It's not for just you and what you think and what you think is right.
What is neutral about life? If you're telling me that you are Muhammad and you are not Muhammad at the same time, which one do you want me to support?
Bernard, I'm confused now. I don't know what you're talking about.
Bernard, can I?
Exactly what you're trying to say.
Bernard, can I?
You to tell me that Kenya is not in Africa. And because Raila made Kenya to be in Africa, so Kenya is suffering, and you want me to keep quiet and follow your story that you're creating for us? We can't.
You're not happy because
let me ask Mohammed something. Mohammed, can I ask you a question?
I'm listening. Yes.
I like what you said, but you know you are actually doing exactly the same thing you're accusing us of. You've been given 5 minutes. In the 5 minutes, you've just given us lecture. You've got a position, there's a topic. You're just supposed to go straight to the topic. So what you've done right now, you've derailed us.
But
you're supposed to come here instead of giving us lecture. Just go straight to your topic and tell us, okay, fine. I'm going to give my topic on the topic. You have talked about cabinet reshuffle. You haven't said nothing about it.
But what is the topic?
You see, even you don't know the topic.
Yeah, but what you tell me, I'm asking you because you know, so you tell me.
So you come to the debate on the forum and you don't know the topic. So how do you expect us to start bembelezering you?
Okay, but do you know the topic? We have discovered I don't know the topic.
You just came to give us a lecture.
Order,
Now, do you
everybody.
know the
Remember,
topic?
thank you. Mohammed, thank you. We are moving on. Let's hear from Wekesa. Wekesa, you had an issue before we hear from Mike. There are now two mics. Hey.
Yes, I had
the
an
small
issue.
one and
The first thing,
So we have
I am
yeah, I
seeing.
had an issue. I had an issue. The first thing I wanted to tell my friend is that even the topic itself, there's no way it can be both sides. It can be one-sided. So you can't say even the topic's biased. So the question is, when they did a reshuffle, do you think that reshuffle was balanced? Was it balanced that it's UDA versus Jubilee, half-half? In fact, it could be one-sided and it's one side crying. So when we bring a topic based on what has happened, eventually it looks like it's lying on one side. Maybe when we come up with another topic that is leaning on the other side, the other side will feel like there's more weight on them. So let's have to understand that people contribute based on the topic the way it is, and tuache my feelings, because this is an open forum where you give your views. If you don't like what Demba said, now you bring up a sanity in the topic, in the debate, and they talk sense. Okay, let me go straight to the topic. For me, I know I am one of the people who had an opinion that by 2021, and my small prophecies are coming to pass, that by 2021, Uhuru will have closed all the taps that were letting out the waters for drinking and the cash flow. So this was one of the attempts to close the last taps that were still open. And those those departments that were in ministries that were being used as a leakage were completely sealed. So going forward, there will be no taps being used for milking people's money to be used for political expedience. Can you imagine someone goes to a funeral and stands up and says, I've given 1,500,000 for the church. I don't know what it was meant for. Then 500 for the school. Then it's due 200. It was for what? We are just dishing out money like that. Yet we are the same people complaining that the country doesn't have money. We are struggling. The fuel is rising. So that means the leaders we have put in place, they don't care. As long as you can get money and use them for political enterprising, you don't care about the projects that exist in the place. And again, you go to a place and you take all your time and enlist the successes of Jubilee. And after you finish that, you cascade the same government of throwing you in the cold for 4 years. You have been doing nothing. So it beats the logic how you have been away for 4 years, then enlisting all the development projects and counting the successes of the same government. So we are seeing that our own leaders are not sincere, and they just want to take advantage of the voters, that they are vulnerable. They don't verify facts, just as most of us also, when we come here, we don't verify facts. So long as we can contribute towards our political side, it's okay. And when somebody tries to ask you the source of your information, you become so defensive and you want to cause confusion in a debate. So the reason why we are here is iron sharpens another one. Let's learn from each other. When you say something that is not very viable, let people ask you questions. So when you come up with something called bottom up, okay, we come up with the debates and topics, yes, but we are not stuck on topics, and the issue is we are here to exchange information. If you have exhausted all issues to do with the reshuffle, why do you want to spend the whole 1 hour rotating around reshuffle? Reshuffle is something very small, but when you see people extend the topic outside, it's called the implication, or what was the motive behind the reshuffle. If the motive was to pin Ruto down, then we can discuss that. If the motive was to promote Uhuru's agenda, and you can still find ourselves delving into Uhuru's agenda. So I don't want people who restrict others based on semantics, that the topic is saying reshuffle. So can we be singing reshuffle, reshuffle, reshuffle? No, we want to interpret and analyze what is the purpose of reshuffle and what informed that. If we follow those routes, and then you will find us going back to the principles in that event that has happened. So that this brings us back to Uhuru. This brings us back to Raila. In fact, there are those who are asking questions. We have been hearing this thing of reshuffle from 2018. How comes Raila's friends were not appointed in the cabinet? You are free as Mohammed. If you don't want to discuss Ruto now, you can come and discuss in this reshuffle. How comes Raila's people were not included in the topic? So let's enrich discussion instead of just look like we are fighting each other. And yeah, for me, I think that for me it was just a housekeeping business. But let me mention one thing on bottom up, and that was the thing I had asked Bernard to give me chance. I was telling my friend Mike, our brother from TT actually have no idea what bottom up is. If you look at even the way they are selling Tanga and the way we were selling BBI was more of a bottom-up approach than the Tanga thing they are doing. Now, BBI was taken to the ground, get the views from people, then come back and now get the concretize the ideas from what you have assembled from the ground. Now, their model, what they are doing is sit in Nairobi and call people from the village, come to Nairobi, and then lecture to them. They go back with the information you have fed them. So how do you even tell us that is bottom up? That's a plenary session, information coming from one man that is trickled down in a simple way. So you cannot even tell us something called bottom up, and you yourself don't understand how it operates. If you don't understand how it operates, just shut up. But if you know what bottom up is, then you will even demonstrate in your own way of leadership, in your own structures. Then when they reach there, you find there's a high table. And the people who are seated there, the mamambogas who are seated on the high tables are Margaret Wanjiru, the billionaire, Omanga, all those millionaires and billionaires are the ones seated on the high table. And you're telling us that hii serikali itaundwa na mama mboga. Itaanza lini? So can we be real in what we are saying? And then when you appoint leaders for that UDA party, which the symbol is a wheelbarrow, the chairman of the party is the billionaire Mudama. So when will this Mzee Wanduthi and Mama Mboka form this government you have been telling us in rallies, or these things remain sound bites in a rally and cannot be implemented anywhere, even when you are choosing candidates. Already in Nairobi, we know the person who will be governor is not a mama mboga. So let's be serious and interrogate issues. Don't just go and Google and see, oh, I saw something bottom up. In fact, there is a day he just had Joe Biden talking about bottom up. And there he took the tweet and said, even America is talking about what we are talking. But when you look closely at what Joe Biden is talking about, it's completely different. For them, they know bottom up, they know inside out, they know sideways. They understand these things from all dimensions. But you just pick a semantic, you don't understand how to implement it, and you push it to us and you say, tunabadilisha mjadala. Ni mjadala gani tunabadilisha? When you change the name umasikini to hustler, haujabadilisha mjadala, umebadilisha vocabulary. Because from the beginning, 1963, we talked about four things that ilikuwa adui ya Kenya. The first thing ilikuwa ufisadi, ya pili umaskini, ya tatu ugonjwa, na ya nne ni illiteracy, ujinga. So they are the same big four we are talking about. And they are the same things we are calling at hustlers. Hustlers, umaskini na hustler, what is the difference? Guys, let's be real. Tuache kudanganyana. I'm through. Naona mikono iko juu.
I'm next, I think.
Okay, hold on, Mike 2. I will now name you. The small lettered Mike is Mike 2. Then there is Mike 1. Before that, James. James, can you now come in? Hey, oh God, James. Unmute. Now talk. Speak up. Too bad, we can't hear you.
James seems to have a problem.
I think you have a sound problem. I don't know.
It is sound, yeah. Can I quickly answer Wekesa before he leaves?
Wekesa is not leaving, he will be here. But okay, Mike 1, you can respond. James, James, if you can hear me, put your phone number on the private chat. There is here where it's on the side. It's called private chat. Then I think Wekesa can call you and guide you on how to get back with your proper sound. Okay, go ahead, Mike 1.
Okay, now I just want to answer Wekesa because I have a number of unanswered questions here, as mentioned by Mohammed. But let me start with the latest that Wekesa has just posted. Now, on the issues of BBI failure and the architect and all that, I want to say that the so-called going to Mashinani and then bring the whole thing, what really made BBI fail, according to me, is that they decided to own, Raila and Uhuru decided to own the whole process and leave the Tangatanga group out. So the Ruto camp being left out had to decampaign now the BBI, and that's why it's failed. Otherwise, BBI had very good things, and all the Ruto camp wanted was, let's come on the same table, let's see what is the problem, let's have a common discussion, let's have a conversation, and let the thing go like that. Otherwise, BBI was a very good thing. It was going to change Kenya, but it only failed because people owned. There are camps that wanted to own the whole process, and they want to claim victory for it, and that's why it failed. Now, another thing about on the issues of bottoms up.
Before you move away from BBI, Bernard, is he answering? He said his own question and answering. I did not talk about BBI failure or success. I said the model in which BBI was presented was a actually bottom up, where you go and search views from the people. I did not talk about whether it failed. That's not the issue. I talked about the process.
But you are so
I said
selective.
the process.
The process. Okay, there was
The
interferences with
procedure.
the process.
I'm
It was
talking about
skewed.
models.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. Wekesa, tumepata point yako. Subiri kwanza. Mike.
Yes.
You
Now,
are also selective in your response because you have deliberately not accounted the deputy president telling Raila and Uhuru waandike chochote walete tutapitisha. Hatutaki akazuia watu watangatanga kwenda before the secretariat. He only came in late and says he now wants to have a sitting. When the time for sitting, he stopped people to go and give their views. Now, when the sitting is over, the document is now being presented. He says now he wants a fresh dialogue on the same subject. Is that not what happened?
Why would I change the mind? Because whatever came out as it was a sneak document with things which have been added and others omitted that were not there in the previous discussion. And that's why they had to change that.
How do you know that it was not there when you are not there? You did not appear before the secretariat. You disregarded the secretariat. The secretariat went around the country for over 4 months. You said hao watu wafanye chochote kile wanataka, sisi hatuhusiki. We have our own direction. Then later on you say now you want fresh dialogue. We reopen this thing afresh so that we have an uncontested referendum.
You know, when you go campaigning out there, that this thing is for us. Yeah? It is not about other people. No, you are supposed to campaign about the ideas. Not that, no, this camp doesn't want this thing because of A, B, C, D and all that. That's when the division came in. And once the division came in, my friend, everybody guys took sides. It took political whatever, and that's why it's failed. Now, that is it. An answer to Wekesa. Now, there was something again that Wekesa pointed out on the bottoms-up approach and all that. Why do you have to wait for Ruto to come up with an idea, come up with a model, and then spend a lot of time getting that model without us giving solutions? You know, Kenya, we wait for somebody to bring an idea, then we spend time criticizing that idea and not providing solutions. I've not heard Wekesa giving any solution. Is just simply
my friend, Mike, let me tell you this. Ruto, the reason why people end that in because he sensationalized. But let me tell you this. The same bottom up was mentioned in to believe between 2013 to 2017. You can go to the clips and see it. You can look in the speeches of Uhuru. There is something called bottom up. Now, when you go to Raila 2019, before even Ruto thought about bottom-up thing, Raila came up with something called upward social mobility. I have the clips, you can check. Upward social mobility is where you cannot remain as mtu wa kuuza njuku forever. Ukiuza njuku leo, kesho uuza kitu ingine, you are growing in ranks. So you guys, the only thing why we are focused on you is you sensationalize, but the rest of the people have been mentioning that thing, and it's because it's normal and nobody had objected. But you guys wanted to look like you're the same way you wanted to show us like you have invented a wheelbarrow which has been there from the 16th century. You guys, you are mad.
A wheelbarrow was only a model. It was only a kind of a prototype. It was not that we want to go back to the wheelbarrow. We want to say this thing that the common Mwananchi is using. Can we empower this guy of the wheelbarrow so that this guy can rise from where he is? Because we cannot. Let me tell you, Wekesa,
for your information,
downplay the role of the wheelbarrow.
Hold on, Mike. Yes. For your information, which is right from the UDA desk, is that the narrative of dynasty versus hustler was very dangerous. And so Ndi, who became your economist, brought you bottom up to diffuse the dangers of dynasty versus hustler. And then he says what he gave you was part of the NASA manifesto. That is UDA reporting.
Yes.
Yeah? So they say we should not castigate bottom up because we got it from NASA manifesto. So who brought the idea?
No, that is not even material. Who invented or what? If somebody has invented, if you are building a house, let me tell you this: if you are building a house, you can borrow designs from various architects. Yeah, so you can borrow and feed it and bring up a model which is integrated, and that's what the guy is doing. Yeah, if something else, is there something good in NASA, whatever dreams and all that, and it is good.
Now, let me answer you on that on designs. Huh? When you see somebody wearing an American fashion, isn't it? When you see people laughing at him and chances are he's wearing a good fashion at the wrong time. Maybe in America you wear that fashion in winter. And you are coming here in summer and wearing the same fashion. People will think that you are mad. So the model Ruto took, it's a right model, but the way he was explaining, even when you check the clips of Alice Wahombe, the people, that is why everybody was bashing and worrying. These people did not understand these things. They go back to a classroom, they will be taught about bottom up so that they come and explain to us. So the problem was not the model. The presenters were dimwits. They did not even understand what they were saying.
Now, you know, and I think you are confirming to me that actually Ruto has risen, is up there. That whatever little thing he talks, it is being measured with the seriousness that nobody else. Nobody can talk about the same model, but nobody gives attention. But now they are waiting to see. In fact, if you look at newspapers, they are making because Ruto is making inroads here and there. And whatever he says will be, of course, some will support it, some will go against it, they'll critique and do all that. But I think he's making a lot of business for these guys who are selling newspapers and all that. And the reason why we're having discussion today, even Mohammed was saying that, okay, the main topic was about reshuffle and all that. But we cannot fail to say that this reshuffle is all about, again, the fight between Uhuru and Ruto. It's all about that. That's why we are saying who has gained. And just to go to that point of reshuffling, because that is again the main topic, Bernard, I would say this, that as in UDA, we expected that thing long time ago, and we expected to come that so big, but whatever it has come, it's just a mole. Yeah? Whatever we are seeing is just a mole. That thing was just, we expected guys to be sacked. We were ready for all those things because we know Uhuru is tired of us anyway. But again, as I said, this is about political gimmicks, my friend. All these things that are happening, just watch the 11th before the end of the race. You will see so many things changing here and there. And also on issues to do with the parties and all that, I don't support the idea that if somebody just built a party, is a chairman of a party and wants to now to join the UDA camp. You know, the problem with that is that once somebody joins and he has a party, he will demand for a post. That's why Ruto was bashing, telling them, now you cannot just go form a party which is not national, it doesn't have a national look, and you want to come in, join me, and then you demand position. That is it. And you know, right now, what is being contested, that is really in the mind of Raila and in the mind of Ruto, who will play the second fiddle. Everybody, you know, those guys are still guessing. Yeah? Until now, the likes of Kinamudavadi, the likes of Kalonzo are now confused because it's like they are not going to play the first fiddle. So they either ride with Uhuru or with Ruto or ride with Raila. So they are still weighing all those games there. So there's a lot of buying and selling and all that. And it's a business thing anyway. Yeah. But what I know about Ruto, let me tell you, this guy has achieved a lot. If you look at the few, if you say he's corrupt and all that, and okay, of course the courts have not proved the whole thing. But you look at the guy all the way from being an MP. He's the only MP who constructed 5 classrooms for primary school and secondary school from his own whatever. You know, look at the history he's made. Right now, people of Eldoret North, right now it is terrible consistency. They have never, there's no MP who has come to fill the shoes of Ruto. Look at what he did when he was the Minister for Education. Look at what he did when he was the Minister for Agriculture and all that. Right now, our university students are enjoying the so-called double intake. We don't spend 2 years before we get to the university at the moment. Because of that, what Matiang'i is riding on, what Magoha is riding on, is all about what Ruto. It's about the foundation of Ruto. People are not saying that.
Can Rift Valley farmers testify the same? Can Rift Valley farmers testify of the same?
Farmer about maize issue and all that.
If there is people who have very suffered but they cannot raise their voice, is the Rift Valley itself. Where
and
the guy
did they suffer under Ruto's rule? When
my
Ruto was
friend,
agriculture minister,
let's do this.
They suffered after Ruto had gone to another ministry.
Mike,
who are these people who are saying they are suffering from Rift Valley?
Mike, look here. Ngoja kwanza.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for your submission, huh? And your defense for your presidential candidate. You have every right to do that.
Yes.
And we wish you well in your endeavor. But don't deny facts. Ruto has been in court for corruption, and he's been mentioned in so many scandals. That is a fact that he even himself cannot run away from. So if you say that he has not, that means you are good in misrepresenting information.
No, I've not said he's not, but has he been convicted?
Yeah. Muteshi's farm was returned on conviction, was it not?
No, I can tell you what happened about Mudani.
You are involved in the Muteshi's land?
Not being involved, but the story going out there, what the neighbors will tell you.
Okay.
If you want to get facts,
you will get a chance to tell us how you are a neighbor to Mteshi or something. Let's do this. Let's hear from Mike 2 Kwanza, and then we will come for continuity from your story. Mike 2.
Thank you for the opportunity. I think I need to go a bit back and pick up from where Wekesa was talking about. Let me give it another approach. Let's talk of bottom up and the other options that are available. Bottom up, if we want to demystify it, it's just devolution given another name. And the embarrassment in Tanga is that they fought so hard against the 2010 constitution that brought about devolution. And the main pillars of a devolution was to trim the powers of the president and decentralize government. And by decentralizing government, you're also decentralizing where money is controlled. Devolution has worked very well, and BBI was to even give it more impetus by getting more money to the counties. Not even to the counties, it was to even go further to have MCAs have funds. So devolution is basically taking money from central government and taking it to the villages, to MCAs to have a fund to manage their own affairs. This is something that is very similar with the bottom up, but the DP cannot talk of devolution on a public podium because he fought against it. So he has to go around and look for a different name and call it bottom up. But basically what he wants to do is to strengthen devolution. So that is the position in which UDA is in. It wants to support devolution, but it cannot support it under the name devolution. It has to give it a different name called bottoms up. And of course, we know bottoms up is from NASA and by extension from ODM under the stewardship of D. So there is nothing new under the sun. In fact, I was going through Wikipedia, which somebody said is not facts, but there are a lot of facts about Wikipedia. It is only you to be rational enough to know what makes sense and what doesn't make sense, and then you sieve. But 95% of facts are found on Wikipedia. If you look at Wikipedia, you'll see in 1969, Kibaki and Tom Mboya came up with a session of paper 10, which is a very strong economic blueprint that actually Kibaki just pulled from the shelves and implemented. All these things we are seeing. By the way, for those who don't know, the bypasses that we see are in the planning of 1970. It is not a new idea. And that's why those pieces of land were actually not supposed to be compensated. And that's where Raila had a problem with them, because the land around the reserve roads of the bypasses, eastern, northern, southern, were all in the blueprint of the planning of Nairobi expansion. So all these things are well structured, that does not require somebody to come up with some magical model that will now bring magic to Kenya. The blueprints we have as far back as 1970 can be the same blueprints that were very customized for Kenya, that can help us improve agriculture, infrastructure, manufacturing, and poverty. Of course, we said poverty, health, all those things are the same things. They are now given another name, universal health care, which is just health. Poverty is just basically improving the lives of people through creating manufacturing and other big four agendas. So there is nothing new that is magical that UDA wants to bring, other than giving an old dog a new name so that it looks like new, but it is all this old thing. But something else I have a problem with is how our leaders engage the populace. My thinking is a leader, I think by just very basic definition, a leader is somebody who has a vision, and somebody who sees ahead of others. And for him to go to drive the vision he has, is he shares his vision with the people and rallies people to work with him towards that vision so that they can achieve that vision. But I find it very, very disturbing when I hear a leader saying he doesn't have a vision. He wants to go down to Mama Mboga to give him a vision, an idea of what he wants Kenya to be, so that he can formulate something at a national level, so that he can formulate a blueprint. Blueprints all over the world are never made by Mama Mbogas. It is just good politics we are making in Kenya. But the reality is, even the constitution, even the laws of countries are never made by Mama Mbogas. They are made by experts and people who understand the complexities of economics and the things that go around it. So I think this idea of saying we are engaging Mama Mboga, we are talking to people on the ground to come up with a policy. If I ask those people, if Mama Mbogas all agreed in unison that they don't want to pay tax, that they want to line up their cells on Moi Avenue, and that is their demand to the government, will Ruto accept that as the condition, the way he's engaging them? Because they want a share, they want to be heard. We want borders to be in CBD. We want Mama Mbogas to sell in front of the shops of the rich people who have stolen from people, because that's what we are telling them. So we are going to have a country that is ungovernable because we want to lie to people that we want to listen to Mama Mboga. Mama Mboga will tell you, I don't want to pay tax. I want to sell on the main road, and I should not be touched because I'm also a Kenyan. And that cannot work, because there has to be a line where we have to be very rational in the way we manage affairs. Lastly, I want to talk about this reshuffle. The reshuffle is, of course, political. Let's not lie ourselves about it. And there is nothing a politician does that is not political. Even giving money in church is political. That's why they stand in front and the bishop has to announce how much they have donated. And like me and you who goes to church, puts money in the brush and just give it quietly. A politician will not do anything. Even attending your funeral it is political. He will say Pole to the bereaved, but spend another 1 hour talking about his agenda. So the politics around the reshuffle is there are certain things the president wants to do. If you just take us a quick snapshot at energy, you can see already he wants to reduce the cost of electricity by 30%. And he wants to do that under different stewardship. And the people who are there are perceived to have been DP Ruto's sympathizers. So anything positive that the president would want to do, he wouldn't want it to have somebody in Takataka take credit for. So if he was going to reduce the cost of electricity, he will do it under the stewardship of somebody else who is aligned to him. And then by extension, of course, he will take credit as having heard the cries of Kenyans and helped manage the cost of electricity, which is, of course, hurting people. And you'll see very many other areas where he wants to do an improvement. You can see now he's giving credit to NMS for opening hospitals because he knows the person doing it is on his side. If it was Song, of course, he would have invited Ruto to open the hospital, but now he cannot take credit for that. So it is Raila opening the hospital together with Raila. Everything is political. So every small thing you do, you have to capitalize and make political mileage out of it. So I think that is that. And this issue, of course, the issues of political parties we should not even discuss because the DP has already given in. The moment he told Obado that we'll work with you using your party, it means he surrendered to the pressures of other forces like Moses and Obado, who told him, if you still hold ground, then we shall go our own way. And of course, he wants to have every coin he can get, every vote he can get from every angle. So I think that is it. And of course, we wish everybody well in their endeavors.
Okay, thank you, Mike. I believe that settles that. Except there is a question on the same. If not, let's hear from Jonathan.
Hey, how are you, Bernard and Wekesa, Mike and Mike Small? Hey, long time. Where have you been, guys? Long time no see you.
Here, you are the one missing in the picture. Karibu.
Sasa kwa hii mambo ya reshuffle, mi naona Uhuru ameona like maybe, unajua mtu akikaa sana mahali moja pia sana inakuanga there's so much of maybe there's something like maybe ameona there's so much corrupt, there's so much money inapotea, so that's why Uhuru akaona tu hapana, let me reshuffle. So mi naona watu wakisema ati ni it's about politics, ati ni politicking, wengine wakisema sijui wametoa kabila yetu, sijui wameweka, sijui wamempeleka mahali pabaya, sijui wamemtoa wamemdimini. But then, you know, I had today, hata si today, like a few hours ago, huyo nani mmoja akisema like I can't mention him, akasema ati that's political, that is, you see, they are diminifying so that they want to, that Ruto to come down, to be down because they are removing the people who Ruto put them there, you know, things like that. Unajua vitu kama hiyo ndio wewe niletanga maneno huku Kenya, niletanga vita kwa makabila. And then there's other things like amesema like they have 90% of Mount Kenyans vote. Imagine someone stand on the TV and say that we have covered all Mount Kenya, no one will come to Mount Kenya and go to even 5%. We have all the 95% vote. Imagine someone stand on the TV and say like that. Akaulizwa like na juzi fulani amekuwa pale, then I heard someone mchana akisema eti someone ati wale watu walikuwa wakifuata another person, walikuwa wanafuata because that person is a monkey, so walikuwa wanaenda kuona hiyo monkey inakaanga aje. And imagine someone is in a funeral na anasema hivyo. So things like that, they are very hurting and they are very bad. And when other people call other side's name, you will have some people, they will be very furious, they will be very insulting, you know, like things like that. is not so good. You know, it's very bad kwa sababu Kenya kila mtu ana uhuru wa kutembea mahali popote anataka. So mtu akienda mahali usiseme ati like we have take it all, we haizi pata kitu, we anajisumbua, hawa anajisumbua, lakini sisi ndio kusema kwa ground, sisi ndio tunasema na watu kwa ground. Kwa ground mambo ni tofauti, hao watapata kitu huko, sisi tusha take all the votes in mountain, tuko na 95%. How sure is he kusema hivyo kwa TV ati they have 95% of the vote of the mountain? That is very wrong, you know. Alafu leo pia nimefurahi kitu moja, Uhuru Kenyatta amejitokeza akisema like you guys vote at your own risk. Have you heard that? Uhuru amesimama akasema you guys, mimi nimefanya mambo yangu, I have given you someone, mtu ameleta money, tumeleta money, like business inaenda sawa, like you guys when you want to vote, you vote at your own risk.
Hiyo ndio kumaliza.
Ndio nimemaliza yangu.
You have also spoken at your own risk.
Listen, Bernard, I have forgotten. Yes. The one thing I spoke here last time, I think it was Jake akaniingilia sana akaniambia, I told him one of these days Waiguru atajoin UDA, and then Jake aliniingilia akasema no, leave our sister alone, she has been gone a lot of too much. You see now what I said, now it is happening. That's what I can say.
Sawa, thank you. I believe we are making good progress. Mike One, we are back to you. Ama Wekesa. Okay, Mike One, we are back to you.
Maybe.
Wekesa umechelewa, wacha Mike One akuje.
I was to respond to Mike One, kuna kitu alisema kwanza. Wacha ni respond aseme.
Sawa.
There's something he is insinuated. You know, when we are here, we bust some of these myths that their man is always on the newspaper. And I've kept telling these guys, Raila has been on the newspaper for the last 20 years. Newspaper, he has sold newspaper for the last 20 years. But he has never even asked for a dime or complained that his name is on the headlines. These guys were just on the headlines for 2 years. And huyo mkubwa wao amesimama hapo, I need a share of these newspapers, wananiweka hapo mbele sijui nini. My friend, you guys, sometimes you look this nation from a shallow perspective. There's a rich history of this nation. There are people who have people who appear on the newspaper every day and they have no issue. But nyinyi ukionekana tu siku moja kwa newspaper, mumeikat, mumeiweka kwa Twitter, mumeiweka kwa Facebook, mumeicascade. I think we need to learn democracy, allow the freedom of media, even as you asked for popularity. Part of the popularity is to be in the mind of people and also in the mouth of people. So wakati watu wanakuongelea wanasema sijui every day wanabash Ruto, but you wanted to be popular, so you can't be popular and then people are not discussing about you. So you have to choose sides, whether you want to remain small or you want to be big. If you are big enough, everybody will discuss you in the village, in the streets, in the hotels, whatever. And you have also to have a big heart. If you want to be big, then have a big heart. Accommodate, because not everybody will talk about you in a good way. So accommodate that, because you wanted to be a national leader, you wanted to be popular, you wanted to be the talk of the town. Mike, I've just responded to your issue.
Let me answer Wekesa. You're saying that Raila has been on top of the news for the last 20 whatever years. I'm 43 years now. I remember those days. if you buy a newspaper, we used to look at some columnists. Yeah? There used to be another guy known as Whispers. You would just buy a newspaper for the sake of Whispers. Those were about politics those days, because politics was compromised because of one party rule and the likes. It is only when democracy came in, that is after multipartyism, that now politics became so hot. So you cannot say that for the last 20 years and all that. But let me tell you, those days and now is different. Right now, everybody is so much well versed with what is going on. So if
from 1992 up to now is how many years? From 1992 1991. Those guys, 1991, when they were jumping for multi-party IBBG. That's how many years? I am very accurate in what I'm saying.
28 or 29, I think.
Just count from 1991.
Okay, it could be, yes, it could be 20 plus then. But this is also Raila alone. They were the Matibas. I'm
like saying that is the time Raila came into limelight and they have been on the top of newspaper. But your guy has just come for around 4 years, and right now is around 4 years, and he complains.
We have no issue. It's not that we are complaining. It's just that this guy, wherever he goes,
20 years old
whatever he does,
complain because they said without his name on the newspaper it can't sell. Newspapers have been selling since then. How do you say that?
You can't have multipartyism started in 1992.
Yes, and the newspapers have been selling. You can't tell us that the guy has been selling the newspaper for the last 2 years. If you go to the newspaper and ask them for the last 2 years, have they made profit because Ruto is on the top of the newspaper?
But anyway, we are glad that it was.
Okay.
We are glad that it's being featured anyway.
Mike.
Yes.
The DP is behaving like. Now that is my personal opinion, and I'm entitled to the same. The DP is behaving like an adolescent. Akiona nywele kidogo tu kwa kifua anaanza kuonyesha kila mtu amekuwa mwanaume. All that is uncalled for. Story ya magazeti na Jubilee ilikuwa magazeti ni ya kufunga nyama. It was a useless thing. That was the Jubilee with magazeti from 2013. How come now they have metamorphosed into now profit making and now they should be paying? Secondly, the DPs or his team have said they went on strike for Citizen. I don't know if the strike is still on. Has the Citizen TV or radio closed because they refuse to show up for the show?
No, what is there is that there is also biasness in the media. Yeah? You cannot bring guys to the panel where one guy is on one side, then you bring some other three, and the guy is supposed to be moderating is also on the other side when it comes to talks. So it's not balanced, and that's why people complain. You are shooting so many questions to this guy. What do you expect? It should be a balanced discussion at the end of the day. Anyway, that's said and done.
Why should it be balanced if you've been sent as a representative of Mtembei TV, okay?
Yeah.
And then there is TV contest, and questions are being posed. Your responsibility is to speak on what you know about Mtembei TV. I don't have to say other TV should close so that we only have KTN and Mtembei TV so that it's balanced.
But again, the guys who are calling people to come for the interview, see, they have to strike a balance somehow. Yeah.
No,
you call two guys from this party,
you
call
just come and state your
yes.
facts if you have. If you don't have the facts, you excuse yourself. You say you are still researching. But showing up for the show or absconding because that the TV broadcasted ODM function and you are giving it more credit by attending their show, that is being petty and childish. You don't need
but you're also now being one-sided because see, there was an issue when Kisumu, I don't know what happened that they muted Safaricom. They didn't want to buy Safaricom things and all that.
That was a protest, a national protest.
So it's
national protest. It was not targeting a TV.
Bernard, one second, Bernard. There's a radio station, I can't mention it here. It's in the morning always, and it's Swahili. It's always bring Tanga people. Always in the morning when I listen to it, it's always Tanga people.
Is it a national radio station or it is just?
It is.
It is a national.
Okay. Let's make progress. Let's not. I was just drawing your attention to some of the things that you said that DP is more of a presidential material. Presidential material don't behave like that. Presidential material is nationalistic. He wants to bring the nation together. He wants everybody on board. But akikwambia wewe achana na party yako ndio usikuje hapa kudai position. So kwa UD hapa position na kama hakuna position, why are we coming?
No, you scare those ones. You want serious guys to come on board, Bernard. If you give that freedom that anybody can form parties, and in Kenya we can form.
You cannot regulate formation of parties. Mike, for your information,
yes,
we have been in 2017. We tried to register a political party. Until the day for elections, we were not approved. So the process of registering a political party is not a walk in the park. You must have signatures from different counties. You must have office bearers who are balanced. You must have the face of Kenya. And then you will appear before a panel, appear again before you are approved. So when somebody has a political party and you call it village party, it is you who doesn't understand what political party is. Because you are used to buying parties. You have never registered one.
No, if you just get members, by the Kenyans are thirsty for money. They are willing. If you need signatures, they'll give you from all quarters as long as you give them money. Some even sell IDs and all that. That's the thing. So it is all about.
Maliza tusikie kutoka kwa Ken, please.
Kutoka? Now, I want to say this. That sometimes Ruto is not given a chance to defend himself on that, because I think he's the only one who has tried to answer so many questions, being directed to at him or even to him. But that aside, I think Mike is off now, Mike too, but there was something about baptizing an idea, just coming up with a new name for an idea. I think that one is good because it creates a new impetus, so that people can now roll in. If you sing the same song throughout, people will get tired, they'll get bored. You can bring the same old thing, but in a new formation, and people will be happy about it. I think even if we are talking about the same bottoms-up approach and all that, it was there before and it is now under a new umbrella. That is good because it will make Kenya start thinking again. We want new things always. We want to dream new dreams, not the old dreams. I think that is it. And then there was something about collecting views from people. And I think Mike too was saying that in most economies and all that, you are a leader, and as a leader you give direction and all that. But there's also time that you have to go back to those people, go back to Wanjiku, listen to what they want they tell you, get their needs. And I think in any research you have to collect data. That's what you call data collection. So you go down there, listen to the people what they want, because you can end up building a bridge in a village, and that one was not even their priority. They wanted something better to serving them. You are building a bridge for a car to passing, and in that village there are only 2 vehicles. So do something to assist these other fellas also. So it's better to also, as much as you have your own idea, you are an expert because you are a leader.
Go serious.
And good leaders are servants. We need servant leadership. We don't need dictators as leaders.
Allow me to respond.
Mike, yes. Just before you go, hold on one question. I want you to give me an honest answer, okay? Yeah. If Ruto did not want to be president in 2022, would he be championing Mama Mboga and Mkokoteni people?
You see, the guy started as a kuku seller. So he started that very low, peddling chicken in a place known as Kambikuku, and looking at his profile from time immemorial. That guy has always associated himself with poor guys and all that. And even his children, let me tell you, I know sometimes you're not allowed to talk about the children of people and all that. But, you find, let me just give you an example. In there's a university where Ruto's son was there, and happened to be there also. There's a place, a place for the elites where people eat, the elites will eat. And as we used to go to some Kisakati somewhere to eat some gideris and all that. But you find Ruto's guy Ruto's son going there, eating kideri with the rest. Then there's somebody else who is just a PS or whatever, just as a junior person in the ministry, coming with a Range Rover given by the dad, going to the cafeteria, high table, eating with the senior guys are there. Now, that is a perfect example that this guy actually, through even his children, he associates with the low class people. So he wants to listen to them, bring those guys on board. And he's living his dream. And that's a story, but maybe
Allow me
people
to
have
respond,
never
Bernard.
shared the same. So I'm defending it because, again, I
Are
know
you
him.
still associating with those
Okay,
guys?
Mike one, that is enough. Now
Let me
here,
respond.
Wekesa ngoja kwanza, Mike should respond. Mike two to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Mike, for going through my submissions. Number one, I still want to talk about leadership. And we don't need to go very far. Let's just take a step back and look at Kibaki. How many delegations went to Kibaki's home or state house in Nairobi before Kibaki came up with an economic blueprint that revived the economy from a negative to an over 7% GDP? None. Kibaki was almost an antisocial person. But the Kibaki, having been in this country from 1917 government, did not need to go and sit with the Mamamboga to understand that the economy needs to be improved in this way. If indeed DP Ruto has been selling chicken since 1980, does he need to go back to the chicken sellers to ask them how to sell chicken better? He understands the model very well. He does not need another forum of chicken sellers to understand how to sell chicken in Kenya, because he, in fact, is the best example to tell us, me, have been there, and this is the best way to do it. So these public gallery shows of sitting with the mamambogas and all, that is for the gallery, and we need to be honest with it. You don't, Kibaki is the best example of a president who had a vision, didn't need to go and sit with people for another forum, because having been in this country for over 50 years in leadership, he knew the moment I enter into leadership, this is what I need to do. In fact, the next president should not be somebody who will tell us he's studying the country to see what to do. He should hit the road and tell us, this is, I have been to this country. Raila has been to this country in leadership for over 40 years. So has Ruto. So has been Mudavadi. Mudavadi became a minister at the age of 28. They cannot come back and tell us that they want to sit again with Mamambogas to tell them what the problem in the country is, unless they are from us. These people have been in this country for all these years. They know what the problem is. So sitting with Mamambogas for tea is a good show for public. But let's not say that you are sensitive. The president has been taking, our president, current president, sorry to say that on national media, has been taking a beer with Jaguar in Burma. It is not a secret, eating mutura with the Jaguar in Burma. So that doesn't make him sensitive. If that was to make him sensitive, then this country would not be where it is. He took Nyamachoma with Jaguar in Burma and Mitura, and still the country is where it is. So it is not sitting with people to take tea that makes you sensitive. It is what you have as a vision for the country. Now, this thing about, and another very disturbing information I got today
Mike,
is,
you need to be brief. We need to move on.
this one is very quick. This thing about bottom up, about taking money to do small businesses as opposed to doing big projects, is double speak for UDA, because UDA are taking credit for the big projects they did, like SGR of 400 billion, and yet they're telling us now big projects are not good. We should not spend 60 billion on an expressway from James Gichuru to airport. That money should have been given to Mamamboga, and you really weep sympathy. When you spend 400 billion and Joho asked you, you insulted him that he's illiterate. He doesn't know economics. But now you are telling us the 400 billion you spent on a railway that went to nowhere. Do you know that SGR is not viable? It is going in the middle of nowhere. But you are telling us that SGR was good. The roads that we gave China's to do the 9,000 kilometers was very good. We have given them so much businesses. There is no single Kenya who has built those roads. We gave over 40 billion to just build roads in the last 2 years. That money we are saying was okay in 2014, 2015. But in 2020, it is not okay to give big projects, big companies money to do big projects. Now you are telling us money should be spent to small businesses. I think this double speak is also not good. We need to be honest with each other, say that this country needs development, and the starting point is to build the foundation, which is the infrastructure, and then create the right environment through policies. But let's not say giving people small monies is now helping them. Empowerment in all developed countries is not through giving money. It is through creating the right environment, creating the right tax regime, creating the right policies in doing businesses that will make us prosper, but not handouts the way we are being bombarded every day that we shall give you money, we shall give you money.
Okay, thank you, Mike. To Mike 1.
Yes.
You have an issue again?
Something. Something.
In 30 seconds. You have kept Ken for too long. In 30 seconds, and I know Ekesa is also waiting.
Yes. Now, what Mike 2 is saying is okay, yes, that we don't need to go to explain to them and all that. But then, these guys are politicians. They need votes. So when they go down there, how will they explain to them that you are supposed to vote for me? Well, you must create a situation where you can tell them something so that they can give you votes.
How did Kibaki get votes?
Yeah.
How did Kibaki get votes?
No, Kibaki was out of sympathy. It was out of sympathy. But then you need to know that people are tired of Moi. And I think that time it was just Raila said Kibaki Tosha. And what gave Kibaki the votes really was that sympathy because of the accident that happened at that time. And then Kibaki, when he assumed power,
Mike 1, you're not being factual. Who was sympathetic to Kibaki for what?
It was about the accident and all that. And then people wanted change. By the way, people are tired of
No, hold on. They voted for change. They did not vote for sympathy. Which sympathy? In fact, Kibaki was
sympathy played some role there. Yeah.
2003 is not long time ago.
Did campaign during the last days after the accident. Until when he was sworn in. It was Raila who was moving around campaigning for Kibaki. But then people are tired. People are tired of Moi's rule. Even the people in Rift Valley, many voted for Kibaki. They were tired of Moi's rule. People wanted change. And when Kibaki took over, what really happened? In fact, the guys who are doing the opinion polls and all that, it was like Kenya was now the most optimistic country in the world at that time. And that alone improves the economy, because once people are optimistic, investors come into place and everything will grow up. And Kibaki now being an economist from Makerere, that is his area of specialty. He didn't need even some guys to come and advise him. He was his own, he was himself, an economist, a serious one from Makerere.
Now you agree with me that a leader has to be serious. He doesn't need to go back to people and ask them, what can I do? That I want you to help me come up with a model.
Ruto is not a specialist in chicken selling.
And then what Kibaki did was to give ministers the powers. To give those ministers the powers. Minister for roads were given these. Yeah. And
I don't want to preempt you what Ken wants to say. Mike, just hold on, Mike 1. Hold on.
Yes.
We want to hear from Ken, and then we can have a rebound from Wekesa later. Ken, karibu. Unmute your mic first. Unmute your mic.
One thing that is coming to the picture here is every time you engage these people from Tanga side on any meaningful discussion, you come to find out that these people, first of all, their reasoning is very poor. My friend there is telling us that Ruto is one person who associates with the lower class people. When Ruto was working with Moi, was he associating with lower class? When Ruto was working with Uhuru, when they were forming the Jubilee government, was he working with the lower class? So all these things these guys are giving us are crap. We know why Ruto is doing the things he's doing now. And we want to tell them one thing, because the truth of the matter is Ruto is one person who you will talk about. Every time you want to talk about Ruto, you will first ask yourself, who are his friends? Look around Ruto, and when you see Ruto's friends, you will know what kind of a person he is. You see people like Rashid Echesha, people like Ndindi Nyoro, people like Gachagua, people like Mike Sonko. Show me your friends, and I will tell you who you are. So, for anything, we know, all Kenyans, we know that Ruto is a person who lacks integrity. Because even the land where the Western Hotel stands, he admitted personally that that land is a stolen land. He wants to be a president with the property standing on a stolen land. Ruto had a case of the Mutesh. The land was stolen, which was returned through the court. I mean, what can we talk about Ruto? That is why I want us to be very categorical. The other day, I had one of the Tangatanga person talking, and they were saying that when Raila was in Central, those people who came there were coming to see what monkey is. Somebody was also saying that those people were idlers who came to see Raila. What about when Ruto goes to Central? Those people who come to see him, are they removed from their work to come and see Ruto? Because he says those people who are coming to see Raila were idlers. So if you look at this kind of discussion that these people of Tangatanga engage us in, you only realize that they don't mean anything good for this country. But the truth of the matter is Kenya is bigger than any of these politicians. Kenya is bigger than Ruto. Kenya is bigger than Raila. And as Kenyans, we will make the right decision at the right time. And for sure, Kenya will get the right leadership. But whatever is going around, because you can't tell people that there are some people called hustlers and some people are called dynasties. How did you classify these people? What machine did you use to measure so that you tell us this person is a hustler and this is a dynasty? All these are propaganda which are not going to take us anywhere. And for sure, Ruto is the worst thing that ever happens to Kenya. If anything would come, that Ruto would be the president of this country, Kenya will have lacked the integrity that it requires to have. That is my contribution to that discussion.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Orkes, are you there? Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Let's hear a rebound from you. Before
There is an
Can mute your mic now. Okay, good.
Okay.
Kesa, go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say that maybe it will be unfair for ourselves, and it will be injustice to ourselves. The same game Ruto is being played for, we play for ourselves into it. Unajua, the handshake team has been playing for a game for him. He goes around the mountain. When he wants to descend the mountain, go to another area, he sees something happens on the mountain and he goes back. And so he will be rotating like children of Israel around the same mountain for 40 years. So this is what I wanted to mean, that I want to deliberately make a contribution towards Raila, and I will not let the agenda set to make me play a half field, because sometimes the debate can force you to play a half field. You're focused on one area. I think yes. Mike One has talked about Kibaki's time. He was rated as Kenya was rated as the most optimistic. Then I want to ask myself, how do we draw the parallels? The parallels can only happen in 2022 when we give Raila a chance, because the only person who can be Kibaki 2 is Raila. In terms of what he stands for, Kibaki and the other opposition leaders came in for reforms, and indeed they did, and they changed the country, including even changing the constitution. Raila stands for reforms. Raila stands for the dreams that of many Kenyans who have longed to see leadership flow to other parts of the country, fairness happening, so that there is a level playing field. We have heard those who argue that they they don't stand for dynasties, yes, but when it came to chances, for example, when there was a KKK, 3K, there was Kikuyu, Kalenjin, and Kamba. There was Kalonzo, Ruto, and Uhuru. The man who stands for hustlers left Kalonzo and chose Ruto. He chose a dynasty. So in his mind, that time he had nothing called hustler. Maybe hustler is just a new invention. In 2002, he chose between Kibaki and Uhuru, he chose Kibaki. And so what I'm saying is that it's a camouflage and a disguise and a political manipulation that has been scripted to and people to believe that yes, I am a hustler for hustler, but he is not one of us. Mike, he says he's schooled with his children, yes, but when you ask him, Mike, were you invited for June's wedding? He did not have an access card because the times changed and the separations happened. The guy is in a dynasty kingdom, and Mike, you are still a hustler in a different place. So things happened. Even right now, you need to know that there's a social gap. So for Raila, what he stands for is he wants equity in the society, and that's why, despite the people who he crossed path with, he's still asking for unity of the nation. And at the age where he has reached, I have seen people censure him because of the age. The age is a double-edged sword. It can be good and bad. And for us, the age of Raila will work good. And that is why even Mount Kenya have no problem with him, because they know at the stage where Raila has reached, the only thing he wants at his level is a legacy. What legacy will he leave? And that's why for right now, his politics are very objective. There are people even who say, why did Uhuru change his mind? At 2013, he talked about Yangu Kumi, Yahuyu Kumi, but with the time he changed his mind. You know, when somebody is in his second term, he's not about those oppressive political and trying to defend the ego. It's about the legacy. When you start thinking about the legacy, now it's not about the stance, you know, those were political stance. It's about how will I want to be remembered. So those are the reflections that Uhuru and Raila had. And they said that going back to the memory lane, and when you play those clips, even today I was watching a clip of 1963, 1949 there, where passionately Odinga was speaking about Jomo Kenyatta as his political mentor and political master. So when you travel that memory and you realize that initially we were one, there are only a few things that divided us. So we can go back and start retracing our roots and say, yes, every Kenyan needs an opportunity to leadership. And that's why we are giving Raila a chance to be a game changer. When you hear people talking about a Mandela, and it's not even coming from his traditional voters, then you realize that these people, there's something they saw in Raila, despite that there were just political differences. And they are giving him a chance so that he can levelize the playing field so that everybody can have a chance to dream more. The small tribes have always voted for Uhuru, Raila because they know he stands for equity. Yeah, so let's vote for the person who stands for Umoja wa Kenya, and that's why we talk about Azimio la Umoja.
Haya, asante sana kwa Azimio la Umoja. And I think if there are no new people joining, we need to begin to call it a day. I would also just want to emphasize what Wekesa is saying. As much as we will have political differences and a footing for different political aspirants, our objectivity needs to have Kenya as our main concern at this point in time. Anybody can assume the presidential office. It is one thing for me to want to be president, and another thing for Kenya to need me as a president. And I think as Kenyans, we need to be sober on this and be sure that whoever we hand over the office to, he's really needed by Kenya, and he can help Kenya become a better place. And left for me, Kenya right now needs to be to be resuscitated. It needs to be nursed. It needs to be fathered and helped out of where it has dug itself into through bad leadership to a place whereby we can predict the future with certainty. And that can only come in play with sober judgment and carrying everybody along. You know, there is that aspect of when you become a father, you know, where before you get married, you would go to a restaurant, you eat as much as you want and come home and sleep, caring about nobody. But the moment you become a father, you have children, then you have a wife. So as you spend out there, you are always mindful of these other people you carry along. I gave a statement on my Facebook post and said that the mother's pregnancy only lasts for 9 months, but the husband remains pregnant for the rest of his life with his entire family. His pregnancy never comes to maturity. So we need leadership that carries everybody along, values everybody, and sees that every Kenyan counts, not numbers. We have over-exaggerated this aspect of democracy is about numbers. Behind those numbers are lives, and those lives are what matter. It's not the number. And so when we project on where the country will be, we must understand that we have the least people in this country, that we have the greatest people in this country, but each one of them has equal rights as far as Kenyan is concerned. And so building Kenya for all Kenyans is a necessity right now than ever. And this Kenya, when it is like a cow, if it is producing enough milk, everybody will be happy. But if we want now to slaughter the cow that we are milking, what are we going to do at the end of the day? So I think, especially as young leaders, we must be very sober and very clear on this matter. The decision we make now can either make or break Kenya in terms of Kenya being able to carry everybody. Only one thing I have a problem with bottom up is that we are talking about giving small businesses money to do business. The question is, if everybody has business, who is going to buy from who? And those who are going to buy from others, where are they going to get money? So we can't have an economy where you're selling eggs, I'm selling eggs. We are all selling eggs. So who will buy from the other? And if we have business, for example, if we don't have industries, industrialization, whereby every county has an industry. This industry has employed people who are working for 8 hours. These people who are working for 8 hours cannot run business at the same time. So they are exchanging their time for money and use that money to go and buy the vegetable. But if everybody's selling vegetable and nobody's working to make money to buy the vegetable, we are digging ourselves into a collapsed economy. So let's be sober and look at this matter, not just playing with words, bottom up, bottom down. Let's be sober and practical about this. Hata tukiwa shule, kuna wale wanauza vitu na kuna wale wananunua. We have wale mababi wako na hela na sisi tumekuja na nini na kama harange, if you know what I mean. And then if they want to eat kama harange, they will need to buy from us. So we get the money, they get kama harange, but we cannot have everybody has kama harange and then except we want to do barter trade. Where yako ni ya yellow, yangu ni ya green. Thank you. I think we need to begin to call it a day unless otherwise. Let's hear from Mike as you give us closing remarks, your submission and closing remarks. Jonathan Karibu, as you also begin to call it a day. I hope Wekesa, I'm in order to do that.
Yes. Now.
Yes, let's give closing remarks.
Okay. Yeah. I'm giving my closing remarks. Yeah. On top of my submissions. Now, this is what I want to say. That of course I agree with Wekesa. He has really talked good about maybe his person, Raila, and all that. Now, what I want to say is that Raila is not about age, but where that guy has come from. He has crossed bridges. He has really gone through a lot, doing things in Nyayo chambers. That guy has seen lots of demonstrations. He has really fought for it. In fact, the 40 days of in the wilderness and all that, that guy has really made it anyway. So if he wins to be the president, he'll be the best president anyway. And I think he'll have reached Canaan at that time. But now the big question that is there is, why is it that the guys from Central are really for Raila? You know what? These guys know very well that they're going to settle for the second. They'll play the second fiddle. But now they want somebody who is weak up there so that they can still run in the background. So they want to be very powerful in the background. But now that guy will be ceremonial. I'm telling you, Raila up there will just be ceremonial.
Mike,
now
that is an assumption. That's an assumption.
Okay, it's just a theory.
No. I want to just before you finish. Yes. I want you to take let's say Ichungwa. Okay, Ichungwa is a young politician. All right, and then debate Ichungwa and Raila and tell me who is going to score more. That somebody's in fact experience that the man has given him a wider range of looking at things. He will be able to judge more, and you may be surprised that he may outwit so many people. Him being ceremonial,
but Bernard,
he was willing to be ceremonial if the BBI was making a ceremonial president, he would be happily be. But
Bernard,
yes.
Let's be real. This guy, even when he's in opposition, he terrorized government. Now you want to tell us that when he becomes president, he becomes the weakest. Even when he's in opposition and he has no portfolio, they still reference him. So when he becomes president is when he becomes the weakest. I don't understand anyway. If he has made his point.
No, by Raila being the president, he'll have achieved. That is all he wanted. He has really fought. So he's not going to the streets. So that guy will just sit there and call it a legacy. I'm telling you for free. And that's why the guys from Central are very happy, because that time now they'll be running things here and there. Look at what has happened when he has now joined the government. Look at we don't know of any lootings anymore, and I know there are so many corruption cases going on, but they're underground because there's no position at the moment. So the fear for Ruto now, that Ruto being the president, they know this guy is he still has noses everywhere. He can smell, he can know what is going on all over the country. So he's not going to give them space, and that's why they fear Ruto. They know this guy is thorough. So they are gambling between the two guys. But all they say, what I know is,
so when
if
looting is happening, has
that is Tagatanga narrative. You can't you
now
can't
back to
do
my
things like
submission.
that. In
Yes.
fact, that is speculative, number one, and then number two, you don't know the person of Raila Odinga when it comes to national matters. If somebody refuses freedom when he's offered a lucrative position in government, and just for him to be quiet, and he refuses to do that, how many people can do that today? There is what experience makes out of a man that you cannot change simply because by giving them a position. I don't think Raila would want to be a president who is, of course, he's a team player. I am sure of that. And so his ministerial appointments, they will work freely like Kibaki, but delivery has to be a must. He may have 5 years of legacy. That means he will have work as a priority. He can't sit back and let somebody interfere with that government. He's the first prime minister to sack ministers, even when he wasn't an executive prime minister. What are you talking about?
I saw him launching something in Nakuru there. Then I realized that this is not coming from Baba's mind. He was just reading totally. You know somebody is just reading something, yeah, not from the heart and from the mind. You can know that one was a written script. And the other time he was also in I think in Masailand, the other side, when he was reading about those manifestos and all that. I realized Raila is tired, by the way. He just but it will be good for him because he'll have completed the journey and he'll have achieved whatever he wanted. But all the same, what I want to say about leadership is before
something that people don't understand. It depends on where you're standing. When you stand in the side of government, you don't speak as an opposition leader. I think people need to learn. And that is what they accused Raila when he was a prime minister. They told him, Raila, I think you have been in opposition for long. Even when you are a prime minister, you wanted to act as an opposition leader. So with the time, people learn and they mature and they know that there's a way you speak as a government and there's a way you speak as an opposition. And there are strategies you employ, even when the same things you believe, there are communication. Right now, he says when he has issues, he talks to president. He doesn't go to the street and agitate or call a press conference, because where you stand differs. You are in government, you don't go to call press conference. And that is what Ruto has been confusing us. He tells us, I am the deputy president of Kenya. Then he goes, starts there and said, Jubilee government. You confuse people, my friend.
No, just excuse Ruto because he had to play it that way. Otherwise, that guy, the good thing again, the constitution that he challenged, he was opposing, is the one that is now saving him because he cannot be sacked. He's not a vice president. He's a deputy. He's the deputy president. That's why I talk about the presidency and all that. But all the same, what I'm saying is this: if you compare Ruto and Raila, Ruto still has space to lead maybe another time and all that. But Raila, because this is his last straw, he must lead by all means. And that is what he wants to ensure that happens. Now, again, because of the fear of Ruto, they are balancing now. There are debts that have not been settled from the times of Jaramogi all the time. Yeah? What happened to Uhuru and all that? And what happened to Jaramogi Odinga and all that? So what I want to say as I finish, we can have these leaders. We are ready for any leader, whether it's Uhuru or Raila. What I know, whether it is Ruto or Raila, what I know is that even if Ruto seems to be rude at the moment, but once given that position of leadership, and that's why I say leadership comes from God, you become humble. You become a sober-minded person. Look at who knew that Uhuru, when Moi picked him from he was where, who knew that Uhuru would just make a speech and make Solomonic decisions and all that. That has happened with time. So presidency is leadership, and it comes from God. Once God has decided to give you that leadership, He will shape you. Even if you are a thug or you are whatever, He'll become somebody good. So what I want to say, we are ready for all those, as long as there is peace. Because what we want to enjoy in Kenya is the peace after election, because we have had issues, post-election violence all the time. So and the problem that is currently happening, the merger between Uhuru, the handshake between Uhuru and Ruto that time happened to cool down the temperatures. It was about the Hague
Now,
issues and all that. And that's
you
the time.
are supposed to give closing remarks, but the way you are provoking us with so many, you are making statements that provoke many questions.
So my prayer in short, Wekesa and Bernard and Jonathan, my prayer in short is that we just have to have Kenya after 2022, which we accept the elections peacefully, whether it's Ruto winning or the other person winning. But another thing that
I will
maybe
not let you go. No,
question,
I will not let you go. I would rather even ask question and not give a closing remark. I will not let you go. You cannot be planning to marry a lady and then you say, let me just marry this lady, she will change. You know, let me just marry this. You know, many ladies wanakuanga even anakuja na anakuwa wife poa. My friend, when she comes in your house and you realize, and they normally say that the trinity of a wife is manifest when she pronounced married. Now, there are people, as much as you're saying that, and I want you to remove this tag of God. In a democracy, God allows people to choose their leaders. And when they fail, it is us who have failed, not God. In fact, they normally say that from the time God gave Adam a wife, and when Eve messed, he said, "Is the woman you gave me." God said, "I will never give a man a wife." And then that's why Proverbs says, "He who finds a wife, go and find." So we need to find leaders, and when they fail, it is our responsibility. This tanga tag of talking about like they have their associates of God, and every time they say it's God who has given us, God has given us, is a chosen from God. That nonsense, you guys, you need to stop. We need to vet leaders. If they fail, it is us who have chosen the wrong leaders.
but
We
whether it's a
have seen
nonsense or whatever,
signals, if
Wekesa,
we
you
have
are
seen
following it
signals,
because
if we
Ruto
have
did.
seen signals of dictatorship, and we are just pushing them and say, "Oh, they will change," my friend. There's a cardinal saying they normally say, "Men marry women thinking they will change, thinking they will not change. Unfortunately, women change. Women marry men thinking they will change. Unfortunately, men don't change."
And now, what will make Raila? Because Raila is a beaten guy, by the way. Raila is bitter. What will make Raila, when he becomes president, to forgive all these other
So
fellas?
bitter,
Even
how
Uhuru
did
himself.
they meet with Uhuru if he's bitter?
Who says he is bitter? Based on
No,
what?
the guy is bitter after going
Who
through all those
refused,
things.
who refused to pick 4 times the call of the others?
Yeah.
No,
Who
hold on,
refused 4 times to
Mike.
pick a call?
Okay, so just hold on, Mike.
Yes.
Who detained Raila without trial? Was it not Moi?
It was more, yes.
And when Kibaki wanted to fry Moi, who stood on parliament to defend Moi?
It was Ruto.
Remember
I mean, Raila.
2002? It was
Yes.
Raila.
Raila,
So
yes.
if he was bitter, would he not have joined Kibaki and said, "Let's finish this man for once and for all"?
But he was not. He was not the final guy. But now, when he
What do you
becomes
mean?
president, he's going to be the final guy.
It doesn't matter. If I can defend you, he who is faithful in the little shall be faithful in much. He who is unfaithful in the little shall be unfaithful in much. I know
People
you know that
change.
fact. Okay?
Nothing is
So,
static.
no. What do you mean?
So you are
Things change.
eating your own words.
If somebody, if for example, we are talking of like, let me give you, spare your DP, I mean DP, and give you Waititu, okay? When Waititu was governor, okay, and he begins to take a widow's land. And then he takes this and that. Then now you go and take Waititu and make him president. What will happen?
If he was chosen, then okay.
He will take KICC and make it for the wife and give Times Towers to the sister and things like that. No, what I'm simply saying is, I don't think Raila has time for bitterness. In fact, that gives him a higher position. A person who is out to prove a point is one DP, William Ruto. He wants to prove he can make it after being a chicken seller. He wants to prove that nobody can stop him. Whatever he goes for, he gets. He has a lot of proving point, and that kind of a person will not make a proper leader. He will only be there proving his ego and his point. At the end of the day, the country will be running down when he's busy proving a point that he can be better than Uhuru, he can be better than this, he can stop this and cause this and all that. So such a person needs time to grow. And that is why we are saying he needs to relax. In the next 10 or 20 years, he will be ripe for presidents. As at now, he's a greenhorn. He needs to be dehorned first, settled down, ajue kuvuruta muyoki, ndio tumwachie kulima. Lakini saa hii, hapana.
Now, what happens if this scenario comes up, that now Raila teams up with Ruto? So, what will be our point of discussion? If that
Raila teams up with Ruto, that would be a good scenario. We'll have an uncontested presidency. And since Ruto cannot be deputy, he just prepares to be Minister for Agriculture. And since you voted for him for being the best agriculture officer, we are waiting for him to perform as an agriculture officer. Simple.
No,
but he cannot get the president against Baba.
No, we are still looking at the two options. Ruto can become the president, Baba becomes the deputy president, or the so-called prime minister, or vice versa.
It
Baba
doesn't
becomes
work that way.
the president, and then what happens?
I will personally go and beg Baba. I take him to Bondo. I say I'll be a houseboy for the rest of my life. At least I want that wisdom. When I grow up, I want to be that brain of Baba. I want it for myself, so that I torture this country for a while before I die. So all the same, that scenario is unrealistic. I don't think it can work, but we don't rule out possibilities.
Yeah, but again, Bernard, that scenario was there when they were extending their own 1,000 motivational talks. They were saying Baba Anachezo. Up to now, Baba man, they have gone all the stages. Kama ni dawari imeanza kulipwa. Today, Uhuru literally said, huyu ndio nimechakua. Now, you guys said that Uhuru will never endorse Baba. But you see, Uhuru was happy. You know, sometimes they say when your enemy is making mistakes, you don't interrupt. So in fact, he was happy that the people he's playing think that another person is being played. So he was happy with the saying. This guy, mwenye aliambiwa yake 10 ndiye alichezwa na timu yake ndiye anasema Baba ndiye anachezwa. So he was very happy with that. So anaendelea tu. In fact, he created that notion, wache iendelee, wache wafikirie ni kama anacheza Baba. But at the last minute, now you see, if you read the mood of Deputy President at Mukurweini, he's very eloquent, but today eloquence disappeared because of what happened at Safari Park. So he's still carrying some bitterness. You talk about bitterness. Moi died.
Sorry, Wekesa. I think I
muted yourself. Yes.
I thought I'm muting myself.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Moi died, but one person never reconciled with Moi. But Baba, of all the people who had been tortured, had made peace with Moi, had meetings with that. And you ask yourself, what is this that Ruto did to Moi that they can't reconcile? And even us don't know. Baba alipelekwa torture chambers and everybody knows. But he alikaa 9 years kwa exile and everybody knows. But still he went and reconciled. Na huyu jamaa hata ujuangi ni nini walikosana. Just as right now hata ujui walikosana na Uhuru nini, but they can't reconcile. Those are small petty things. Because serious matters like if now nyi mnasemanga ati Ruto ameteseka. Ruto angekuwa jailed na Uhuru mungesema nini? Because these petty things and they can't reconcile over petty issues. And you are here saying that Baba has grudges. My friend, Baba alisema walikaa na Uhuru 13 hours. Uhuru anamwambia uliniita a drunkard. Baba anasema you also call me Kimundu Kikoroki. But at the end of the day, these guys discussed and released their anger and now became friends. Those are the conversations that need to happen. But don't just tell us that, oh, this one doesn't. They create for us a PR on Semanga, oh, this is a man of God. He's very humble. But in his speeches, you don't see that man of God. You don't see the humbleness. Unaona tu mtu mwenye anajigonga kifua tu. Then the last thing I want to talk about is about this thing wanashindanga wakituambia at you see what? Unajua Ruto akitake over this country atainyorosha sawasawa. But these guys, ask yourself, kwani saa hizi mbona anyoroshi? Alikuwa kwa government, hizi models zote amezi withdraw, anakuja kuziweka aside. He would have supported. Raila was only in Kibaki's government for 5. In fact, it was not even 5 years. It was around 4 years. But hiyo ministry aliheld, unajua tu Raila alikuwa hapo. Raila, when he was a prime minister, you can see what he did. And he did it to completion. He did not divide the cabinet just because he owned half and the other guy owned half. This guy has divided the cabinet. In fact, you go out and show your boss that you have more numbers than him. And you ask them, hizo numbers mumetumia kufanya nini? They have never passed even one bill. Pro even hustler, mkuja hapo na bill inaonyesha this will be help. In fact, hata wangepitia bill yote ina support hata tea farmers peke yake ndio tujue he is pro the mountain. Hakuna. It's just numbers for nothing, warming the benches and going with them from one funeral to another and telling the people we have numbers. My friend, you need to think again.
I like the argument and the positivity you have about the marriage, the current marriage between Baba and Uhuru. I hope it lasts. But you know, this is Kenya. And we are still some months before election.
Let me tell you why it will last. Huh?
Yeah.
There is a time hata wewe when you are making decision, wanasemanga inaitwanga opportunity cost. Penye wamefika, there are only two strong forces, Ruto and Raila. And so the issue is, in fact, there was a time the deep state was gambling whether they can bring in the third force. That's why they tried to bring up something called Oka. They were testing the waters. But they realized they cannot disappoint Ruto and Raila at the same time. Umeelewa? So they had to go to which one is the lesser evil. So if you compare, if you compare Raila and Ruto, who is more lethal? This guy has matured. He has gone through pain, yes, but he has matured. He's not showing the signs of revenge. But the other guy, vile vitu wamemkozea ni dogo dogo, lakini the way ana act, umeelewa? And then in terms of longevity also, if you have a dangerous person and he has more years, then he can even decide to be on power forever. You know, they still remember how they gave Moi chance and he went there for 24 years. You know, the worst, the longest thing Raila can do is 10 years. But for Ruto, he can go those 20 years, my friend, and plus. So that is now, that's a real conversation you are thinking. If I have to choose between these two strong forces, which one do I choose? And that is the conversation that went on. So don't tell us he's weak. No, it's just that, okay, he age is not on his side, so he cannot even plan to do evil. He wants to leave a legacy. He can only plan to leave a legacy. And for him, at this stage, he wants to leave a united nation.
So now
Okay.
the big question.
Thank you,
to
Ekesa. Mike.
Yes.
You have a question again. We were doing closing remark now.
I think I should be coming to this panel.
The weekend is near. The weekend is near. When
Where?
Really weekend is when we do all
Bernard,
yes.
we are almost converting one vote. Huyu jamaa go ili mpatie taka mbili.
Akuje, hakuna shida. Ni muhimu wewe kama kijana. Kwanza unatoka Trans Nzoia, mimi natoka karibu na kwenu. So let us reason together and be able to forge a country that is cohesive and united and profitable for all of us. I wouldn't want a Kenya where somebody is taken advantage of. Hata hii ya kusema fulana anachezwa, it doesn't go well with this country, and it has been on since independence, and that's one of the things that is bedeviling this country. The worst scenario I see traveling around this country is where you go and you're in a bus, then you see a husband, a wife, and their children. They are selling maize cob, begging you please to buy. Now, after 60 years of independence, in a country like this, we still have that kind of picture, and it's not just in one section. You see it in Nanyuki, you see it in Gilgil, you see it in Kericho, you see it in Kisumu, you see it in Kakamega. That ought not to be taking place. How will we achieve that success? Is when we make this country productive, where every county is productive, every family is productive, and there is enough for all Kenyans. Ambapo tutaona tu Wakikuyu wamekula sana, Wakisii wamenyimwa, kila mtu ako na chakula ya kutosha, kila mtu ako na nafasi ya kutosha, kama ni jobs ziko za kutosha. No community is going to fight over anything. Now, that can only be achieved by serious, proper leadership at the helm that wants the country to be sufficient for all Kenyans. And anybody who wants to vote for his own community, his own clique, his own group, huyo msimpatie urais na waomba. Wacha nisiongeze kwa jina la Yesu.
You have said
Bernard, nikuulize swali tu. Bernard, nikuulize swali.
Uliza swali.
If you are in a house, you have left your wife in a house, isn't it? And then akona mtoto na nyoka inakuja na anatoroka, anaacha mtoto kwa nyumba. Ukikuja anakwambia, ukimuuliza mtoto ako wapi, anakwambia niliona nyoka inakuja nikatoroka. Wapi mtoto? Nilimwacha kwa nyumba. What do you say? What do you make of that mother?
Hey, irresponsible mother. In fact, she's not the mother of the child. If she was the mother of the child, she would have handed over herself to the snake and saved the child.
The mother was just after her own life, not the life
of her own safety.
Yeah, her own safety.
Thank you, because I think Mike amejaribu kujibu hiyo. Let me now open up the proverb. Kuna mtu ameshinda akituambia yeye alitoka Jubilee sababu Raila aliingia. He was elected alongside Uhuru to defend this country, a constitution, and the rights of Kenyans. But anatuambia alitoroka Jubilee sababu
no, alifungiwa.
Wekesa, you are fond of muting yourself all the same. Are you still there?
Bernard. Yeah, I'm saying, let me say.
Hold on. We want to hear from Sam and Jonathan na tufunge station. Tafadhali, msifungue chapter mpya. Yes, Wekesa.
Yeah, I'm saying, now, the guy left, and then He's now the one in public rallies telling us the reason why Jubilee has not accomplished what it was supposed to accomplish is because that man came. Should we believe him? Wacha nimeachia hapo.
Jonathan.
Now, yes. Oh, Jonathan, yes, sir.
Jibu hiyo swali ukipeana your submission. Ndio tuende kwa Sam.
For me, I cannot trust someone like that. And my closing remarks for me, now people have been rubbishing Raila for so long. So let them just try to give him like this time round to see what he will do. You know, they have been rubbishing him for all so many years. They have not even given him a chance to see what he's gonna do. You know, let them try this time to see what he's gonna do, because for me, I see in my other side, Raila is like the late Magufuli. He's going to deal with corruption. The corruption is gonna come down from 100% to 30%. It's not going to go away completely, but it will go from 100 to 30%. For me, that's my side. Let people just give him one chance to see what he's gonna do. You know. Peace.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Sam.
Okay, thank you very much, Bernard. I have a short reservation and comment to make regarding today's show. Everything here we trying to repeat here and there, but I would say mostly is one thing we are keen of is just to see between the two aspirants who has a vision for Kenya, and we will not defend, we will not protect or do anything that is not good for the society. We want to build a good Kenya and a Kenya for all of us. So everything that is happening is political. All the statements they make are political. So sometimes it depends on how you interpret the political part of a statement which has been made by a politician. And to me, about the cabinet reshuffle, it doesn't surprise me what the president can do, because if he can appoint the three arms of the government from his own tribe, it tells you a lot from the president that he feels that that's the only tribe that can be head of the three arms of the government, and other people in the country. As far as he might have said that Ruto did the wrong thing, but what about being considerate to other tribes also, that they should also be in that head of the government? The question of how Ruto and Uhuru lost terms in touch, that's a question that comes in them. But I saw one clip one time, 2017, whereby it was this guy called, what's the name? The this guy, we the chair, we don't know, organizing this study wa Jubilee, anaitwa nani huyo? Muradhi. No, Muradhi. There was a conversation he made, and I remember it was on NTV, and alikuwa anaulizwa so what how is the president going to hold this this second term, and he say the president is going to be so different, categorical this round, and he doesn't care even if you're his brother or who, going to be a different person. In fact, ukitafuta hiyo unaweza ipata. I'll try to look for it, but I saw it long time ago, and I say it doesn't matter if you're his brother or whatever. So to me, I didn't understand why he came like that, and after that, the issues of falling out came in. So I wouldn't want to use that, but I said the issue of falling in came from when they had their own fight. Maybe one wanted to be superior than the other, or what happened. It is a question that remains with them. So for us to come out and conclude that so and so did this and we don't know. Either way, it's a rise of a person, like the way Wekesa was saying. someone like the issue of the snake, talking of all those things. It's a word in a Luya, and it's a proverb in a Luya. I come from Rift Valley, from Trans Nzoia, and we live with the Luyas, and we know how they use that proverb. And not every proverb will count as such as he was trying to put, but I would say if you're being rejected and they lock the office, there's no communication. If someone, like, let's say for example, hata kama ni wewe ndio umepewa, wewe ndio deputy wake, and the other people from the other ministries, the one that you're supposed to coordinate, they're not even getting your instruction, they are not even picking your phone calls, they are closing his office in Mombasa with his belonging inside. So what would you, as much as akona makosa zake, kama ni Mkenya mwenye tunasema anataka kusimama urais, ya kwamba tuseme okay, amefanya hii makosa, amekuwa na hii na hii na hivyo, Wakenya pia wanaona, unaona. Hata Raila pia ni Mkenya, na vile nani amesema ati kuna jamaa amekuwa hapa amesema huyu mzee amelaumiwa, ameitwa majina mingi. Yeah, I can remember actually, amepitia mingi. Kama kuna mtu amekula gas, amefanyiwa kila aina, Raila, you know. And it might be a good chance for even Kenyan to rethink, like, hey, huyu jamaa wacha tuangalie ni nini amepersist tangu 1982 ambaye he has for the Kenyans that can bring, you know. We have to also to think that way. I might be saying like someone may say like I'm supporting a different candidate, but when we come to a matter of discussion, I put everything in black and white. Like it's this candidate versus this one. So let us interrogate about this candidate. Huyu jamaa amenyang'ana ni nini? Labda ndio mkombozi wa Kenya wa kutoka kwa hii mashida yote. Can we think on that way? Can we try and change our mind and our perception? You know, everything is convincing. And also, I will want as being here, because some of us we've been supporting Ruto, and we've been in the side of Tangatanga. And for the people like Bernard, for you to convince me, it's not of how you can idolize Ruto mwite nini. Just bring, unaona point ile jamaa ameleta huyu akisema huyu mzee ameumia, let us give him as a Kenyan tuone nini. That can convince somebody. But when you idolize someone, say huyu jamaa amekuwa hivi, and based on the things I hatred, let's say for example, hatuwezi kataa, we like the way the movie is making with the Mount Kenya, but one thing that happened on that Mount Kenya meeting, of which I was very keen to hear from Raila, was those leaders that stood there walikuwa wanasimama wakisema kuna tribe moja imesumbua wengine sana. Hii tribe ni kupigana tu, vita tu, kupigana. We are not in a country kuamsha ile maneno ya nyuma hapo. Like that guy of Molo, he was the one inciting the Kikuyus against the Kalenjin wakati ya election 2007. He is the guy who has made those people wapigane for long. He has that history. We see all these things. Our leaders mama sema this one is linked to Naivasha. Are we trying to bring them versus us or what? If you're trying to bring one country together, politics itakuja na itaisha. But if we are trying to make the Kalenjin feel like other tribe feel like Kalenjin ndio wanapigana, kwa sababu there was a one who said ati hao watu wamechokoza kabila zote Kenya, hakuna kabila wajaguza, wameguza hawa, wameguza huko, wameguza. Honestly, we are trying to correct mistakes. Yes, tunaweza kuwa tuligombana jana, but can we bring those kugombana towards mbele na huko kuendelea huko mbele? Are we going to, we are in election mood, so we are supposed to be very careful with the words we talk. And one thing that I would have expected him to say, hey guys, as much as we are trying to bring peace, but this is not something we're supposed to talk about, because I feel very bad, because for me, coming from Rift Valley, and I saw the way they were trying to demonize and feel as if the people from Rift Valley ni watu wa kupigana na nini, and forgetting the Rift Valley has hold every tribe in Kenya, Wajaluo, Wakabila gani, Waluya, they're in Rift Valley, and the people here, they're trying to use statements zile zenye I think Ruto was using those days when the issue of majimbo. Kuna wakati debate ya majimbo ilikuwa imezidi Kenya, and they were saying watu waende kwa mambo ya jimbo, na nani alikuwa analeta maana, it was Raila ndiye alikuwa na initiate mambo ya majimbo, watu waende majimbo zao, like people go to their own. And then that discussion came in there when they were saying kila mtu aende, jimbo la Rift Valley ni ya watu gani, jimbo la Western ni la watu gani. And then when they saw like watu wameingiana, wamechangamka wote, they intermarry, wamefanya nini, businesses and everything, then that thing went, because they wanted to build one community enye iko na
everybody inside included, regardless of where you're coming from. So all those things came up, and those are the statements they'll make you. But you find out now, because we're saying tunataka tufanye umoja, but we still bring those things. What are we trying? Are we trying to build? You cannot make someone greater by demonizing the other one. You either try to, have a good conversation. And I would say, I'm not saying that even whatever might be coming on the side of Ruto to demonize other people is good. It's very wrong. It's very wrong for that container saying wale walikuja wakafanya hivi, because if you want to bring a good Kenya together, Kenya watu wote, ongea, jaribu kuzungumza. Nikisema saizi mimi nikiingia kwa hisho na nianze kudifa na wewe Wekesa, na tuanze kujibishana, at the end of the day kweli hata tutakuwa nini? But when we have a good conversation and talk and derogate hizi vitu zilianzia wapi? Why are these people
do you think also you are creating a rift? Ukisema Raila alisema mambo ya majimbo in English is viceroyalism, but wewe ukituambia mambo ya kila mtu arudi kwao, that was your local interpretation, but majimbo is viceroyal government.
Wekesa.
Yes. In America there is majimbo, and have you seen that every nini merudi kwao? Hakuna. So it was your own local interpretation.
I'm saying it was during that time when that thing was said, and that is how, you can say, as a leader can say and mean something, but what goes down on the ground, on the people in your ground, they're reasoning. I'm trying to pick what the people resonate on the ground. But I'm not saying whatever he meant alikuwa anamaanisha hivyo. Anasema hivyo, but ni nini ilienda kwa watu huko chini? What do you know what happened? I come from Kitale, man. I know what happened in those days and what were people resonating about it. That's why I'm coming and saying that. I'm not saying that he might brought it in a different way, but what came up to those people on the ground? And some leaders who picked it.
Bwana Sam, if I may, if I'm hearing you well, you mean to say that people have their own interpretation of whatever that is said, and it can be misinterpreted.
I'm saying, of course, from the area where I come from, when the issue of majimbo came, watu walikuwa wamesema kila mtu aende jimbo lake, and that's what was happening kwa ground.
Okay, okay. From my understanding of majimbo, it is it's what was translated into county government, and the really challenge was because the first proposal the Bomas won was that the provinces, the 8 provinces, become the federal governments, and then we have one central government. And then the argument was that that will be a very large circumference to be controlled by one person, that can result into, because of our animosity, somebody declaring independence from Kenya, whereby Rift Valley now becomes a country on its own, and then Western becomes a country on its own. That is what made them to translate from that provincial level and zero it down to the district level. And by that time, we had only 47 districts, and those are the ones that were translated into counties. But people being displaced because they were not born there or they were not heirs there of that particular region, that was a local political animosity that is generated for local expedience. It was not on the national scale.
And the local tag was madoadoa. Atuambie tu ukweli, acha kutuficha. The local tag was madoadoa.
If I can also let me zero in something about what the Mount Kenya Foundation people were talking about. I as much as it can be interpreted to be that one tribe is the one that causes problems, what I got from the conversation is nobody should force people to vote for him, because if they don't, they will be evicted or they will be fought. So that the voting is not out of freedom, the voting is out of fear. Okay,
you're trying to sanitize the. You're trying to sanitize those. You're trying to sanitize those settlements, and they were open and clear. Everybody had. You're trying to sanitize.
And those statements have a history.
The only problem with you people from ODM, anything comes on your side, you don't admit you want to sanitize.
We are not here to admit. We are debating. We are not here to admit.
Relax.
And that
relax.
you've done it before. It's not something you're doing it today. So I'm not surprised with what I can hear from you guys.
Sam, wachana na mambo ya sympathy. What we are saying,
Hakuna cha samia sympathy. Sympathy kwani tunaishi kwa nani ndio tunaweka sympathy?
what we are
Don't
saying,
do that.
Sam,
There's no sympathy we are
sikiza.
looking, man.
Tumekusikiza hata wewe tusikize. What we are saying, those
Nah,
statements have a history. Those
hakuna
statements have a history.
I
Wait,
think if
wait,
you're
I
trying to
just
use
say
that
one
Hold
thing.
on,
sympathy,
Wekesa,
no
order,
sympathy.
everybody, order. Sam,
Sympathy comes from
what
where?
I'm talking about did not come from Safari Park. What I'm talking about has been said even by this this Nakuru MP. Is called the one who voted for BBI after swearing that BBI is bad. All the
Kimani Wangujiri.
yes, Wangunjiri. Wangunjiri, even Susan Kihiga and all that have said that we have to honor our promise, because if we don't, our people will suffer. That is the narrative that was being sold at the mountain. And now the mountain is saying we can't leave the country under that kind of fear. It has to be freed. So we should keep everything in perspective, not to select one thing and then push a negative narrative.
Yeah, and some should also remember there are two statements made by Sudi and Cherengei. So he should not be just funika mambo. He knows.
Which one? Which statement did he make?
My friend, Cherengei, just go and check why Cherengei was taken to court. The statement he made. I don't want to make it here, but just go and check what was he taken to court for.
Just give it to him. He said we are profiling you. We know
yes.
So, he said it.
You are saying we are defending, you are also defending your people.
Anyway,
no, I'm asking you which statement, but you're not telling me. How do you make
it quiet for long?
Bernard has told you.
Bernard, I think I've been quiet for long, yeah? But what I can say is that
Sam has not finished his submission.
No, let him talk. Let him interject.
Okay, go ahead and I think I will leave you to call it a day.
Yeah, now there's something that we don't need to put under the carpet. Eh? There are things that are still very grave in this country and still very volatile. You know, the peace that was there, that was established between the agreement Uhuru and Ruto, should not just be wished away like that. You know, people might feel haunted and might go back to what they did those yesteryears. So again, in Kenya, we still have the issues of land. It has not been solved to date. There is the colonial, there are people who are denied land by the first government that took over after the colonial government. Let me just give you a very good example. Like in Trans Nzoia. In Trans Nzoia, for example, that land belonged to the Pokots. Those guys were pushed by the colonialism to those other areas where it is semi-arid. Now, when the first government took over, they didn't return the land to the Pokots, but it was simply subdivided to people who are not the original owner. And that thing has happened in so many other places. So there are those ones what you call colonial injustices, which have never been rectified. And that's why we have had to form so many land commissions, and they have never healed the whole issue. So this thing is still in people's hearts. It has not gone down history. So we need to balance our politics in such a way that we don't bring such issues again. Like if you talk of Rift Valley is known, it's majorly for the college. But if you look at Rift Valley, there are so many people who have come in. They have bought land legally and all that. But you know the thinking down there, if anything goes wrong, people will say, now go back to your places. Like the issue of Majimboism that we are trying to underrate here. The understanding of Majimboism down there is not what we understand as elites, for example. If things go wrong, Kenya will just burn. So the best thing is that as much as people are celebrating because Raila Raila is now in marriage with Ruto, and they are celebrating and now blaming Ruto for most of the things. But now they are not concerned. What about the other party? What are Ruto's people thinking? They are haunted. It's like now Uhuru made a promise, but that promise has become a false promise. So how do you want those guys to behave? So it's still a delicate matter. Still a delicate matter. So let us don't just put things under the table. No, we have to call a spade at some point. My point, I like some has said something, that you cannot make one greater by demonizing the other one. And that is what is really happening. They are making Raila greater by demonizing Uhuru, by demonizing Ruto. That is what is happening. You are not.
That is the same thing you have done. How have you managed to go to Mount Kenya? You demonized Uhuru. In fact, demonizing Uhuru in his own backyard. So you cannot tell us something you are already using as a strategy. They are the same guys who demonized Raila. So they are the same guys who have demonized Uhuru in his backyard. So how do you expect?
Wekesa, listen.
Yes.
For that statement you're saying, all the time Ruto has gone there, anasema rafiki yangu hajawahi ongea mbaya.
My
tu mahali
friend, I'm
hajaongea
not
mbaya.
talking about Ruto. We are talking about our team. In fact, they have been. Have you ever seen
My
Uhuru
friend,
say? He
the
says,
reason,
"Ask here, Uhuru
listen,
anasemanga, why do you call me a friend and you let your dogs?" Kwa mdomo mwingine, in fact, there is that clip inasemanga, mdomo mwingine unasema siji Uhuru ni my friend. Mdomo mwingine, can you go and shut up your dogs? Because all they have done is abusing Uhuru, and they have said, in fact, including telling him that he has not done nothing on Mount Kenya. They literally went and spoiled the ground on the ground for their own master. And they want him still to honor and say that kumi yake tena. How? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Wekesa, I think you're missing a point. These guys understand they are member of parliament from the same place. You know, when the people do not get what they want, it is the people. You know, if a member of parliament will want to manipulate you, because wananchi wa saizi wako na akili wanajua. If you don't do any development to them, if you leave them suffer, my friend, they will not. Hata kama utakuja, hata kama ni wewe
So
nani.
Ruto has done nothing to Rift Valley. Have you seen them complain? They have not complained. And Ruto spends all the time in Mount Kenya, but Rift Valley have not complained. So don't tell us those things. It's just a political weapon. There's nothing. Uhuru has done more in Mount Kenya than what Ruto has done in Rift Valley. Tell me one thing Ruto has done in Rift Valley for 13 years.
Ruto has done a lot. It's only that things are not being met in the.
Yeah, those are just political spoiling. They are just politicking and spoiling the Uhuru's name. It's not like Uhuru has not done anything. There are so many projects in Central, but there's no project in Rift Valley. Even the only project that was to be done in Kimarel, they squandered the whole thing. But nobody has demonized Ruto in Rift Valley. So can you stop that script?
I think you should visit Rift Valley and really look at the place.
My friend, it's not visiting. We know the projects that have gone on between 2013 and now. Just list one project that was done between 2013 and now in Rift Valley.
It's a lot. Anyway, to end the whole story, because I think
not the projects that were done by Moi. We are talking about the projects that have been done between 2013 and now.
Have you seen the roads?
I know.
Crisscrossing Rift Valley.
I know even the roads that were done by Kipkale, this Franklin Bet. I know the roads that were begun by Franklin Bet. I know the roads now. So don't tell me I don't know Rift Valley.
Yes,
I pass there every time I go home.
So many things have happened. So many things have happened there. Anyway, what we are saying is the act of demonizing somebody by building another one or praising the other one should not be there. And if the discussion becomes the issues of the tribes and all that, I don't know. We are just discussing about Raila and Ruto, but and Uhuru. What about these other tribes? The coast people are silent. The Western guys are silent. There's Mudavadi there who's still playing. There is Wetangula. Now we have.
But these are national leaders. These are national leaders. When we are discussing Raila, we are still discussing the cost. We are not discussing a tribe. It's you who are making it a tribe. We are discussing national leaders.
So what is there is it should be a kind of a balancing act. We don't know what Ruto did to Uhuru. We don't know why they differed. but it should not come back to us to haunt us. That's why I'm saying we have to play this thing very safe, because it's a very delicate, matter. Now, my point is this, as I make my final whatever. Now, the BBI was good, initially, because it was creating seats for, at least for representatives from different regions, the so-called majimbos and all that. That was okay. The devolution came, it has really assisted. That's a plus, yes. But now, if you just leave power to settle among only two people, the president and the deputy, there's no way you'll satisfy other people. Because as far as numbers are concerned, we are still living in the days of tyranny of numbers. It will always be somebody from Central, somebody from a bigger tribe. That is it. We are leaving the marginalized group. We are leaving other stakeholders out there. But then, how do we acquire this peace? By the way, if we continue just making arguments here, both right now it's a marriage between Raila and Uhuru. Those other people are celebrating. The Ruto camp is not celebrating. The other day it will be a vice versa thing and all that. So it will be this side celebrating. It's a game now. Kenyan politics is now like a game. You lose, you.
It's not Kenyan politics. Even in America, when Trump was lost, they had a problem even to accept. And some of them even have never accepted that Joe Biden won. The nature of politics, they are polarizing because everybody campaigns passionately for their side. It's only we need to mature up and say that after election, okay, whoever has won, you impress him as a leader. And for me, and I say this, I'm campaigning for Raila passionately. But if Ruto wins, I will still accept him as a president. That is the nature of our democracy. But you don't tell me that now I favor both sides. No, I have to focus on my candidate. But if he loses, I accept whoever has won as our leader.
Yeah, I hope everybody buys that, to accept. But we are not to accept.
No, democracy is a crash, by the way. You don't grow very far.
Okay, sir. I am on record saying elections results are not to be accepted. They are supposed to be credible, transparent, verifiable. You don't write something and say accept it.
I have not talked about results. I have said whoever has won.
I'm saying because the narrative of accept result is not coming today. The narrative of accept result is somebody goes and plays monkey business, cooks results, then he comes and forces people to accept it. 2002, there was no need of accepting results because they were clean. Everybody knew he has lost. Whoever won, won. So remove monkey business from the election. Let results come out clearly before everybody. Nobody will require to accept any results. Everybody will be satisfied they lost fairly, and those that won fairly.
Then can we go to something? Can we go to Mulolongo then? Because that will be very clear.
There's something I was saying. There's something.
Mulolongo failed terribly. who is suggesting Mulolongo?
Let's go. Let's see clearly. Whose line is long? Yeah.
Which class were you when we did Mulolongo?
Still primary, but that one was clear. As long as nowadays there are cameras, there are CCTV.
It wasn't clear.
You just need to take a picture.
My late bro, he was a voter in Westlands, and Ngumo had to win against I think she called Beth or some Beth, and then there was a mama there who used to stand on can. So my late bro used to be in the Ngumo na Ngumo wing. And then when the line will be long, ya huyu mama, na Ngumo ni fupi. So his goons were led by my bro. Kabla kwanza kuhesabiwa, they will come from this end and then force this line to join this one. And then the person counts immediately. it wasn't that fair like you think. That would be chaotic.
But with the issues of cameras and CCTVs now and security having been tightened, it will display.
No. When elections are just, for example, I'm a publisher. I do books. When you are doing books, for you to be accurate, is you must everything must be able to check each other. Okay, so if we typeset and then we print, we'll be sure of we have 100 pages. 100 pages will come. We'll need how many reams of paper, and then when we balance all these things, at the end of the day, we have an outcome. Anytime we have used less papers, we knew this number of books is not enough because it's not tallying with Nini. So elections, we are voting like 6 ballots, okay? If we sustain that, we will check against the 6 ballots at all levels, okay? In all constituents, we can always catch who is cheating where. So in fact, the reason why it is made plural is so that one can check the other. And that's why it was surprising that the presidential votes are higher and then the other votes are low. And then somebody voted for this and did not vote for this other. So all those things are introduced to as checks and balances, but we ignore them and just say, accept the results. You are always disputing results. You must accept. You are a perennial loser. No, if we can verify it, that somebody lost, hakuna mtu ataenda kwa barabara.
Bernard,
Yes,
Bernard,
yes, Sam.
Unajua shida si nini? Shida ni ile maongezi yanakuja, and I would not want even leaders to start talking like that, because I heard something ambaye Oburu Odinga alisema ati kama Raila alikuwa anatatiza serikali akiwa mwenyewe, na saizi vile ako na deep state, so meaning anything that will come, watu wanasema si alisema hivyo, na meaning deep state wame rig election. So the question of things comes up there, because we really want a good politics, and whatever any leader does which is very wrong, we will have to point that. That's why I brought the issue of those guys who were talking of Sema these guys from Rift Valley hawajagusa tribe yote, wamepiga kila tribe. It is a time for them to be away from the politics, wawekwe nje huko for 20 years. And the same thing I came from your mouth, hata wewe mwenyewe umesema hiyo kitu, and I hope you are saying that in reference to what was said in Mount Kenya Foundation. Umesema hiyo kitu and it went along with that. So that thinking will just come to me like, oh, so now you're buying up the whatever was being said, because I heard him say it, hao watu takana wawekwe nje for 20 years, and the same thing ndio umetumia hapo. So when we trying to do that,
I did not say that, Sam. You're putting words in my mouth. I said Ngunjiri and Susan Kihika are on record. Okay,
can I
urging the mountain to vote a certain way,
I tell you exactly
so
when
that
you
they
say that?
secure their people in the Rift Valley. And I
Can
told
I tell
you that is
no,
wrong.
Listen. Can I tell you exactly when you were saying that? You were
Yes.
saying that because I think there was a guy who made a submission before me, and he was saying there was something he was saying at the ukasema Ruto is young ndakana akae maybe at sijui ukatumia nini mchok sijui nini ya ng'ombe, all those things. There's something we are using there.
It was not related. No. Ngoja kwanza, Sam. Let me make it clear. It was not related to Safari Park. What I was saying is the maturity level on how he's responding on things. I used a phrase of is behaving like an adolescent. Akiona nywele kidogo kwa shin, anataka kila mtu ajue he's become a man. And say that is not presidential material. That requires some years of development so that you become mature to be fatherly and be able to lead the country as a whole. I wasn't talking about staying out of power because you have been.
You said categorically that this man 20 years ulitumia term 20 years. Just be open. I heard you.
20 years for growing and maturing. It was not to be kept out of power.
Sasa grow years in out of power. What does it mean?
Because it's behaving immaturely by responding to everything and proving a point everywhere. That is adolescent, in my opinion. And I said specifically, that is my personal opinion.
Okay.
It
I
was
differ
not
with your personal
informed by
opinion.
Mount Kenya Foundation. Don't mix two different things.
But whatever you say coincide with what those guys said, and you're on the same side. So what comes to your mind?
It
Can you
wasn't
challenge me?
tribal. It wasn't tribal. It's a matter of
It
leadership
was.
and maturity.
It was.
In fact, if you remember, I told Mike, kama ng'ombe ya kulima, okay, ya kuvuruta nini, kuna ile ambayo umefunga, it's still greenhorn, so it's always kicking everywhere. It cannot lead others, but there is that heifer ile ambayo ni mzee inajua kufuata line, okay, so it teaches the other one to follow. So I said he is not yet a heifer that is able to pull the yoke. Anahitaji muda kwanza ajiorganize, aanze kufuata laini, ndio akipewa uongozi ataongoza nchi vizuri.
Okay, haya ni maoni yako. But what I'm telling you is he is a leader who so many people, they cherish his leadership, and he's got followers, and the man is good and ready to go in for a battle. And one thing that I want you guys to do is, please, it has never worked on the side of handshake. The issue of demonizing Ruto, the issue of calling him names, mwizi, sijui nini, hata baada nani kuja kusema the issue of Kimwerer had nothing to do with Ruto. You still pull up the Kimwerer thing. Wakenya si wajinga, they know these things. It has never worked. So to me, I'm not in a capacity to advise anybody at this point. But what I would say is, as you guys have decided to chat that way, let's just put the issue of tribalism. Tumejua mahali Kenya imetoka. If we see anybody mwenye anaongea anything bad, apelekwe. Kina Sudi mnasema waliongea wakaitwa, lakini mimi sijasikia hata wakati Aladu alisema ati Sakaja sijui si Muluya sijui nini, mbona hakuitwa kusema why trying to provide Kenyans in tribal line? Haya, mbona wakati hao wazee wamesimama kabisa wakianza kuongea hao watu wameua watu wanafanya nini, and you're talking now ni wa Kenya bana, and the law is supposed to be squarely equal to everybody. But you see the biasness which is come from the government, and these people wanaona, and it has never worked. So the best thing I would say is, let us play our politics in a very mature way. Even in this station, issue ya Mtembe, you guys forget that we belong to each other. Tomorrow we'll meet you again. But the way munaiweka, you make other people feel like you're demonizing other people. We all belong to one Kenya. And when you discuss the politics, ni kama vile unaweza kuwa una discuss mambo ya football. Unasema kweli, in fact, if I support team and this team doesn't and is playing against my team, even if the other opponent team is very good, I'll give credit where it belongs, and I'll say hapa iko hivi, hapa iko hivi. But you guys, they are very good at defending. But we'll say, anyway, let's just go the way we're going. But what I would say, let us not try, because our Kalenjin people in Rift Valley have been so quiet for a long time. Regardless ile mambo yote Ruto anafanyiwa nini, watu wanafanyiwa yenye wanafanyiwa, but in fact mpaka hata wanafika mahali wanaanza kuamsha, let's just see the cases in ya post election, and those people have been quiet, and we don't want peace, and they are provoking that, then so that ndio wapigane, ndio waambiwa Wakikuyu ati mnaona wakale wenyewe wamepigana. That thing has been there. It is a game they're trying to play, of which it has never worked with them. So they're using a lot of forces. But what I would have add your side, Bernard, is just you go the normal politics. Don't go those shortcut politics, because those shortcut politics, it doesn't work. It doesn't work, and it doesn't work. Why? Because we feel for the safety of our people back there, and if vita ikiamka Bernard, hata wewe vile unakaa hivi hautapata amani mahali. You know, a country where people fight, the economy will go down.
Sam, that is my point of departure, in the sense that there is an aspect of issues that should not be touched, especially when it touches to Rift Valley and the clashes. Now, as long as it remains that way, now we are talking about 2007. We are in 2021, okay? Now, the issues of 2007, they have not been addressed until now. And when they come up, everybody wants them to be covered and nobody to touch. That way, in my school of thought, it's not solving the problem, it's postponing the problem. And as long as that remains, what's going to happen is it will always be used as an excuse. So if there is any advice I will give, especially to the Ngoja kwanza nimalize alafu utaongea. If
Before
there
I
is
forget,
anything that I would want done over those matters, all those historical injustices, let there be that reviving of that Truth, Justice, and Reconciliation Commission, so that these things can come out, let people confess, let people forgive each other, so that we bury that thing completely. This business of we wanted when even what took people in The Hague is refusing this committee from holding those meetings here. They let the cases go to Hague because in The Hague is far away from Kenya, so whatever is discussed there will not affect the people on the ground. Now that is running away from a problem. Let us have leaders who are strong enough to stand up and say, haya mambo yalifanyika, lazima address, and then we close that chapter. Lakini tukisema tukizungumza hivi watu wataenda kupigana. Ukisema hivi watu wataenda kufukuzana. That is holding the country at hostage. And I don't
listen,
think that's healthy.
Bernard, let me
Yes.
tell you, if you say that, I've not seen either way Ruto or anybody saying that hii mkifanya hivi watu watapigana. The basic thing is common knowledge from anybody. Wewe you are a spiritual leader and you know these things. When it comes to kuomba nini, to repent, kuomba msamaha, vitu yenye umefanya exactly when they did it back there on in Nakuru, hiyo kusameana na kusalimiana, that one was just to bury everything. But the problem is, hata kama mimi nilikosana na wewe, kitu ikafanyika na tukaombana msamaha ikaisha huko nyuma, kama tutafika mahali tena mtu mwingine akuja kusema Bernard, unajua Sama alikukosea, alikufanyia hivi na hivi na hivi, you're trying to revive it. That's the problem is, whatever happened, it happened, but when we try to revive it, then we are trying to make that wound more bigger and bigger and bigger, of which people had forgotten it. And the problem is the
Sam,
leaders who
you are
bring it up.
missing the point. You're missing the point. What happened in Nakuru was a political venture, and it was in the middle of the cases. If this matter is going to be put to rest, it is not even Uhuru and Ruto to confess. We are talking about Truth and Justice and Reconciliation Commission coming to the ground. The real people that participated into those that are there, those that are affected, the common wananchi. It's not the leaders agreeing up there, because right now tukisema Uhuru na nani walikubaliana na did you see the clip? Ngoja, did you see the clip of the mothers in Mount Kenya who are saying they have not been to their land, they lost their children, and they say, how can that be going on? And that is 2007. Still, people are asking, where are our sons? Where are our daughters? Where are our lands? Where are our properties? So that means this thing has never been solved, and the handshake of the leaders is not the solution. We must be willing to face the reality and be able to address them.
I don't think that's the matter, because the way this thing has been brought, and it's just on a political level again. Why was it not brought after the election? If really those people were really wanted it, why is it being brought during the time of election? That's my big question.
Because elections in Kenya are always emotive, but all the same, we pray that there will be sobriety on the matter. Sobriety on the matter, because as long as that the status quo remains, that case remains volatile. Ni kama tu volcano mountain, inangoja tu time ya kulipuka, and we cannot leave the country in that state forever. Lazima kuwe na kiongozi ambaye atasimama aseme haya mambo tuyazungumzie, tuyamalize.
You know, me I shanga. Why do you put it like the country is in a state? But I see all this time watu wamekuwa so peaceful, even where Eldoret, where these things were happening, even Nakuru, all these places, Naivasha. Sijawahi ona shida yote. Why is it that you bring that we put a country in that state? I've not seen. Forget about the issue when we were saying that the issue of Baba's followers walikuwa wanaenda wana demonstrate, and then they say, oh, now after the handshake hakuna demonstration. That one we can see it, but this other one you're trying to bring, I don't know where you're trying to manufacture it from.
It's not manufacturing from even the point of where you are driving your point. It means this matter is still emotive and it is very strong on you. And you know that it can erupt any time. That
Listen,
is why you're talking. If I'm able
listen.
to discern what you're talking
Nah,
about.
nah. You got me wrong. The reason as why I had to bring that point is I don't want the country to go to that point. I am a person whom I believe what wanasamena and inaisha and they forget about it and they move on. That's it.
And Bernard, Bernard, if I
Yes.
may come in somehow on the same question. If you go to Rwanda, there was genocide and around 2 million people died. But you know the agreement there, you know, there was a kind of a truce between the elders and all that. Then what happened to Rwanda is that you are not to say that this one is a Hutu or this one is a Tutsi. Just say huyu ni Munyarwanda. That is it. Speak, go to Rwanda, go to Kigali, say that this is a Hutu, you will be killed. Go say that these are the Tutsi, you will be killed. So the issue of talking about it's like you are reminding them because the fight was between the Hutus and the Tutsis. So the same thing, we are allowing politicians to take us back, refresh the memories. That is not good. That's going to spike another big thing.
You know, Mike,
Yes.
me, I come from Kitale, and this place
Yes.
is I think it's a border of Kenya and Uganda, and I can
Yes.
imagine those women and children who are crossing over to Uganda to look for a place, for a safety place. The way
Yes.
those people suffered, I saw them. Some of them are my relatives. Some of them, they actually they even died. Some of them they lost their jobs. There was a lot of shooting and fighting, even from the police officers and the AP and the staff, and it happened and they were like it was really bad. So I know what happened to those people. So Wekeza, if you've never seen those people running for, you've never seen them being affected, you will not be sitting and talking about this thing. You will be the one shutting your mouth and don't talk. Because I saw it, I don't want it to recome at again. I know it happened, tulikosana tukakosana, kama ni kusamena watu wasamene. If there is a price the one other community to pay, in a way, let it be that different. But let me tell you, there is nothing supposed to be touched about that. Watu waliumia sana, wacha nikwambie. And it's a no-go zone. As a country, it should never be even if you want to achieve your political mileage, you want to be elected to be a president, but please use a different avenues.
And right now, by
It
the
is
way,
a no-go zone. What do you mean?
You know, right now, the big peddlers of those kind of talks are two guys, politicians and the media. Right now, the media can drive a certain narrative, and it goes with the wananchi and all that. Same as politicians. So there are two guys. If they just watch their talk, yeah, the life in Kenya would be very good by then. Yeah.
Okay, sawa. Naomba tukamilishie hapo.
Yes.
Unless kuna swala lingine tunaendelea na hii baadaye. We are usually full-fledged on the weekends, but
Yes.
weekday we come up when there comes a matter. Like today there was a reshuffle, so we had to come. But
anyway, it has been a very good discussion.
We have a WhatsApp group. If you have not yet joined the WhatsApp group, you drop your number in the private chat here. Then we'll add you to the group where we discuss matters before we come here. So,
Go ahead, Mike.
Yes.
I put my number there. Nitafute.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's the same place I can put my number?
The same place. You can reply on him and leave your number there, and then we'll add you on the WhatsApp group.
Okay.
Otherwise, let's give a shout to a few of our followers on the comment section.
Yes.
There are a lot of guys that have participated in this, and we really appreciate you. Dennis Ondiek, thank you. Blessed 254, thank you so much. Patrick Mushiri, thank you so much. Variety Gitash, thank you for staying at Mtembei TV and participating in the debate. Patrick Mushiri, asante sana. We have this one. He has a funny name. Fool speaks, wise listens. Okay, thank you so much. Your name is an advice. full speak wise listens. As a name, I find it very appealing, if I would say the list on the same. Then we have Nahash Nzaura. Thank you for joining us on the show. We really appreciate you guys, and we look forward to doing this again. So wherever you are, please keep sharing this and ensure that everybody gets to know what we had as a discussion. But more than that, if you have not subscribed to this channel, subscribe and then leave your comments. Let's do this again in another show. God bless you.
Bless you too.